beyond the mage. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 251 The Idea of Farming. Ice marrow is a treasure that only iceborn mages can condense using the ice extraction method, blending their iceborn bloodline with their own magical power. Each drop of ice marrow requires a significant amount of time and effort from an iceborn mage. Similarly, for iceborn mages, the more ice marrow the better, as it enhances their iceborn bloodline. They have more than enough for themselves, so why would they easily give it away? Only under the circumstances of the life-saving grace from the Durian tribe and the pure-hearted nature of Chief Zemo could Gauda obtain 3 precious drops of ice marrow from him. After that, Gauda was completely clueless about how to obtain more ice marrow. He needed a core product. Gauda couldn't help but ponder. The North indeed possessed many precious resources, but how to obtain them was a problem. He needed to offer something the people of the North couldn't refuse in exchange for these valuable resources. Having been in the North for 2 months, Gauda believed he had gained some understanding of the people there. On the permafrost tundra, there are only 2 truly essential items, clothing and food. These are matters of survival. Clothing and food. When he truly began to think seriously, something that Gauda had valued but neglected for so long due to his focus on planting trees naturally surfaced from the depths of his mind. The mutated, cold-resistant barley seed he had discovered along with a 4th-tier magical plant, Mandora's Tears. Barley seed, after planting it, what you harvest is barley, right? And barley, isn't that food? According to Flora's perception, the cold-resistant barley seed needs to germinate and grow in an environment of -60°C or lower. In other places, such conditions are far too harsh. But in the North, places with temperatures of -60°C are commonplace. Thinking this, Gauda's spirits couldn't help but rise. In a place like the North, the significance of being able to grow food is self-evident. However, there's another important point, how to maintain his unique competitive advantage. After all, once the grain is sold, others can use it as seed to grow their own crops without having to buy from him again. Would that be a one-off deal? This seemed like a difficult problem. But after thinking about it for a while, Gauda immediately had an idea. Hybrid seeds, using cold-resistant barley as one of the parents, crossbreeding it with other parents to obtain a first-generation hybrid seed that is both cold-resistant and high-yielding. Then plant this generation of hybrid seeds and only sell the grain grown from this batch. Due to the genetic characteristics of seeds, the hybrid seeds will only exhibit excellent characteristics in the first generation of planting. When they are saved for seed and planted again, the offspring will show phenotypic segregation and will no longer be able to stably possess the excellent traits of the first-generation seeds. This ensures that even if others buy the grain and save the seeds for a second generation of planting, they will often be wasting their time. Gauda immediately discussed his idea with tree planting expert Lady Flora. It's very simple, Lady Flora can do it. Upon hearing Gauda's idea, Flora immediately patted her chest and guaranteed. For her, planting was effortless, regardless of what she planted or how she planted it. It was her innate skill, requiring no learning. Then we'll have to rely on Lady Flora, Gauda said, informing Flora beforehand. Okay, Flora replied readily at first, then belatedly realized her doubts. What's the use of that? It can earn lots and lots of money. Lots and lots. The little girl's eyes lit up, as if she had suddenly found her purpose in life. Then let's go plant crops. I'm afraid it's not possible yet, we'll have to wait a little longer. Lady Flora, why, Mage? Don't you want to make money? Of course I do, but right now I'm at their mercy. Gauda spread his hands helplessly. Oh Mage, you've been captured, the little girl suddenly remembered, then frowned. They're clearly not bad people. In her perception, Lurk and Catherine meant no harm to God, but if they weren't bad people, why would they capture a mage? How complicated. Flora suddenly felt that the human world was too strange. Over here, Lurk and Catherine's training finally ended. As usual, the two should have started to rest. But today was different. Catherine looked at Gout for a while, then reached into her bosom and took out a bottle about the size of a finger, tossing it to God. God quickly caught it, and upon closer inspection, the bottle contained 2 crystal clear, deep blue, teardrop-shaped drops of gel. What is this? He was somewhat confused by Catherine's meaning. I said before that I would compensate you after this matter was over. This is a partial compensation in advance, Catherine said calmly. I just noticed that you have awakened the Mandora demon eye, and you should really need these 2 drops of 3rd-tier ice marrow. Dewey wasn't the only one with insight. Mandora's tears, a 4th-tier magical plant that only appears in the snowy region, was something Catherine knew about, or rather, knew very well. She could naturally recognize the Mandora's demonic eye, which had a low probability of awakening. Hearing Catherine's words, God accepted the 2 drops of 3rd-tier ice marrow without hesitation. It was what he deserved. He had kindly delivered a message to Barak, only turned up in this situation. The Snowfield Guardians owed him so much. What were 2 drops of 3rd-tier ice marrow? After this little incident, the 2 quickly went to rest, as usual. Once they were asleep, God put away the ice marrow and immediately seized the time to activate the forbidden ice needles with his magic power, beginning his adaptation for the day. In the days that followed, he was led by Catherine and Luchi towards this Hending tribe. Because of the detailed map guidance and the fact that both of them were powerful, nothing unexpected happened along the way. Gouda maintained a rhythm of adaptive activity at night and rest during the day, quietly undergoing a transformation. His body's cold resistance, pain tolerance, and recovery ability grew daily. With each passing day, Gouda felt as if he were being reborn. During the extreme cold, your cold resistance increases by 157%, 162%, 173%, 184%, 189%, 194%, 198%, and during extreme cold pain, your pain tolerance increases by 86.2%, 87.3%, 88.9%, 93.5%, 94.6%. Currently suffering from extreme cold injuries, your body's injury recovery ability increases by 39.3%, 45.6%, 51.2%, 56.9%, 57.3%. The greater the increase in his body's injury recovery ability, the shorter the recovery interval required for Gouda to recover. And the shorter the recovery interval, the longer his body could withstand the extreme cold. Enduring the extreme cold of the ice for a longer period of time allowed his body's cold resistance to increase even faster. The greater his cold resistance, the less severe his frostbite became, and the shorter the intervals between frostbite attacks. Under this virtuous cycle, Gouda's adaptation, especially his cold resistance, improved rapidly, approaching the critical value of 200%. However, at this point, the improvement in cold resistance finally slowed down. This wasn't because the ice wasn't cold enough. It was purely because the forbidden ice needles contained too little ice, and he only had 5 forbidden ice needles in his body. The quantity wasn't high enough, so the intensity was naturally insufficient. Fortunately, it only slowed down, not stopped. However, his pain tolerance and physical recovery ability had indeed reached their limits. The pain from these 5 forbidden ice needles was now like a tickle to Gouda. Similarly, with his cold resistance increased by 198%, this amount of ice was no longer enough to inflict sufficiently stimulating injuries. At this point, they still had about 5 days' journey to reach the ice tribe. This month is a bit unusual, so updates will be less frequent and less consistent. I'll just have to write a little bit whenever I have time. But I'll definitely get back to normal and stable updates in November. I'm so grateful to my brothers. Chapter 252 Evolution, Intermediate Ice Blessed Body. 4 days passed in a flash. During these 4 days, Gouda was incredibly anxious. Every day, he watched his cold resistance slowly increase at a tortoise-like pace, approaching the critical point of 200%. He was clearly only 2% away from reaching the final milestone, yet it felt like a futile effort. All was just at the foot of the mountain. A couple of times, Gouda even considered asking Luchi to give him a few more acupuncture needles. However, reason prevailed, and he stopped this absurd thought. Constant dripping wears away a stone. Although progress was slow, it was still improving, so there was no need to rush. Gouda could only console himself with this thought. Patience is a virtue, and he had never lacked it. The 5th day. As Luchi had said, they would definitely reach this Hending tribe today, almost exactly as predicted. Sitting on the back of the warhorse spirit summoned by Lochi, Gata was filled with immense joy. First, he was about to reach his destination, finally able to temporarily end this arduous journey and witness the most powerful and ancient tribe in the entire Northern Territory, which naturally brought him joy. Second, upon waking this morning, after a night of hard work, Gata's cold resistance had actually increased to 199.9%. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would definitely break through the 200% threshold today. Once he did, his ice body should undergo an evolution, advancing from the initial to the intermediate level. Gata had already personally experienced the power of the initial ice body, so he naturally eagerly anticipated the higher level intermediate ice body. Furthermore, by then, he should be able to completely ignore the shackles of the 5 forbidden ice needles within his body, no longer affected by them in the slightest. Regaining freedom was naturally a joyous occasion. Thinking this, Gata silently activated his internal magic power to trigger the 5 forbidden ice needles. After a month of adaptation and his increased cold resistance, he could now remain expressionless after triggering the forbidden ice needles. As the chill of this handing was released, Adaptive began to adapt once more. Of course, the increase was so small as to be invisible, but Gata could clearly feel it, unlike the uncertainty of how many more drops were needed on Pinduoduo. With this assurance, he could persevere. After an unknown amount of time, in a moment Gata didn't even notice, the cold resistance value, stuck at 199.9%, suddenly jumped to 200.1%. A familiar yet more intense experience suddenly appeared in Gata's body. Deep within, a warm current surged forth, violently washing over his flesh and blood. The human body is a treasure trove, possessing infinite possibilities and power. In Gata's previous life's terms, it possesses countless powerful genes, but most are not manifested or expressed. The evolution brought about by Adaptive allows these genes to manifest, express, and become powerful. This time, the warm current surged for several tens of seconds before completely subsiding. Meanwhile, some inexplicable information surfaced in Gata's consciousness. Your body has endured extreme cold, further enhancing its cold resistance and undergoing another evolution. After this evolution, your initial ice protection body has become an intermediate ice protection body, after evolving to an intermediate ice protection body. Your resistance to ice elemental damage increases by 27%. You are no longer affected by the negative effects of 4th ring and lower ring ice elemental spells. Ice will protect and bless you. In ice elemental environments, your stamina and energy recovery speed is increased, and the power of your ice elemental spells increases by 9%. Sensing this information, even though he had anticipated the appearance of the intermediate ice protection body, Gata couldn't help but feel excited. The intermediate ice protection body possesses 3 abilities in total. The first 2 abilities, needless to say, are simply numerical improvements on the foundation of the initial ice protection body. Simple numerical beauty, a 27% increase in resistance to ice elemental damage and immunity to the negative effects of 4th ring and lower ring ice elemental spells. Based on this numerical value, Gata believed that iceborn mages of the same level would feel utterly hopeless facing him. As for the newly appeared third ability, it was an addition to the mechanics. The former improved his survivability in ice elemental environments, while the latter was the most direct and brutal attack power boost. Although limited to ice elemental spells, the attack power boost attribute was both prestigious and practical, and its usefulness increased with a mage's level. The power of a trick generally doesn't exceed 10 degrees, so a 9% increase is less than 1 degree, negligible. However, a first-level spell has a minimum power of 20 degrees, and can even reach 40 degrees. 9% of 40 degrees is close to 4 degrees, equivalent to half trick's power boost. The boost from higher spell levels is even more significant. After digesting this information, Gata closed his eyes slightly, carefully sensing the changes in his body. First and foremost, he no longer felt any pain when triggering the Forbidden Ice Needles spell. The extreme cold released by the 5 Forbidden Ice Needles was insufficient to harm his body. In other words, he had regained his spellcasting ability. However, there was a silver lining. The restoration of his spellcasting ability also meant that the 5 Forbidden Ice Needles could no longer trigger his Adaptive ability. To further improve his cold resistance, he would need more Forbidden Ice Needles, larger blocks of extreme ice, or even extreme ice weapons. Additionally, Gata could clearly feel that his perception of ice elements in the air had become much more sensitive. For example, He could faintly sense that the density of ice elements in the air was increasing. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be a sign of snowfall, and it should snow soon. This was a very strange intuition, which Gauda found exceptionally novel. All the changes, though seemingly dramatic, actually occurred within Gauda's body. Therefore, even Lurk, who rode alongside Gauda on a warhorse spirit, didn't notice even the slightest change in Gauda. Lurk continued to manipulate the warhorse spirit, formed from condensed magic, forward as usual. Only then did he slow down slightly, turning to Gauda and saying, "We're almost there." In high spirits, Gauda, having acquired a mid-level ice body, took a deep breath of the frigid air and looked ahead. His spirits instantly lifted. A rugged camp, exuding a savage atmosphere, came into view. As the premier tribe in the north, the Zhenbing tribe's camp was far larger than Gauda had imagined. It couldn't even be called a camp, it should be called a city. It boasted a towering gray wall, standing majestically, keeping danger at bay. In this desolate and primitive land of the north, this was the first time Gauda had seen such developed architecture. This city had its own name, Phoenix. Phoenix's geographical location was exceptional, built against the mountains. The steep, straight Wesker Mountains not only blocked most of the cold winds but also provided this Zhenbing tribe with precious mineral resources. Furthermore, at the foot of Wesker Mountains lay a vast Arctic lake, providing this Zhenbing tribe with ample fishery resources. 5 minutes later, Lurk and Catherine led God to the walls of Phoenix. Where there are walls, there are gates. And where there are gates, there are guards. Of course, in the north, the term guards doesn't exist yet, they're simply called guards. 6 extremely burly northerners stood on either side of the gate, wearing simple armor that gleamed faintly in the sunlight. To God, the armor seemed very rudimentary, but that was relative to the outside world. In the north, a primitive land where most people wore untailored animal skin clothing, armor was considered extremely fine equipment. These guards, spear in hand, their eyes piercing, questioned the origins of each person entering the city. Lurk and Catherine didn't cut in line with God. Instead, after dispelling their summon mount, they obediently led God into the queue. The guards only inquired about the origins of those entering the city and didn't ask many questions. Therefore, the procession moved quickly, and soon it was their turn. The northerner, clearly the leader of the guards, glanced at the 3, his gaze finally settling on the snowfield guardians embroidered on Lurk and Catherine's clothing. His brow furrowed slightly. "You're from the snowfield guardians." His presence was imposing, but his voice was gentle. Clearly, the snowfield guardians held considerable influence in the north. Even the Zhenbing tribe treated them with great respect. Lurk stepped forward. "We are hunters from the snowfield guardians, here to see Elder Grant." "Then come in." The guard who had spoken carefully examined the 3, then waved his hand, skipping the questioning. "Let's go," Catherine said, strolling into the city. Lurk immediately followed with God. "It's strange, we've never been questioned like this before when trying to enter Phoenix," Lurk muttered casually, but didn't dwell on it. Upon entering Phoenix, God was immediately struck by a landscape completely different from the snowfield camp and the borderlands of Dor. The buildings here were no longer rough, detachable tents, but stone structures built from gray stone similar to the city walls. The main body of these buildings was gray stone. The gray hue contrasted sharply with the pure white snowflakes, creating a black and white effect. The A-frame roofs were covered with furs used for setting up tents, now blanketed in snow. Gauda noticed that these stone houses varied in size and appearance. Near the city gate, to the left of a larger stone house, a small enclosure had been built with thin branches. Inside the enclosure were some snow pheasants and snow hares. Gauda glanced at them and found they had a total of 25 heads and 74 legs. Chapter 253 The Sword of True Ice. In most northern tribes, food is often insufficient even for their own people, let alone the resources to raise snow pheasants and snow rabbits, small creatures simply for supplementing their diet. This alone demonstrates that this Zhenbing tribe's happiness index is at least among the highest in the snowy plains. As Gauda surveyed this Zhenbing tribe's architecture, the biting cold in the air grew increasingly intense, and the drifting ice elements became more concentrated. The next moment, a touch of coolness landed on his face with a chilling breeze. Gauda looked up and saw that a vast expanse of snowflakes had begun to fall. It was indeed snowing. Gauda stretched out his hand, watching the glistening snowflakes land on it. Snowfall was perfectly normal on the snowy plains. Therefore, Lurk and Catherine showed no emotional reaction, simply leading Gauda along Phoenix's main road. Their goal was clear: to find Elder Grant. As a tribal city with a population exceeding 500,000, Phoenix is home to not only this Handing tribe but also numerous other tribes. It's arguably the most bustling and vibrant place on the entire snowfield. Even though God is currently only on the outermost edge of Phoenix, the crisscrossing streets and urban landscape are unlike anything seen elsewhere in the Northern Territory. While, in his view, Phoenix's urban landscape is still too rugged in terms of layout and appearance, the very existence of a city on the snowfield is already a remarkable achievement. Moreover, besides the extremely dense ice element inherent in the Northern Territory, God can sense that upon entering Phoenix, the surroundings begin to be filled with pure magic power. This magic power concentration is roughly equivalent to that contained in the basic training room, around 10. In the Seers Academy, the basic training room is one of the perks of formal students, available for free use. However, such a magic power concentration is only possible within a special magic circle. Other places in the Seers Academy do not reach this level of magic power concentration. In Phoenix, this level of magical energy concentration could be achieved in any corner. Clearly, in terms of resources alone, the North was in no way inferior to the outside world. In fact, from another perspective, due to its lack of development, the North's resource reserves were far richer than those of the outside world. This was true for magical plants, magical materials, and various spiritual lands. Even the outermost areas of Phoenix possessed such dense magical energy. Undoubtedly, the core of Phoenix's geographical location must be a high-level spiritual land, allowing such a rich concentration of magical energy even without rune magic arrays. A fourth-tier spiritual land, or perhaps a fifth-tier spiritual land? God has secretly speculated about the spiritual land level of this Handing tribe's core area. Along both sides of the main road, houses of varying sizes and appearances were scattered, interspersed with many shops draped with cloth. Just then, to Gauda's right, a very young boy, no more than 15 or 16 years old, dressed in animal skin clothing, rushed out and asked a local Handing tribesman, "Uncle, where's the Ice Sword Challenge location?" The middle-aged Handing tribesman glanced at the boy, seemingly unsurprised, and pointed casually, "Go along this main road to the end, there's a plaza there." "Thank you, Uncle," the boy said. And then hurriedly left again. The Ice Sword Challenge has been going on for over 3 months now, and countless challengers have come to Phoenix during this time. So many failures haven't dampened their enthusiasm, and now even a kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet wants to try his luck. Obviously, Gauda wasn't the only one who heard their conversation, which, watching the boy's disappearing figure, muttered a casual remark. Gauda's heart stirred, and he also remembered the Ice Sword Challenge mentioned by the two Snowfox tribesmen when he entered the Snowfox camp. So much time has passed, and no one has been able to pull out the sword of true ice, he asked casually. Don't even mention just over 3 months, even in 3 or 30 years, no one will be able to pull out that sword of true ice, Lochi shrugged, speaking with absolute certainty. You're an outsider, so you might not understand. True ice, even a tiny bit, is difficult for even those with iceborn blood to withstand. No, you should know this all too well. At this point, Lochi suddenly remembered that his forbidden ice needles were still inserted in Gauda's body, and said somewhat awkwardly. He then quickly continued, even the tiny bit of pure ice, after being coated with special materials to insulate against the cold, was so terrifying. The pure ice sword of the pure ice tribe is forged from pure ice, and its weight is 100,000 times that of the forbidden ice needle. In comparison, while the coldness released by the pure ice sword isn't 100,000 times that of the forbidden ice needle, it's certainly not in the same league. Even within the pure ice tribe, I think only the War Mother Sunafa can fully wield this pure ice sword. Lochi shook his head. Therefore, this Ice Sword Challenge is ultimately just a mirage, an unattainable dream. Even with generous rewards, it's impossible for anyone to complete this challenge. Any Iceborn mage with some knowledge understands these principles. Only these young people have this kind of drive, Lochi remarked with a sigh. Perhaps someone really can do it. Catherine, who had been listening for a while, suddenly spoke up. The Handing tribe went to such lengths to create this Ice Sword Challenge and spread the news throughout the entire North. It couldn't just be for publicity. Lochi paused, then thought it made sense. He looked at Catherine and suddenly realized, there's more to this than meets the eye. Catherine nodded, clearly knowing something. This involves an ancient ritual magic of this Handing tribe. They're searching for a very special person. However, Catherine paused, offering her assessment. So many years have passed since that ritual magic. Who can guarantee anything now? She shook her head, concise and to the point. The streets of Phoenix were bustling with people. The most lively path was the one leading directly to the Ice Sword Challenge site. However, Lurk and Catherine clearly weren't planning on joining the crowd. They led God to a small gray stone building. "We'll stay here for the time being. We're going to find Elder Grant now. You can go inside and rest, or you can wander around Phoenix," Lurk said, handing the key to God. As expected of a high-ranking mage, he even owns property in Phoenix. God took the key, surveying the gray stone building before him, thinking to himself. "Okay," he replied aloud. After giving these instructions, the two left, leaving God alone. Of course, their casualness wasn't because they believed God would obey, but because 5 forbidden ice needles remained within God's body. These needles prevented God from channeling magic, sealing his spellcasting abilities. Only Lurk could remove them. Both firmly believed that no mage could tolerate losing their spellcasting ability, so as long as the forbidden ice needles remained in God's body, they weren't worried about him running away. God understood their confidence. Although the 5 forbidden ice spells no longer worked on him after he evolved the intermediate level ice protection body, meaning the restrictions on him had essentially been lifted, God didn't choose to run away. The reason was simple: with Lurk's abilities, he could be tracked down even across the vast snowfield. Even if he escaped now, he would be caught sooner or later, exposing his trump card. At least until he figured out how the two had tracked him and how to deal with it, God wasn't going to run. Using the key Lurk had left, he opened the door and went inside. The gray stone building wasn't large, but it had 4 rooms. God consciously chose the smallest one and sat cross-legged on the fire pit bed. Then, he took out the small bottle containing 2 drops of 3rd-tier ice marrow from his pocket. This was one of the compensations Catherine had given him in advance. God hadn't used it on the way. Mainly, he didn't know what would happen if he used such a high-level ice marrow to enhance Mandora's demon eye, or if it would take a long time. In case of unforeseen circumstances, things could be inconvenient on the snowy wilderness. Now that they had temporarily settled down, there was no need to worry about such things anymore. God took a deep breath, activated the Mandora demon eye, and then dripped a drop of 3rd-tier ice marrow into his pupil. In an instant, an indescribable, boundless power of ice element erupted from that drop of 3rd-tier ice marrow. Like a surging tide, it carried immense energy and flowed into the depths of his pupil. God felt as if his pupil was being washed by an icy river, an extremely exhilarating and strange sensation. Under this washing, his pupil began to rapidly increase in size. After repeated icy river washing for nearly half an hour, the ice element power contained in the drop of 3rd-tier ice marrow was finally completely consumed and dissipated. God opened the Mandora demon eye, his eyes becoming incredibly clear and bright. The vision under the Mandora demon eye had become clearer, and his field of vision had expanded. Compared to before, the improvement this time was significant. Afterward, God carefully sensed the progress of his Mandora's eye's advancement and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The 3rd-tier ice marrow was truly phenomenal. With just 1 drop, his Mandora's ice tier jumped from tier 1, 3/72, to 25/72. This was an explosive improvement. Converted this way, the effect of 1 drop of 3rd-tier ice marrow was roughly equivalent to 22 drops of 1st-tier ice marrow. Of course, in terms of value, it far exceeded that multiple. Thinking this, God tilted his head back and dripped the 2nd drop of 3rd-tier ice marrow into his Mandora's eye. Chapter 254 Magical Fruit Tree. Another drop of Tier 3 ice marrow entered his eyes, and half an hour later, God opened his clear, bright eyes. After absorbing the ice element energy from this drop of Tier 3 ice marrow, the rank of his Mandora's eye had already increased to 47/72, more than halfway through the advancement process, a remarkably rapid improvement. The ice element energy of 1 drop of Tier 3 ice marrow was equivalent to that of 22 drops of Tier 1 ice marrow. However, if you were to exchange it, 1 drop of Tier 3 ice marrow could be exchanged for more than 30 drops of Tier 1 ice marrow. Therefore, in terms of cost effectiveness, it was clearly better to exchange it for lower tier ice marrow than to use Tier 3 ice marrow directly. However, God did not do so. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with the area and lacked the necessary channels, and possessing a treasure invites trouble. Given the immense value of Tier 3 ice marrow, it was inevitable that he would be targeted by those with ulterior motives. Secondly, for Gouda, the most important thing was to improve his current strength as quickly as possible. As the Mandora's Eye improved, Gouda's microscopic vision became increasingly prominent. Although he hadn't tried it yet, he was confident that with the help of the Mandora's Eye, reaching a crafting level of 7 would be easy, and perhaps even higher. A crafting level of 7 was already at the level of a second-tier rune construct master. Where one door closes, another opens. God's main purpose in entering the north was to plant trees, and so far he hadn't achieved anything in that regard. But it was only lacking in tree planting. He had gained a lot in other areas, including improvements in various abilities. In fact, the Mandora's Eye alone had already made his trip to the north worthwhile. The Mandora's Eye's auxiliary abilities were extremely powerful, and for a rune construct master, it was a divine skill. With a slight sense of joy, God slowly got up and left the room. Since Lurk and Catherine hadn't restricted his freedom of movement, he didn't want to stay obediently in the room, but rather planned to go out and explore, to gain a deeper understanding of this largest tribe in the north and Phoenix. After a moment's thought, Gouda walked along Phoenix's widest main road towards the plaza where the Ice Sword Challenge, as this Henbing tribe had described, was taking place. It was impossible for him not to be curious about the Ice Sword Challenge, a grand undertaking undertaken by this Henbing tribe and known to almost every tribe across the snowfields. Phoenix was considered the largest city in the north, but only relatively speaking, it wasn't actually that large. Therefore, even on foot, Gouda quickly arrived at his destination. It was a vast and magnificent plaza, surrounded by dozens of solemn ice crystal pillars. Strange patterns were carved on the pillars, likely ancient symbols of this Henbing tribe, possessing special meaning and perhaps even extraordinary power. At the very center, enclosed by the ice crystal pillars, was a high platform. Beside the platform stood two Henbing tribe guards clad in fine iron armor. On the platform rested a rectangular, black, crystal-like rock. A crystal-clear Henbing sword was thus diagonally embedded within it. Under the sunlight, the blade of pure ice shone like a dazzling pearl. A faint chill emanated from its blade, causing tiny ice crystals to swirl in the air. This alone was enough to demonstrate the sheer extent of the blade of pure ice's coldness. Logically, with such a grand challenge, the plaza should have been bustling with activity. And indeed, it was. However, the activity didn't stem from the challenge itself, but rather from the various stalls lining the plaza, transforming it into a lively marketplace. The blade of pure ice, which should have been the main attraction, received little attention. Gouda quickly understood. The unbearable coldness of pure ice was common knowledge among the Iceborn, and even those who were skeptical had all tried it at least once in the past 3 months. With fewer challengers, the blade of pure ice naturally attracted less attention. Gouda shook his head and stopped looking at the blade of pure ice. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, he had considered trying to pull out the blade of ice. It wasn't that he was skeptical, but his cold resistance had increased by over 200%, intermediate ice body, making Gouda feel he might have a chance. After all, the challenge of the ice sword only required pulling out a blade of ice. This process shouldn't take more than 10 seconds. Perhaps the intermediate ice body wasn't enough to make him ignore the blade of ice's chill, but enduring it for 10 seconds was quite possible. However, after careful consideration, Gouda abandoned the idea. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Did the Blade of Ice tribe really offer such generous rewards for the Ice Sword Challenge just to hold an event? Of course not, there must be other follow-ups. Without knowing the inside story, Gouda wouldn't do anything so outrageous. The mere presence of Lucky and Catherine was already enough to make it difficult for him to escape. If he were to get involved with his Henbing tribe again, his tree planting plan in the Northern Territory would be completely ruined, and he might even permanently lose his most important asset, his personal freedom. Thinking this, Gouda began strolling along the plaza, browsing the numerous stalls. These densely packed stalls, mainly selling various food and daily necessities, attracted a large crowd. Gouda was just browsing, mainly looking. Firstly, he wasn't particularly interested in the goods, and secondly, he didn't have much of value on him. Even if he saw something he liked, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange it for something of equivalent value. As he looked around, Gouda suddenly stopped in front of a stall. It was a small stall, with several baskets of berries unique to the snowfields displayed on simple wooden shelves. Berries were the most common fruit on the permafrost tundra. Although these berries were small and certainly not filling, for the people of the Northern Territory who rarely saw fruits and vegetables, they were definitely an important part of their diet, a rare gift from nature, so they generally didn't have to worry about sales. After eating meat for a long time, you crave vegetables and fruits, a common experience many can relate to. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a limp. But Gada stopped not because he was attracted by the berries, but because he noticed a small sapling casually placed to the stall owner's left. The sapling had sparse white leaves, all withered and dry, seemingly on the verge of freezing to death, the leaves appearing ready to be blown away by the cold north wind at any moment. Hidden among those withered white leaves were 7 or 8 small blueberries. It looked like a small berry bush sapling. Gada squatted down in front of the stall, carefully examining the various wild berries displayed in the basket, and finally, seemingly casually, pointed to the berry bush sapling. "What kind of berry is this? Why is it this color, and it even has a sapling? Can it still be grown?" After these few days, Gada's ace language had become exceptionally fluent. The stall owner didn't think much of it and frankly replied, "I don't know either. These berries don't really have a specific name, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of berry, and since the sapling isn't very big and looks quite healthy, I thought it might survive, so I dug it up, but as soon as I dug it up, it quickly turned into this state. It's probably unlikely to survive, but at least the berries on it are still fresh." The stall owner smiled, his sales pitch quite obvious. Gada thought for a moment, then took out a level 0 ice soul stone from his pocket and pointed to the 2 baskets and the wilted sapling on the stall. "This for these, deal." The limping stall owner took the ice soul stone from Gada, examined it carefully, thought for a moment, and finally nodded, "Deal." Gada carefully put away the 2 baskets of berries and the sapling, leaving the stall satisfied. The limping stall owner also carefully put away the ice soul stone. Both parties were very satisfied with the transaction. "Lady Flora, are you sure it can still live?" Leaving the plaza, Gada asked through telepathy. "Of course, because Lady Flora is here," Flora replied confidently. Gada couldn't help but glance again at the seemingly dead sapling in his hand. This was his real shopping target. The 2 baskets of berries were just extras. His sudden purchase wasn't a whim, but because Flora had discovered its extraordinary nature. This was a magical fruit tree. My buddy's back. Chapter 255 Golden Wheat. This wasn't just any magical fruit tree, but not an ordinary one either. According to Flora's classification standards, it belonged to the category of extremely valuable magical fruit trees. "What a steal!" Gada exclaimed, recalling the treasure-hunting rat, a magical creature he often encountered in novels from his previous life. In that sense, Flora possessed a bit of the treasure-hunting rat attribute. However, finding a bargain was ultimately a matter of luck. Besides this magical fruit tree sapling, Gada enthusiastically strolled around the stalls in the plaza, but to no avail. Only then did Gada leave the Ice Sword Plaza. Once they reached a secluded spot, Flora quickly stored the magical fruit tree sapling in her little space. Then, she frowned slightly and muttered, "Mage, it's almost full." Flora's little space, like Flora herself, was quite tiny. However, she usually only used it to store seeds, magical plants, and other small items, which was generally enough. The main reason for their current predicament is the release of Gaudy's Breath of the Wild. "I'm sorry to have burdened Lady Flora," Gaudy apologized. Flora has suffered quite a bit following him. This is the second time she's been controlled by someone. "Just plant Yugathera," Flora comforted Gaudy. "Difficult?" Gaudy frowned. "Currently, escaping Loich and Catherine remains a problem. Although he has secretly released the bindings of the forbidden ice needles, Gaudy dares not run away unless he finds a way to counter Loich's tracking ability. He'll be caught sooner or later." In the heart of Phoenix, in front of a luxurious building, Loich stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, a very young woman with distinct snow-filled rosy cheeks opened the door, looking at the two with a questioning gaze. "Who are you?" "An old friend from the snowfield has come to visit Elder Grant. Please inform him," Catherine said, not revealing her origins as a guardian of the snowfield. "Please wait here for a moment." The young woman thought for a moment, then trotted back to deliver the message. A moment later, the young woman reappeared at the door. She smiled, opened the door, and gestured invitingly. "Come in, Elder Grant is waiting for you inside." Led by the young woman, the two entered a room that was clearly a reception room, where a composed and solemn old man was already seated. "Elder Grant," Catherine said to the old man, her tone respectful. "Your Excellency," Elder Grant responded. Neither Loich nor Catherine showed any unusual expression at Elder Grant's address. "Elder Grant, I've come here today because I have a favor to ask," Catherine said bluntly after a brief exchange of pleasantries. "Your Excellency, please speak freely. You saved my life, and I will do my utmost in anything I can," Elder Grant replied solemnly. Catherine considered for a moment, then said, "I would like to ask Elder Grant to investigate which members of our sect have recently appeared in the area near the Snowfur clan, and whether there have been any unusual occurrences in that area." Elder Grant was taken aback, then gave Catherine a deep look. Although Catherine hadn't revealed much information, Elder Grant, with his experience, could already glean something from her request. The fact that the Holy Maiden, the guardian of the snowfield, would entrust him with investigating the guardian's whereabouts already spoke volumes. Elder Grant did not immediately grant Catherine's request. The Snowfield Guardians are a powerful force in the Northern Territory. Of course, the Zhanbing tribe is far stronger than the Snowfield Guardians. However, he is, after all, just an elder of the tribe. It would be unwise for his personal actions to drag the tribe into the Snowfield Guardians' internal strife. Catherine sensed Elder Grant's hesitation and wasn't too surprised. She spoke again, "I only need Elder Grant's help to investigate the information. Nothing else will involve you, much less this Zhanbing tribe. Moreover, you can conduct your investigation under any other pretext." Catherine paused, then said meaningfully, "I've heard that this Zhanbing tribe is currently searching for a specific person. I seem to have discovered some trace of that person near the Snowflake clan." Elder Grant pondered for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, I'll send someone over immediately. This person is crucial to the future of our tribe, even if it's just a rumor. It needs to be verified." A smile appeared on Catherine's face hidden behind her bronze mask. "Then I'll trouble Elder Grant. It's a small matter, and there haven't been any results yet. I dare not take credit." Elder Grant waved his hand and asked again, "Where is your Excellency currently staying?" "Still in the same old place," Catherine replied. "I'll have someone send some golden glow wheat over later. I happen to have some left over from this year's harvest. It's better to be lucky than early." "You're in for a treat this time." Catherine didn't refuse Elder Grant's kindness and exclaimed sincerely. Clearly, the golden glow wheat Elder Grant mentioned was a rare treasure for Catherine as well. Leaving Elder Grant's residence, Catherine and Loich slightly separated, walking one after the other towards their temporary lodgings in Phoenix. Every goose leaves a trace. Even if the mastermind is elusive and acts alone, they will always leave some clues. With his Zhanbing tribe's influence in the north, if they're willing to help, finding these clues is highly probable, Loich said softly. Catherine nodded slightly, remained silent for a while, and then said softly, "Who in the sect do you think is behind this?" Loich frowned, thought for a long time, and then cautiously uttered a name. "Could it be Priest Norman?" "Why do you think it's him?" "With Priest Norman's seniority, he should have been promoted to bishop long ago, but because of that incident years ago, Inquisitor Ryan has been suppressing Priest Norman, preventing him from being promoted. Even the hunters who were once under his command have been promoted to bishop, while he remains a priest. Everyone knows he harbors resentment towards Inquisitor Ryan, but a few years ago, he suddenly changed his ways, becoming much more reserved. Everyone assumed he had come to his senses, but now it seems, that's somewhat possible," Catherine said softly, "but have you considered that, given his position, it's unlikely he would have taken this far?" Loich was taken aback. "Even if he was involved, he's most likely just an executor," Catherine concluded. "Even the Norman priests are merely executors, so how high must the status of the person behind it all be?" Loich's mouth gaped open, incredulous at Catherine's assessment. "If it weren't for us, the Barrack Guardians would have taken the blame for them. To be able to do this so quickly and easily. Their abilities and courage far surpass those of ordinary people," Catherine said coldly. When the two returned to their residence, God had already returned from strolling around the Ice Sword Plaza. Of course, even if God wasn't there, the two wouldn't say much. With the forbidden ice needles, they hadn't restricted God's movements too much. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Loich opened the door and saw it was someone sent by Elder Grant, holding a ceramic jar. "Elder Grant asked me to bring this to you too." Inside the jar was the golden radiance wheat that Elder Grant had mentioned. "Thank you for your trouble," Loich said, taking the jar and thanking the person. He closed the door, carrying the earthenware jar, and called out to Gouda, who was still in his room, "There's something good here, come and try it." "Gouda," Hearing Loichi's invitation, got up and went into the courtyard. Loichi lifted the lid of the jar, and a rich aroma of wheat wafted out, making Loichi squint his eyes and inhale the fragrance with relish. This so-called golden radiance wheat is actually a type of barley. However, the ears of golden radiance wheat are fuller than ordinary wheat, and the whole thing has a golden hue, as if it's wrapped in gold. Loichi grabbed a handful of golden radiance wheat from the jar, rubbed it in his palm, and the hard outer shell came off easily, revealing the golden grains inside. He popped a handful of grains into his mouth like a snack and began to chew with relish. Seeing Gouda's surprised look, Luoyiki didn't mind and explained to Gouda, golden radiance wheat is a specialty product that only this Hanbing tribe cultivates in small quantities. This stuff is a real treasure. Not only is it filling, but it also absorbs a lot of sunlight, and eating it can ward off the cold. Eating it raw is the best way to eat it, the flavor is superb, and it retains its nutritional value to the greatest extent. If you grind it into powder and process it into bread like you do outside, much of the heat contained in the golden radiance wheat will dissipate during the process, and its warming effect will be greatly reduced. Try it if you don't believe me. Saying this, he gestured for Gouda to try this magical wheat and how to eat it. Gouda, somewhat skeptical, grabbed a small handful of golden radiance wheat and, mimicking Loichi's earlier actions, gently rubbed it in his palm. Then, the husk peeled off easily, revealing the wheat grains inside. He discarded the husks and stuffed a handful of grains into his mouth, chewing them gently. The texture wasn't as hard as he had expected. This golden radiance wheat was as if it had been carefully roasted. Even eaten raw, it was crisp and fragrant, with a subtle sweetness and a unique aroma. Moreover, it contained a warm current that instantly spread throughout his body as he swallowed it, dispelling the cold. Gouda looked at the golden wheat grains in the earthenware jar, his eyes lighting up. "Could I have some wheat seeds?" he asked tentatively. "You're not planning to take the golden radiance wheat back to plant, are you?" Loich, seeing Gouda's posture, immediately guessed his intention. "You should give up on that idea as soon as possible." He shook his head, decisively advising, "It's not that no one has tried your idea, but everyone who has attempted to grow golden radiance barley has failed. This barley can only grow in the permafrost tundra, is that so?" Gouda raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to believe. "Yes, it must be that the land in our north contains some kind of quality that the outside world doesn't have, and this quality is precisely the substance essential for the growth of golden radiance barley," Loich guessed. "Therefore, golden radiance barley has never existed outside the north, and no one has ever been able to grow it successfully on land outside the north." Loich spread his hands, helplessly saying, "And golden radiance barley, as a type of barley that can only grow in the north, is just as delicate as the barley varieties outside. It only germinates at temperatures above 2 degrees Celsius, and flowering requires temperatures above 10 degrees Celsius. It cannot withstand the slightest cold. Only this Hanbing tribe possesses a small, special volcanic area with high temperatures, meeting the conditions for golden radiance wheat to grow, allowing them to produce a certain amount of golden radiance wheat each year." Upon hearing this, Gouda thought for a moment, but still insisted, "If possible, I'd like to give it a try." Seeing Gouda's insistence, Loich hesitated for a moment, then turned his gaze to Catherine, who had remained silent. The latter nodded slightly. "Since you don't believe in superstitions, then go ahead and try it," Loich replied after Catherine nodded. "Thank you." Gouda thanked him, then grabbed another handful of golden wheat from the earthenware jar, took out a small cloth bag from his bosom, and carefully placed the golden wheat inside. Catherine glanced at Gouda's actions, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes behind her mask. She assumed Gouda was stubborn and didn't believe Loich's words. Of course, that wasn't the case. Gouda's insistence was entirely due to his other ideas. Golden wheat could only grow in the northern lands, and it was not cold resistant, so it could only be planted and produced in special terrains like volcanic lands. Volcanic lands were rare, and even if one came across them, they were most likely occupied by large tribes, not available to Gouda. But Gouda possessed a weapon that completely outclassed volcanic lands. He had a cold-resistant barley seed that could only germinate and grow in temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius. This cold-resistant barley variety, combined with a golden radiance barley, which thrives only in the northern lands and absorbs sunlight for its exceptional flavor, wouldn't it be a near-perfect northern crop if its advantages were combined? Of course, such a combination is not simple. Even the people of this world wouldn't entertain such a thought. But for Gouda, it wasn't entirely unfounded. After all, His initial plan was to ensure his unique competitive advantage through hybridization. And wasn't this Golden Radiance barley an excellent parent variety for hybrid barley? With a Golden Radiance barley seeds in hand, his only remaining challenge was how to cultivate a crop of Golden Radiance barley as a parent variety. Chapter 256 Intrigue and Trap. However, that was a question for later consideration. Gotta put away the handful of golden wheat simply as a precaution. Then, he took a few more grains from the earthenware jar, rubbed off the husks, and very naturally and effortlessly fed them to Flora's mouth. Flora sniffed the wheat, her nostrils flaring slightly, before opening her mouth with relief, allowing Gotta to feed her. After chewing a couple of times, Flora immediately smiled, her large eyes crinkling with pleasure. The taste of the golden wheat clearly suited her palate. Meanwhile, Lurk and Catherine were chatting. Their topic was the matter of instructing Elder Grant earlier that day. The two didn't hide it from Gouda. Perhaps they felt it wouldn't matter if he overheard, or perhaps there was something else at play? Even with Elder Grant's power, it would certainly take him at least half a month to thoroughly investigate this matter and find useful information, Catherine said casually, rubbing the golden wheat in her hands as she spoke to Lurk. What can we do during this time? Just wait around, Lurk scratched his head and asked. Not good. Two hunters like us, staying in Phoenix for so long for no reason. If the person behind it all has spies there, they'll easily notice our unusual behavior, Catherine said decisively. Let's take on 1 or 2 bounty missions posted in Phoenix, she thought for a moment and decided. The hunters in the cult often come to Phoenix to take on bounty missions to earn some extra money when they're not on missions. It's perfectly reasonable. Bounty missions. Hearing this term, God's attention was drawn, and he couldn't help but interject. Catherine glanced sideways at Gouda, seemingly unconcerned by his interruption, and even offered her usual indifferent explanation. Phoenix is the only place in the north that can truly be called a city. Since it's a city, naturally, there will be illegal and criminal activities. Phoenix itself doesn't have a strictly defined law enforcement team. When these illegal and criminal activities occur, it's usually this Hanbing tribe that sends hunters to arrest and punish the perpetrators. Gouda nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, a place that can't even afford to support professional soldiers wouldn't have the financial resources to support a law enforcement team, Catherine continued, but the discovery of these actions is always delayed. If they encounter cunning individuals, they might have already escaped Phoenix before the Hanbing tribe even notices. The Hanbing tribe naturally won't allow these people to go unpunished. After all, if this happens too often, Phoenix's authority will be lost. However, tracking these people across the vast snowfield is extremely time-consuming. So, to save manpower and improve efficiency, Phoenix issues bounty missions to hunt down these fugitives. Anyone can accept bounty missions and exchange the heads of these fugitives for the reward. The so-called bounty is usually ice marrow. Ice marrow has always been the most widely accepted currency in the Northern Territory. I see, Gouda said, suddenly understanding. However, as things stand now, bounty missions are no longer limited to hunting down fugitives, Lurk added at the opportune moment. All sorts of bizarre requirements appear in bounty missions. This is essentially the mission hall, as Gouda indicated, quite familiar with it. And this is precisely the domain of the Snowfield Guardians, the hunters. No wonder Catherine said the sex hunters often came here to earn extra money. They were putting their skills to good use. I'll go pick up a suitable bounty mission later, Lurk volunteered. Catherine nodded slightly. The next few days, Gouda's life became unusually peaceful. Lurk and Catherine accepted a bounty mission and busied themselves with it in a seemingly serious manner, as if they were genuinely in Phoenix to earn extra money. As for Gouda, who was affected by the forbidden ice needles, they confidently left him in Phoenix without much supervision. Firstly, they trusted the forbidden ice needles, and secondly, after spending these days together, they believed Gouda was a smart man and wouldn't make an unwise decision. With the two not home, Gouda didn't just sit idly by. He resumed his cultivation of the Azure Wood Longevity Sutra, while taking Flora for a leisurely stroll through the streets and alleys of Phoenix. However, the lucky break he had on the first day was ultimately an isolated incident. In the following days, he didn't encounter any more such good fortune. After all, even though the people of the North were less cultured, they still had basic discernment and rarely mistook magical plants for worthless weeds. The main reason that magical plant was hidden in the dust was that it was still in its seedling stage and had already withered, losing its divine power. But in reality, only his life remained peaceful. In these days, Many waves had quietly begun to rise. Snowfield Guardians, headquarters. Sir, it has been confirmed that the people investigating us are from the Zhenbing tribe, a slightly aged voice rang out from the shadows. The Zhenbing tribe, another voice, full of vigor, replied. The Zhenbing tribe has never had much to do with our sect, so why are you suddenly investigating us? The owner of the voice paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, has anyone from the sect been in Phoenix recently? My lord, that's what I thought too, so I investigated and found that only 2 people from the sect have been in Phoenix recently. Which 2? The Saintess and Lurk, them. Do you know why the Saintess was in Phoenix? According to intelligence, the 2 of them accepted a bounty mission in Phoenix and are currently on a mission, the aged voice reported. Bounty mission? Another voice paused for a moment, seemingly pondering. No, something's wrong, forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean? According to information from the lower branches, someone claimed to have been commissioned by Barak to deliver a message, but that person discovered something and fled overnight. The Holy Maiden happened to be nearby at the time and took on the task. In that case, their current mission should be tracking this person. Why would they be doing a bounty mission in Phoenix? And right after they appeared in Phoenix, the Zhenbing tribe inexplicably sent people to investigate us. What a coincidence. Does your excellency mean that the Holy Maiden discovered something? The aged voice hesitated. Although we passed the matter to Barak and wiped out the Snowflake clan, destroying all evidence, it's not foolproof. There are still many magical methods that can uncover some clues. The Holy Maiden happens to possess some such strange methods, the mage addressed as your excellency said coldly. We can't afford to take any chances. If our actions are discovered, we'll have nowhere to hide in the sect. Let's strike first. This is the Holy Maiden. The aged voice paused, clearly understanding the implication, and blurted out instinctively. What's a Holy Maiden to me? Just replace her if she dies. The sir remained indifferent. However, striking directly isn't good either. It'll easily leave traces. Let's use a borrowed knife to kill her. A borrowed knife. A borrowed knife from this Zhenbing tribe? A soft murmur of instructions rang out. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Bipolar Reversal. The sounds in the room continued for a long time before gradually returning to deathly silence. For the mastermind behind everything, dealing with a hunter wasn't a major problem. The only difficulty was that the hunter was a saintess, a highly regarded rising star within the sect. This meant that if something happened to her, it wouldn't be easily dismissed like Barak's situation, and it would attract attention. Therefore, this matter had to be handled flawlessly. This was a little troublesome, but only a little. Catherine walked along Phoenix's main street. The streets were bustling with people. This was a unique scene in the north. But she knew that this liveliness was only relative to the north. In the outside world, Phoenix was just an insignificant little city, and its so-called prosperity was merely a trivial spectacle. It was said that in the big cities outside, during festivals, the streets would be filled with people dressed in festive attire, parading around various floats. Roads several times wider than Phoenix's would be packed with enthusiastic people. Leading the floats would be bands playing music and clowns on stilts with big noses. As the floats passed, ribbons fluttered and laughter filled the air. Children lined both sides of the street to watch. Then, people on the floats would scatter handfuls of candy, causing the children to scramble for it. Candy? That was such a rare thing. Even she had only heard of it, never seen it with her own eyes. The thought filled Catherine, born in the north and never having left, with a sense of longing. What would such a bustling and prosperous scene be like? However, Catherine's longing wasn't for the outside world. She longed to see such a magnificent sight in the north in her lifetime. Although she knew perfectly well that it was almost impossible. In all the years of the North's history, only Phoenix had ever existed. To witness such drastic changes in the North within a relatively short lifespan compared to its history would require a miracle. Lost in thought, Catherine headed towards the bounty posting and acceptance area. After nearly a week, their next bounty mission, intended as a cover, was complete. Now, she just needed to settle the accounts. However, she was stopped halfway by a hurried man. She quickly recognized him as the servant she'd met with Elder Grant a few days prior. "What's wrong?" Catherine asked, puzzled. "Elder Grant has found some useful information and asked me to inform you to come immediately." He seems very anxious. I went to your residence to call you, but you weren't there. I searched the streets for a long time, and thankfully, I found you, the servant said, panting slightly. I see. Catherine's attention was immediately drawn to the useful information the servant had mentioned. Of course, she also noticed the servant's nervousness. However, she didn't pay much attention, simply assuming it was the other party's nervousness towards the high-ringed ice-blooded mage and the panic at not being able to find anyone to deliver the message. Then I'll hurry over, don't delay things, Catherine said. Upon hearing this, the servant immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly stopped Catherine, who was about to leave on her own, saying, Elder Grant is waiting for you in another private residence. Please follow me, I'll lead the way. Oh, all right, then lead the way quickly. Catherine didn't think much of it. After all, Elder Grant's residence was located in the heart of Phoenix, and his comings and goings were somewhat conspicuous, so it was reasonable to discuss matters in a more private place. Led by the servant, Catherine turned into a small alley next to the main road, then twisted and turned among buildings of various sizes. Elder Grant actually has a private residence in a place like this, Catherine said, looking at the increasingly narrow alley, slightly surprised. A private residence must be hidden quite well, the servant paused slightly, then explained cautiously. Catherine frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Phoenix was, after all, just a small town, and by then, the two had arrived at their destination. It was a house tucked away in a dark alley, built of gray stone with a door made of animal bones and hides. Catherine glanced around but didn't find anything unusual. Elder Grant is waiting for you inside. Having arrived, Catherine temporarily set aside her doubts, lifted the curtain, and went inside. The servant didn't follow, waiting outside. This was normal. Their upcoming conversation involved some confidential matters, and servants were not fit to eavesdrop. The house wasn't large, and after entering, Catherine glanced around but didn't see anyone. She frowned slightly, walked inside, and lifted the animal hide curtain of the inner room, preparing to enter. But the moment she lifted the curtain, Catherine's nose twitched, and her brows instantly furrowed. Her keen hunter's senses detected an unusual stench of blood. Catherine's heart tightened, and she reacted swiftly. Something's wrong, but just as she realized the anomaly and prepared to leave immediately, she heard hurried, chaotic footsteps and a shout outside. It's here. I heard some strange noises in the night, then smelled blood. I mustered my courage and peeked out, and sure enough, something was wrong. The next moment, a deafening explosion rang out. One wall of the house, along with the main door, was brutally blasted open. A group of iceborn mages wearing armor bearing the emblem of this Handing tribe rushed out from behind the collapsed wall, instantly surrounding Catherine. Catherine had already fully lifted the animal hide curtain of the inner room and could see the scene inside. There were 7 or 8 corpses, also wearing Handing tribe armor, lying inside. The corpses were still fresh, seemingly having died no more than a day ago. By now, Catherine knew she had fallen into a meticulously crafted and terrifying trap. Elder Grant's servant had lowered her guard, making her fall for his scheme so easily. Now that things had progressed this far, Catherine wasn't foolish enough to claim she'd been lured there and had only just arrived, demanding to find the servant to prove her innocence. A carefully laid trap wouldn't leave such a flaw. The person behind it all had many ways to erase the servant's traces, whether by silencing him or establishing an alibi. The evidence was now firmly pinned on her, leaving her no room to defend herself. The question was, who had done it? And what should she do now? Although Catherine was burning with rage, her mind remained remarkably calm. Frankly, with her strength, she could easily kill all the surrounding iceborn mages of this Handing tribe in a short time and escape Phoenix before this Handing tribe could react. However, if she did that, whether she killed these people or not would become irrelevant. As the saintess of the Snowfield Guardians, bearing such a crime wouldn't just be a personal matter, it could even escalate into conflict and war between this Handing tribe and the sect not resisting at least offered a chance to prove her innocence. In an instant, Catherine made the wisest decision, her heart growing colder. She was certain that since they had set such a trap, they must have anticipated her reaction, and there was a high probability of further arrangements. This time, proving her innocence would clearly not be easy. The only saving grace was that she wasn't with Loich. Otherwise, if they were both framed, they would be utterly helpless. Take her away and bring her back, the leader of the group of iceborn mages commanded. Catherine lowered her head. Having made her decision, she had no intention of changing it. She simply began to ponder another question: who did it? As soon as she started thinking about this problem, many clear clues emerged in her mind. Catherine didn't believe she had offended anyone. If she had, it was only related to her current actions. Therefore, it must be the mastermind behind Barrick's affair, the one practicing forbidden necromancy. The fact that this mastermind could set up such a trap in Phoenix in just 1 week meant their status far exceeded anything she had initially imagined. More importantly, she had clearly created the illusion of earning extra money in Phoenix, yet this person still used such methods to frame her. Clearly, this mastermind had determined her true purpose. How could they get to the heart of the matter so quickly? There must have been clear intelligence guiding them. The only flaw lies in the request for help sent by the branch's priest after Gauda's appearance. From this message, we know I should be tracking Gauda, not in Phoenix. However, given my status, the security level of this mission would be raised. There should be no more than 3 people in the entire sect authorized to know I'm in charge of this mission. So theoretically, this flaw doesn't exist. Wait, the next instant, Catherine suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be, the mastermind is among those 3? How could that be? The thought sent a shiver down Catherine's spine, and she instinctively shook her head. Practicing forbidden necromancy is tantamount to apostasy. And those 3 are the actual rulers of the sect. In other words, would a king betray his country? While Catherine pondered, the iceborn mages of this Handing tribe stepped forward and took out shackles. I'll go with you, no need for the shackles, Catherine said, raising her head to the leading iceborn mage. I'm a hunter of the Snowfield Guardians. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Someone is framing me. I will find evidence to prove my innocence. The leading iceborn mage hesitated for a moment, then nodded to his subordinates. The man put away the shackles. Let's go, Catherine said to the iceborn mages of the True Ice tribe. When Gaunt returned to the house where he had stayed for a week, he found Loich, who had been busy with bounty missions all week, was also there. Finished with the mission? Where's Catherine? He asked casually as he closed the door. The usually easygoing Loich didn't respond today. He turned around and saw that Loich's expression was unusually serious, with anxiety, frustration, and suppressed anger in his eyes. God was taken aback. Then, remembering that he hadn't seen Catherine, he immediately guessed what was going on. Something happened to Catherine. Only then did Loich nod, replying in a low voice, "Yes, what happened? What's wrong?" God was surprised. Although he didn't know Catherine's exact mage level, he could tell she was a tough opponent. How could something have happened to her so easily? She was framed. Since the conversation had started, Loich, feeling frustrated, simply poured out his grievances. Someone killed a group of iceborn mages from this Handing tribe escorting their prey back to Phoenix, stole the frost giant lizard hatchlings containing diluted dragon blood they brought back, and framed Catherine for it. Now she's been taken back by this Handing tribe's mages. It must be that the mastermind within the sect discovered we were investigating him, so they used this method to frame Catherine. Good heavens, this was a complete reversal. Catherine, who had been forcibly taken to Phoenix, was now experiencing the feeling of being restricted in her freedom. God's heart tightened, but he didn't feel any schadenfreude. Because in this matter, he, Loich, and Catherine were in a relationship of shared fate, where one's fate was tied to the other's. While he was annoyed that the 2 had forced him to come to Phoenix, it was indeed highly likely that the mastermind behind it all, as Catherine had said, would kill him to silence him. This mastermind was powerful enough to even implicate Catherine. Killing a newly promoted mage like him would be effortless for them. Aren't you close to Elder Grant? Can't you ask him for help? God asked hastily. Hearing God's words, Loich's face darkened further. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "As soon as I heard about Catherine's accident, I went to Elder Grant. He refused to help." Seeing Loich's expression, God knew it wouldn't end well. It's not that he refused, it's just that he's struggling to protect himself right now and can't help us. Loich looked utterly frustrated. They're barely able to take care of themselves. What do you mean? Just 2 days ago, the golden radiance wheat seedlings in this Handing tribe started having problems. One by one, they inexplicably lost their vitality and withered, but we just can't figure out what the problem is. Grant is in charge of golden radiance wheat cultivation in this Handing tribe, and golden radiance wheat is an extremely important and valuable crop for this Handing tribe. If the problem with the golden radiance wheat isn't resolved soon, his time as elder will be up. At this critical juncture, he really doesn't have time to worry about our affairs. Chapter 258 Volcanic Land. The golden glow wheat has run into trouble, Gauda mused, as if he had thought of something. After a moment, he suddenly said softly, when Catherine was in trouble, Elder Grant, the only one who could help, also had trouble with the golden glow wheat he was in charge of, leaving him unable to take care of himself. Is it really that much of a coincidence? Losh, preoccupied and not thinking things through, paused for a moment upon hearing this. He quickly grasped Gauda's implication. You mean, this is also part of a conspiracy? What do you think? Gauda didn't offer his own opinion but instead asked in return. Losh fell into deep thought, then looked up at Gauda and said, it is indeed too much of a coincidence. One accident is understandable, but multiple accidents happening at the same time must mean there's some factor at play behind it all. However, Gauda thought for a moment, then added, you are, after all, high-ranking hunters of the Snowfield Guardians. Don't the Snowfield Guardians have any face in Phoenix? They just kidnapped Catherine like that. This was something Gauda was very curious about. According to Barrick, the Snowfield Guardians are one of the oldest sects in the north, existing for countless years. Furthermore, over these many years, the sect's guardians have upheld the doctrine of protecting the snowfields, which can be considered acts of charity. Logically, the Snowfield Guardians should be quite prestigious in the north and hold considerable influence among its people. The Xianbing tribe is one of the few tribes in the north that doesn't need to give the Snowfield Guardians much face. Besides, they've lived in Phoenix for a long time, and the sect's guardians have hardly had any contact with them. The guardians protect tribes already on the verge of collapse, or those in the north whose tribes have been destroyed and are now on the verge of extinction. Clearly, this has little to do with this Xianbing tribe. Moreover, the crime of murdering a tribal ice-blooded mage is very serious. Even the hunter status of the Snowfield Guardians is insufficient in the face of such a crime. If, Lurch paused, hesitated for a moment, but continued, if Catherine were willing to reveal her true identity among the Snowfield Guardians, that might be somewhat useful. However, Catherine is clearly unwilling to do so. True identity? God was intrigued. He could naturally tell that Catherine's identity was not simple. Whether it was the bronze mask she wore or Lurch's implicit demeanor of being led by Catherine, it's hard to say. In short, Catherine's identity among the Snowfield Guardians is not simple, but it is precisely because of this identity that she has many more concerns about her actions. Lurch spread his hands, saying helplessly, that's all right. Since Lurch was unwilling to reveal anything, God didn't press further. Since we can't count on your sect for the time being, it seems the only option now is to hope that Elder Grant resolves his own problems as soon as possible, and then he can spare some time to help you. Right, that's right. Lurch was somewhat dejected. Clearly, this state of relying on others and knowing nothing was not what he was used to. Waiting idly is not as good as taking the initiative. God thought for a moment and then said, what do you mean? First, find a way to help Elder Grant solve his problems, God said confidently. While I'm far inferior to you in combat, I'm a professional when it comes to planting. To say he was a professional was a bit of an exaggeration. At most, he had some experience planting herbs at the Seda Herb Garden and had taken a course in magical plant cultivation at the Sears Academy. He was far from being a so-called agricultural expert. But what he said was genuine, not boasting. Although God didn't have extensive agricultural experience and knowledge, he had Lady Flora. When it comes to planting, Flora claims to be number one. Even if Shannon were resurrected, he wouldn't dare disagree, right? After all, one relies on knowledge, the other on instinct. When in doubt, Flora is the go-to person. Really? Lurch looked at God with a mixture of doubt and anticipation. Grant came home very late again today. Mrs. Grant had been waiting all this time. Seeing her husband's exhausted face, she couldn't help but ask with concern, still haven't found the cause of the golden wheat's death? I can't find it, Grant sighed, utterly drained. There are no pests or diseases, the soil, temperature, and water are all normal, but the golden wheat just keeps dying. The roots of these dead golden wheat plants have turned black, and the root system is much thinner than that of normal golden wheat. Some roots even have small, round lumps. Something is definitely wrong, but I just can't find the cause. What about the others? The same goes for them. If I can't find a problem, what can they possibly find? We northerners have never had the habit of farming. I've been in charge of golden wheat cultivation for so many years, so I have some experience to draw on. The others are complete novices, they haven't even grasped the basics. Then what do we do? If we still can't find the problem in another day or two, We'll have to report it upstairs, but once it's reported, you'll be punished, Lady Grant said with concern. Although I will be punished, golden wheat is one of the most important resources for the tribe, and we can't delay, Grant sighed and said helplessly. To be honest, although you've been in charge of golden wheat cultivation for many years and have some experience, you're not a professional. No one taught you, and you've learned everything on your own. Trying to solve such a thorny problem on your own is just making things difficult for yourself. Lady Grant stepped forward and gently massaged her husband's temples, softly comforting him. I think we need to find a master of cultivation. A master? Where will we find one? In our northern territory, finding someone skilled in hunting and herding is easy, but finding someone skilled in cultivation is harder than finding a three-legged snow wolf, Elder Grant said, frustrated and melancholy. Three-legged snow wolves aren't hard to find. Just catch one, break its leg, and you'll get a three-legged one, Mrs. Grant chuckled, then her expression turned serious. Your guests came to see you again today. They came to see me, about a saintess, right? Grant shook his head helplessly. It's not that I'm unwilling to help. After all, if it weren't for the saintess's intervention, I would have lost my life on the snowfield. Grant, am not an ungrateful person. The problem is, if the golden glow wheat issue isn't resolved, I won't even be able to keep my position as elder. How can I help them? No, Mrs. Grant shook her head. They didn't come to ask for your help this time, but rather to ask for your assistance. Assist me. Grant, who had been slumped in his chair, sat up slightly and asked, what do you mean? The hunter Loich brought a stranger with him, claiming that the stranger is an expert in planting and might be able to help you find the problem with the golden glow wheat. Outsiders are skilled in farming. They are far more professional than I am in this area. Hearing his wife's words, Grant's previously listless eyes gradually brightened. But, Mrs. Grant hesitated, looking at her excited husband, before continuing, that outsider seems a bit. She paused for a moment before adding, a bit too young? Young? Elder Grant frowned. Farming clearly requires experience. Could someone so young, even an outsider, really be that much more professional than him? But we've come this far, we can't solve this on our own anyway, so why not give it a try, Mrs. Grant advised again. Elder Grant, though his expectations had diminished considerably, still felt it made sense. We should give it a try. We'll invite them to help tomorrow morning. Mrs. Grant stopped speaking and carefully massaged Elder Grant's temples. The next morning, no rooster crowed. Although many families in Phoenix keep snow pheasants, these snowfield chickens don't seem very diligent and don't have the habit of crowing at dawn. It seems chickens are similar to people. When the temperature drops, they want to stay in bed. Just as Gouda got up, there was a knock at the door. Before he could even move, the even more diligent Loich had already opened it. Standing outside was Elder Grant. Elder, please excuse my early visit. Elder Grant's expression clearly showed some anxiety, but he still managed to control himself. No need to be polite, Elder, please speak freely. Both the timing of the visit and Elder Grant's expression made Loich understand his urgency, so he didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly. This was exactly what Elder Grant wanted to know, and he quickly said, my wife told me that you brought a stranger to visit yesterday, saying he's an expert in agriculture and might be able to help me find the problem with the golden glory wheat. That's right, Loich nodded. Could you please introduce me to this expert? It's only been one night, and another patch of the golden wheat in the field has withered and died. Elder Grant was extremely distressed. Take me to see him. While the two were talking, Gouda quickly dressed, left the room, and arrived at the doorway. He overheard Elder Grant's words and readily answered. You are. Elder Grant's mind went blank for a moment upon seeing Gouda, then his eyes widened. You're that expert? I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I should be able to find the problem with the golden wheat, Gouda said honestly. To be honest, upon seeing Gouda, Elder Grant's hopes had largely vanished. Simply put, Gouda was far too young, and didn't seem to possess any expertise in farming. But since he was already here, and had already made his promise, and besides, he truly had no other choice, he had to try, both morally and logically. Elder Grant, no longer pondering, said, then follow me. The two left their home, locked the door, and followed Elder Grant through the city towards Mount Wescal. Phoenix was built against Mount Wescal. The majestic Mount Wescal shielded Phoenix from the biting winds from behind. Behind Mount Wescal, however, lay a smaller volcano. It was completely obscured by the majestic Mount Wescal and not visible from the front. This smaller volcano was called Mount Castella, a long-dormant extinct volcano. Due to its long dormancy, the volcanic ash and lava in the surrounding soil had stabilized, making the land exceptionally fertile. In fact, extinct volcano regions have always been extremely suitable for agriculture. This wasn't just true in the north. Even in God's previous life, cases of developing agriculture around extinct volcanoes were not uncommon. Famous examples include Pompeii in Italy and Bali in Indonesia. However, the significance of volcanic soil in the north goes far beyond this. For the people of the north, it can even be considered a crucial strategic resource. The north's harsh climate, characterized by extreme cold, makes it impossible to grow conventional crops. Only on volcanic soil can various food crops miraculously thrive. Volcanic soil typically contains abundant minerals, including potassium, calcium, and magnesium, which are highly beneficial for plant growth. Furthermore, volcanic soil has excellent water retention and aeration, also important for crop growth. Most importantly, due to its proximity to volcanoes, the surrounding temperature is not the extreme cold common in the north, but rather a rare above freezing temperature. This fulfills the basic conditions for crop growth, making this volcanic soil Phoenix's only granary. Following Elder Grant, Goddard left Phoenix and traveled along the mountain road of the Wescal Mountains. After rounding a bend, Goddard could clearly feel the temperature warming up considerably. The air was filled with a warm and humid atmosphere, a stark contrast to the cold and dry conditions typical of the north. Mount Castella and the volcanic soil lay ahead. The scene before me was breathtaking. Mount Castella stood silently, long dormant, its magma nearly depleted and now still, no longer bubbling and churning, yet still shimmering with firelight and billowing, reddish smoke. In the predominantly white northern landscape, it stood out starkly, like a burning heart embedded in the heart of the snowfield. Under the sunlight, the flames and smoke from the crater intertwined, creating a magnificent spectacle. Surrounding the Castella crater were volcanic soils. The color of these soils contrasted sharply with the surrounding snow-covered plains. The deep brown soil, rich in volcanic ash, had a slightly glossy surface, a sign of fertility. Among the cultivated volcanic lands, many lush green wheat seedlings, tinged with gold, were planted, golden wheat seedlings. Bathed in sunlight, these seedlings shone with a golden hue. The golden section shimmered with a dazzling light, but large patches of wheat seedlings looked wilted and listless. 7 or 8 members of this Henbing tribe were moving back and forth in the field, checking the condition of the golden wheat seedlings. Upon Elder Grant's arrival, 2 armored Henbing tribesmen, Iceborn, came forward to greet him. Elder, such an important place was naturally guarded by Iceborn. Elder Grant had no time for pleasantries. He simply nodded to the 2 men and then led God and Loich into the field. The 2 Iceborn didn't mind, but they glanced at God, clearly an outsider, with slight surprise, wondering why Elder Grant would bring a stranger to such a vital part of the tribe. Having arrived, Elder Grant seemed even more eager and impatient, his pace quickening unconsciously. God also took it seriously, following closely behind. Soon, they crossed a crisscrossing field paths and arrived at one of the plots of land. "This is the field where the wheat seedlings were first found to have withered," Elder Grant said. Chapter 259 The Generous Lady Flora. Following Elder Grant's gaze, God frowned at the sight before him. What should have been a lush, vibrant field of golden wheat was now desolate. Few golden wheat seedlings remained. Most had withered and been carefully pulled up to prevent them from harming the healthy ones. Of the few remaining seedlings, some were visibly wilted, their leaves losing their vibrant green, turning a shriveled yellow, as if they might collapse at any moment. These surviving seedlings swayed in the breeze, appearing exceptionally fragile and nearing their end. "These seedlings were fine when I checked them yesterday, and in just one night, they've become like this," Elder Grant said, pointing to the wilted seedlings with a worried frown. "If this isn't addressed, all the golden wheat will be destroyed." With that, Elder Grant turned his gaze to Gouda. "How do you need our cooperation?" God smiled and said, "No need." Then, he lightly patted his pocket. The next moment, Flora flapped her wings and flew out. Loich had seen Flora before and didn't react much, but Elder Grant was seeing her for the first time, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "This is a magical pet I obtained through summoning a magical pet, skilled in planting," God introduced. "With her, we will definitely be able to find out the reason why the golden wheat withered." This was both an introduction and a statement. It was to prevent others from seeing Flora's methods and having designs on her. Flora was summoned through summoning a magical pet, so naturally, she couldn't be taken by force. Hearing God's introduction, Lady Flora unconsciously puffed out her chest with pride. My turn. But the other two didn't give Flora any face. Lurk hadn't expected that God would rely on Flora, and was shocked and skeptical. A magical pet, even Lurk was skeptical, so Elder Grant was even less likely to believe it easily. He glanced down at Flora, who was no bigger than a fingertip, and his face immediately showed disappointment. He waved his hands repeatedly. Such an important matter cannot be taken lightly. What problem can a magical pet solve? Elder Grant had never heard of a magical pet that could farm. Before he finished speaking, he noticed that the little figure, who had been fluttering its wings and looking quite cheerful in the air, suddenly widened its eyes and glared at him fiercely, its gaze sharp as lightning. Dare to question Lady Flora's expertise? Lady Flora will remember this grudge. The little figure didn't say a word, but God understood her displeasure. Elder, don't be impatient, God said to Elder Grant, who was momentarily stunned by Lady Flora's glare. Since I dared to make such a bold statement, it's not to show off or tease you. My magical pet is indeed exceptionally capable. Just wait and see. Alright, then we'll see how you perform. Don't try to fool me. Seeing God's confident demeanor, Elder Grant believed him somewhat and immediately concealed his disappointment. Of course not, God readily agreed. Then, he lowered his gaze to Flora, cupped his fists to her, and said, I entrust this to Lady Flora. Flora snorted, puffed out her chest again, and flew towards the wheat field. Elder Grant found this scene quite novel. It was said to be a magical pet, but Flora looked like a miniature person, which was one thing, but God, as her master, was now speaking to her so earnestly, addressing her as lady. It was truly a strange thing. Meanwhile, as Elder Grant watched in astonishment, Flora had already landed on one of the wilted wheat seedlings. Then, like a diligent little bee, she began busily moving about. She would examine the leaves, carefully scrutinizing the color and texture of each leaf, searching for any abnormalities. Then she would circle the wheat stalks, examining the roots and stems closely. Then she would land on the ground, gently digging up a small patch of soil with her fingers, as if inspecting something. This display visibly focused Elder Grant, who seemed to be beginning to believe in Flora's expertise. God, meanwhile, watched Flora with narrowed eyes, waiting for her to finish. About 15 minutes later, Flora fluttered her small wings, left the wheat field, and flew lightly towards God. She landed directly on God's shoulder, then sat down steadily, swinging her legs and making soft sounds that Elder Grant couldn't understand. God listened intently, nodding occasionally. Finally, he looked up at Elder Grant and Lurk, who were watching expectantly. How is it? Lurk couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with urgency and anticipation. God smiled. I found the problem, that's it. Elder Grant was still somewhat incredulous, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, but more so with hope. After all, the problem with the golden glow wheat had troubled him for a long time, and now that there was a sudden turn of events, he felt both surprised and excited. It's done, God answered confidently. Flora, sitting on God's shoulder, glanced sideways at the astonished Elder Grant, crossed her arms, and tilted her head. What's the problem? Elder Grant pressed. God stepped forward, came to a withered golden glow wheat stalk, bent down, and uprooted it. He casually shook off the soil from the roots, then snapped his fingers, and flames immediately ignited on the stalk. Sparks fell, the flames burned rapidly, hissing, and the golden wheat stalk was quickly reduced to ash, settling in Goddard's palm. He gently blew away the ash, then held out his hand to Elder Grant and Lurk. In Goddard's palm, a dozen tiny white particles stood out, like grains of sand, yet smaller, and gleaming with an unusual sheen. This is why the golden wheat stalk withered, Goddard said gravely. Elder Grant and Lurk leaned closer, examining the white particles closely. Elder Grant frowned and asked, what are these? The corpses of ice nematodes, Goddard explained. Ice nematodes, a type of nematode that likes to gnaw on the roots of barley seedlings. Their activity damages the root structure, preventing the golden glory barley seedlings from absorbing water and nutrients properly, leading to rotting, blackening, and softening of the roots. Furthermore, the irritants they secrete can cause abnormal proliferation of barley root tissue. You might not understand this, but it basically causes noticeable small lumps to form on the roots. Elder Grant listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. It all matches up. This was precisely the detailed condition of those problematic golden glory barley seedlings, something he hadn't mentioned, But now Gada had described it accurately. Lady Flora told me all this, Gada indicated. Elder Grant's gaze unconsciously turned to Flora. The little girl, perched on Gada's shoulder, had turned her head back, staring intently at him. Amazing, Elder Grant looked at Flora, his eyes shining. Flora unconsciously tilted her head back in an arc. Gada smiled slightly, paused, and continued, these ice nematodes are extremely cunning parasites. Not only are they incredibly tiny, only 0.1 to 1 millimeter in length, they are practically invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, their bodies are transparent. They burrow into the roots of the wheat seedlings, mixing with the root sap, making them even harder to observe. Only after cremation do they form these easily observable, sand-like solids. Elder Grant's eyes widened, a look of sudden realization on his face. I see. No wonder we haven't discovered the problem. I also consider the possibility of insect infestation, and we've been searching for external pests, but after thoroughly examining the withered wheat seedlings several times, we haven't found any clear clues. It turns out cremation is necessary to detect them. Gada's expression hardened, and he added, the volcanic soil is already teeming with ice nematode eggs. These eggs will hatch rapidly in the warm, humid environment of the volcanic soil. Once hatched, more ice nematodes will continue to infest the wheat seedlings, creating a vicious cycle. If measures are not taken soon, the entire wheat field will be affected, and the losses will be unimaginable, he warned. Elder Grant, naturally aware of the seriousness of the situation, nodded, adopting a humble and inquisitive posture. Then how can we get rid of these ice nematodes? Actually, once the cause is found, there are many ways to solve them. For example, although these ice nematodes prefer warm and humid conditions, their eggs are extremely sensitive to heat. High temperature treatment is sufficient. However, high temperatures will also damage the golden wheat seedlings. While solving the ice nematode problem, it's a double loss. Elder Grant nodded repeatedly. Indeed, high temperature treatment is effective, but the risks are too great. We cannot take the plunge. To achieve both, the available methods are limited. However, God smiled, continuing to praise Flora. Lady Flora has already found a simple and easy method for you. While I was wandering around Phoenix, I noticed that many people in your area use a plant called neem grass to feed snow pheasants. Take some neem grass, crush it, soak it in water, filter out the residue, and then spray it into the wheat field. There are some special substances in neem grass that are very effective at killing ice nematodes, but they have no negative impact on golden wheat seedlings. In fact, they can even increase the organic matter in this oil to some extent. Well, you don't need to worry about what organic matter is, just anything that's beneficial to golden wheat. Elder Grant's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing this. Neem grass has such an effect. Because it's so bitter and has very little moisture, with a dry texture like withered branches, we've only used it to feed snow pheasants before. We never imagined it would have such a use. Sprinkle the neem grass water today, and tomorrow there shouldn't be any new golden wheat seedlings withering. Some seedlings that were just affected by pests might even recover, God said with a smile. This method sounds simple. I'll try it right away, Elder Grant said impatiently. The problem had been found, and the solution had been given. God and Loich left the place and returned to Phoenix to await Elder Grant's good news. The two returned to their room together. Loich remained preoccupied throughout the journey. He was worried about Catherine's condition and unsure whether God's method would truly work. But now, all he could do was trust Flora. God, on the other hand, smiled broadly. Compared to Loich's anxieties, he had complete faith in Flora's abilities. Thinking of this, he thanked the little figure still perched on his shoulder. Lady Flora has been a great help this time. It's nothing, Flora replied, her face beaming with pride yet feigning indifference. That Elder Grant didn't know Lady Flora's abilities and initially doubted her. Flora, you're too magnanimous to hold a grudge, don't take it to heart, God added. It's true, a petty person doesn't hold a grudge, Flora corrected earnestly, not criticizing God for his earlier praise. It's alright, Lady Flora doesn't hold grudges, Lady Flora is magnanimous, God praised again. Flora was very satisfied. She thought for a moment, then looked up at Gauda's profile and asked a question that had been nagging at her for so long. Mage, why didn't you let me find the problem immediately? With her abilities, she only needed to lightly touch the golden wheat seedling to know what the problem was. But she had just been flying up and down, looking here and there, spending a full quarter of an hour on it, all because Gauda had specifically instructed her to do so. Although Lady Flora obediently did as she was told, She didn't understand why she had to do it this way. Not wanting to be ignorant, she asked questions. Lady Flora was always eager to learn. Gotta thought for a moment and said, "I'll tell Lady Flora a story." Mage, go ahead. In my hometown, there was a young locksmith. Although young, his skills were excellent, so he was ready to graduate. When he graduated, his master told him, "When you're unlocking locks for others, you must take more time and make it look like you're putting in more effort." He didn't understand, but he readily agreed. Soon, his first job came in. A butcher had lost his house key and had to call a locksmith. The agreed price was 2 silver for a free service, which was already cheap. The young locksmith's master charged 3 silver. Then, the young locksmith arrived. He was very skilled. In a flash, he opened the lock in just a few seconds, completely forgetting his master's instructions. But after the lock was opened, the butcher refused to pay. He felt that since you only spent so little time, charging him 2 silver was cheating him. He'd only pay 1 silver at most. The butcher was burly and had a menacing face. The young locksmith didn't dare argue with him and ended up only taking 1 silver before slinking away. Even then, the butcher felt he'd overpaid. Does Lady Flora know why the locksmith master instructed the young locksmith that way? The story ended. Flora fell into thought, not answering Gauda's question. Gauda shook his head, unconcerned. A while later, he heard Flora's voice. Lady Flora is the young locksmith, the mage is the locksmith master, and that old man is the butcher, right? Gauda tilted his head to look at Flora sitting on his shoulders. The little girl was looking up at him. Lady Flora is indeed insightful, he praised. That's right, Flora nodded readily, delighted to hear her mage praise her. Seeing her happy, Gauda was also happy. Chapter 260 Breakthrough. In the golden wheat field of Mount Castella, Elder Grant rubbed his hands together with a beaming smile. The wheat seedlings swayed gently in the breeze, vibrant with life. Another day had passed. Since he had watered the wheat field with neem water as instructed by God yesterday, no new golden wheat seedlings had withered. Even a small portion of the seedlings that had previously shown signs of disease had regained their vitality. If all went well, the problem that had kept him up at night for several days was now solved. Standing beside Elder Grant were God and Loich. Looking at God, a tiny figure sat on his left shoulder, casually swinging his legs, seemingly doing nothing. Thanks to you this time, Elder Grant solemnly thanked God. God smiled and corrected him, not me, butter, amazing. Elder Grant lowered his head, his eyes shining as he looked at Flora. Flora ignored Elder Grant and turned to look at the wheat seedlings in the field. Seeing this, Elder Grant thought for a moment, then cupped his hands in thanks, mimicking God's gesture, and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Flora again, saying, "This time, it's all thanks to Lady Flora's help." This time, Flora finally turned back and responded with a soft hum. Seeing Flora's reaction, Elder Grant felt no displeasure. In fact, he was filled with affection. It's a pity she's a summoned pet, otherwise I would have definitely offered a price to buy Lady Flora from you, Elder Grant remarked. Although it was a casual remark, God's expression turned serious, and he said earnestly, "Elder, you misunderstand. Lady Flora is indeed my magical pet, but that's only her origin, not her status. Lady Flora is my companion, and we are equals." Elder Grant was taken aback upon hearing this, but seeing God's unusually serious expression, he thought for a moment and then apologized. "It was my fault for being rude. Let's discuss your matter in detail at my place." With a pest infestation on golden radiance wheat seedlings resolved, Elder Grant finally had the mind to attend to other matters. "All right." Seeing hope, Loiki was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Elder Grant's willingness to help, while not guaranteeing Catherine's innocence, was currently the only person he could rely on. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to disregard Catherine's wishes and return to the sect to seek help from that person. In Elder Grant's residence, in a room specifically used for receiving guests and conducting business, Gauda habitually glanced at the room's furnishings and found there was no exquisite furniture whatsoever, not even wooden furniture. Even the table was a simple stone table made of gray stone. Even as an elder of this Handing tribe, considered one of Phoenix's higher-ranking members, Elder Grant's mansion was quite simple, even less impressive than that of a small merchant with some assets in Hogan City. There was no other way. The conditions in the north were only so-so. At least it wasn't a simple tent, but a proper building. After sitting down on the stone benches, Elder Grant's servants poured 3 cups of hot water for the 3 of them. Looking at the strange, weed-like plants floating in his cup and the faded yellow liquid, Gata hesitated for a moment, then took a small sip. The taste was surprisingly good, light, yet slightly sweet. Actually, as soon as the Holy Maiden was taken away, I went to inquire about the details, Elder Grant said. Also taking a small sip of his hot drink, Saintess Goddess's heart skipped a beat when she heard Elder Grant address Catherine. So, this was Catherine's true identity? I had only just begun to understand the situation when the volcanic lands were struck, and I couldn't attend to anything else after that, Elder Grant added. Understood. Lurch didn't dwell on that. His immediate priority was to clear Catherine's name and rescue her. He looked at Elder Grant, awaiting further developments. Elder Grant didn't mince words, giving Lurch a detailed account of what he knew, including the cause and effect, explaining every detail. Some time ago, a hunter team from our tribe discovered a young frost giant lizard with diluted dragon blood on the snowfield. You surely know the power and mystique of dragons, so even with only diluted dragon blood, this young lizard's potential and value are immeasurable. Knowing the young lizard's value, after a brief hesitation, the hunter team decided to take the risk. Taking advantage of the frost giant lizard's mother's absence, they captured the young lizard and rushed back to Phoenix overnight. An adult frost giant lizard possesses at least a 3-ring combat strength, and the elite among them can even reach 4-ring strength. This hunter team was also afraid that the mother lizard would discover the young lizard had been abducted and track them down by scent. The adult frost giant lizard's combat strength was far beyond their capabilities, so they immediately released their falcons to send a message back to Phoenix, requesting the tribe to send reinforcements to meet them. However, when the tribe's help arrived according to the agreed-upon route, they couldn't find a trace of the hunter team. If they had been caught and killed by the mother lizard, there would definitely have been some traces, but the tribe's hunters searched for a long time without finding even a trace, as if the hunter team, along with the dragon-blooded baby lizard, had simply vanished into thin air. Undoubtedly, disappearing into thin air is impossible. Something must have happened. Only humans could do something so seamless. This deduction had barely been made when the hunters in Phoenix received a report from their tribesmen that they had seen suspicious figures and noticed something unusual near their homes. When the tribe's hunters arrived according to the report, they found the Saintess and the vanished hunter team, but everyone in the team was already a corpse. As the only living person at the scene, the Saintess is naturally considered the prime suspect, Elder Grant said, spreading his hands helplessly. Suspect? That's utterly unreasonable. Whether the hunter team was killed on the snowfield and their bodies were brought to Phoenix, or they were captured and brought back to Phoenix before being killed, it simply doesn't make sense. Lurch's voice rose involuntarily, unable to control his emotions any longer. The hunter team disappeared on the snowfield, and their bodies were found in Phoenix. What murderer would be foolish enough to deliver the evidence to their doorstep? Did they want to die even faster? Isn't this a blatant frame-up? That's true. Elder Grant naturally understood this as well. He sighed and revealed a deeper reason, but after investigation, all 7 hunters died from your Snowfield Guardian's unique spell, Ice Blade. Ice Blade is not only your Snowfield Guardian's unique spell, but it can even be called one of their signature spells. Outsiders could never possibly master it, so, even if this wasn't Catherine's doing, it must be related to your Snowfield Guardians. Under these circumstances, the tribe will naturally not let your Holy Maiden off easily. Upon hearing this, Lurch's expression changed several times. Whether it's to retrieve the lost dragon-blood lizard or to give the 7 dead hunters an explanation, the tribe will never let the Holy Maiden off easily. Unless your Highness is prepared to reveal your identity, there might be some chance of a turnaround, Elder Grant affirmed. Impossible. Catherine would never reveal her identity. Lurch knew Catherine's personality all too well. He fell into deep thought. After a long while, Lurch suddenly looked up. Could you take me to the scene where the hunter team's bodies were found? Elder Grant frowned slightly, but finally nodded. No problem, in front of a house deep in a small alley in Phoenix. The wall connecting the door to the house had collapsed, and rubble and dust were scattered everywhere, making it look extremely messy. This is the scene. Your Saintess was taken away here, Elder Grant explained to Lurch. Why did Catherine come here? Lurch looked at the dilapidated house, his brow furrowed, utterly puzzled. They had long since strayed from the main street. If Elder Grant hadn't led the way, they would never have ended up here, let alone entered a house. This was something Lurch truly couldn't understand. Unable to figure it out, Lurch temporarily skipped it. He walked through the widened passage created by the collapse. Two members of this Handling tribe were guarding the inner room. However, after Elder Grant stepped forward and said a few words, the two Handling tribe members left the inner room. Elder Grant lifted the animal skin curtain and led Loich and got inside. The room was dimly lit, and a very faint smell of blood filled the air. The bodies of our hunters were found in this room. Based on the condition of the bodies, it can be determined that less than half a day had passed since their deaths. Elder Grant revealed another detail. Clearly, this detail was not good news for Loich. However, he had already suppressed his emotions. The more unfavorable the situation, the more he needed to remain calm. A barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes and nose. As a skilled tracker, Loich was an expert in searching for traces and details. The reason Elder Grant brought him to the scene was to use his abilities to see if he could find any overlooked details, or even crucial evidence. He looked around, carefully observing every corner. In the dust on the ground, Loich found some faint footprints. However, many people had come and gone at this scene, and some footprints didn't provide any information. There are no signs of resistance or fighting. So those 7 hunters probably didn't die here, but died elsewhere first, and then their bodies were dumped here. 7 living corpses. It wouldn't be easy to get them into Phoenix from outside unnoticed. This might be a breakthrough. We can ask the guards at the city gate if they've noticed anything suspicious among those entering the city in the past few days. Loich examined the area, made his judgment, and offered his own idea. You've had an extra interrogation process recently when people enter the city. So you should remember something. What you said makes sense. I'll have someone take care of it. Elder Grant nodded in deep agreement. How many people came here after Catherine was taken away? Loich sniffed and asked again. No, after a thorough inspection of the scene, the tribe sent 2 people to guard this place, and no one has come here since. The strongest smell here is the scent of the 2 guards, along with a slightly fainter smell of blood and a mingled human scent. Judging by the concentration, it's the same group of people, probably those who took Catherine away. That's all normal, but what's abnormal is that besides these smells, there's no other human scent. That's unreasonable. It can't be this clean. At most, it should be faint, but it shouldn't be completely absent, Loich muttered to himself. Unless someone knows your ability and has already taken care of the scents beforehand when setting up the scene, God, who had been listening for a long time, said softly. He had suffered from Loich's ability before and knew exactly how sensitive Loich was to smells. Yes. Both the cause of death of those 7 hunters and the handling of the scene indicate that the real culprit must be from a cult, otherwise they wouldn't understand my methods and know how to counter them, Loichi said slowly, his tone unusually heavy. Given the methods the culprit has shown so far, my earlier suggestion to start by exploiting suspicious circumstances at the city's entrance is likely to fail. Since I can think of this breakthrough point, the culprit must also realize it and have corresponding countermeasures. Gata nodded in deep agreement. Since the culprit could set up such a trap, it was unlikely they would leave any obvious flaws. However, Gata thought for a moment and suddenly said, perhaps there is another breakthrough point. Loichi, who was deep in thought, subconsciously looked up at Gata. Gata smiled slightly and turned his gaze to Elder Grant. How many years has Elder been in charge of the golden wheat cultivation? He asked. 40 or 50 years, I suppose. Elder Grant was taken aback, not understanding the sudden turn of events, but still answered subconsciously. Before this, Jinwei Mai should have never experienced an ice-line insect infestation, right? Although Gauda asked, he already had the answer in his mind. If it had, Elder Grant wouldn't be so clueless this time. It is indeed the first time, Elder Grant nodded. Then, Elder, have you considered how these ice-line insects appeared? And why haven't they appeared before, but suddenly appeared when Catherine encountered this incident? Gauda countered. The two were startled, then both were jolted awake by his words. Seeing that they had grasped the point, Gauda continued, finding a breakthrough from the hunter's death won't be easy. Why not try a different approach, starting with the ice-line insect infestation? I can't say these two events are the work of the same person, but I'm certain they are related. Chapter 261, The Realm of Honesty. This is the irrigation water for the golden wheat seedlings, Elder Grant explained to the two men, pointing to the pool of water in front of Mount Castella. In the north, natural water sources are almost non-existent. Most water is thawed from ice and snow. Only here at Mount Castella can you find a natural pool like this. Elder Grant emphasized this point unconsciously. God and Loich approached the pool. The edge of the pool was covered with a thick layer of moss, a very common sight in the north. This moss was likely a type of green moss, its vibrant green contrasting beautifully with the blue of the pool, creating a color combination extremely rare in the north. The soil around the pool was moist and fertile. The water was crystal clear, and several small fish could even be seen swimming leisurely within it. The source of the pool is groundwater from inside the volcano. This groundwater is filtered through volcanic rock layers, making it exceptionally pure. In theory, there shouldn't be any insect eggs present. Elder Grant pointed to the other side of the pool. There, a thin stream could be seen continuously flowing into the pool. The water still carried a hint of warmth, a stark contrast to the frigid environment of the north. Gotti crouched down, while Flora, perched on his shoulders, carefully observed the pool. Small bubbles could be seen rising from the soil at the pool's edge. These bubbles were signs of an underground heat source. Although Mount Castella had been dormant for a long time, its underground heat source remained highly active, keeping the pool's temperature relatively stable and preventing it from freezing due to the north's temperatures. Flora had finished her observation. This water is indeed very pure, without any ice worm eggs, and it even contains minerals suitable for the growth of golden radiance wheat. Gotti stood up, presenting Flora's conclusion. However, the ice worm eggs in the golden radiance wheat fields definitely came from irrigation water. Lady Flora can confirm this, he added. This was Flora's innate ability, information obtained through communication with plants. Plants don't lie. All the irrigation water for the golden radiance wheat field comes from this pond, without exception. Gotti asked Elder Grant to confirm. Without exception, Elder Grant replied with absolute certainty. Although we don't understand what minerals you're referring to, we've long discovered that irrigating the golden radiance wheat with this water makes it grow better and slightly increases yield. Therefore, we strictly stipulate that we can only use water from here to water the golden radiance wheat. Who is usually responsible for fetching and irrigating the wheat? Gotti frowned, thought for a moment, and then asked. Since there were no ice worm eggs in the pond, but the ice worm eggs in the wheat field clearly came from the irrigation water, the ice worm eggs must have appeared during the process of fetching and irrigating the wheat. Clearly, Elder Grant and Loich had also reached this conclusion. Elder Grant's expression became unusually solemn. He thought carefully for a moment and uttered 3 names. Usually, Ethan, Evan, and Simon are responsible for fetching and watering the plants. They've been working here for almost 10 years, they're very reliable, and they're very familiar with the Golden Radiance mine. Are you sure you haven't missed anyone? Those who aren't responsible for watering but still have access to the pond count too. Gotti nodded and asked again. It wasn't that he didn't trust Elder Grant, but based on experience, in such situations, the answers from ordinary people were always one-sided, omitting some special cases. And often, these special cases were the final answer, because general cases were too easy to investigate. Elder Grant understood God's caution. He thought for a moment and then said, and Thomas, he used to be in charge of the golden wheat planting, but he injured his back and couldn't do the work anymore, so he had to retire. I saw how diligent and responsible he was at work, and I was worried that he wouldn't be able to eat well without this place, so I took him in as a servant. Normally, I come here at least once a day to check on the golden wheat, Elder Grant said, a very responsible man. However, there are times when I'm too busy to leave. Thomas is a servant in my household and has experience planting golden wheat, so in those situations, I'll have Thomas check on the fields for me. A few days ago, I was busy with the tasks your holy maiden had assigned me, so I had Thomas watch over the golden wheat fields for me all day. God and Loich exchanged a glance. The timing was too perfect, it was impossible not to be suspicious. Then we'll have to trouble Elder Grant to call Thomas over. We have a few questions to ask him, Loich said. All right, Elder Grant nodded solemnly in agreement. Thomas was a middle-aged man, not yet old. He appeared somewhat hesitant when summoned. When he saw that besides Elder Grant, there were also 2 outsiders, Loich and God, waiting for him, a hint of unease and tension flashed in his eyes. Before Thomas arrived, Loich cast a spell to prepare for the upcoming questioning. He extended his right index finger, drew a circle in the air, and then pointed it to the ground. With Loich's gesture, magic reverberated in the air. An invisible ripple spread out with a magical energy, covering a spherical area with a radius of 15 feet around him. Second circle enchantment spell, Domain of Honesty. A rare general spell, the spells mastered by these Iceborn were mostly quite different from those of the outside world, spells that God had not learned in his general spell class. God glanced at Loich with slight surprise. This is a spell formula I bought from your out-of-town mage, Lurk casually explained to God. He was an out-of-town mage who wanted to make his fortune in the north. He almost died in the wolf's jaws, but I rescued him and he even followed me for a while. Lurk didn't elaborate further. Domain of Honesty is a utility spell. It has no offensive power and offers no help in combat, but it possesses powerful spell power in interrogation. Within the Domain of Honesty, the recipient cannot intentionally lie. However, the Domain of Honesty has many flaws and is not omnipotent. The most prominent flaw is that the recipient can be aware of its existence, allowing them to actively avoid answering questions that would normally be answered with a lie. They can even be evasive in their answers. As long as they don't stray from the truth, there's no problem. After all, it's only a second circle spell. Of course, in most cases, Domain of Honesty is sufficient. The moment Thomas stepped into the Domain of Honesty, his body stiffened. He had become aware of its presence. Thomas, they have some questions for you. Just cooperate with them and tell the truth, Elder Grant advised. I understand, Elder, I will cooperate, Thomas replied somewhat awkwardly and nervously. Go ahead and ask, Elder Grant said, standing aside with his arms crossed. Lurk didn't mince words, getting straight to the point in front of Elder Grant. Is the pest problem with the Golden Glory wheat related to you? He didn't bother with the details of ice larvae eggs and irrigation water, going straight to the core issue. What? Thomas paused, seemingly not understanding. You only need to answer yes or no, nothing else, Lurk said sharply. No, Thomas shook his head repeatedly, looking flustered, explaining, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Lurk glanced at God and then shook his head. Meaning, the other wasn't lying. Thomas had nothing to do with the pest problem? God frowned, sensing something was amiss. He began to ponder. Soon, God looked up again. Clearly, the mastermind behind it all was a high-ranking member of the Snowfield Guardians. Therefore, this mastermind was intimately familiar with Lurk's abilities, erasing all sense at the scene when framing Catherine to prevent Lurk from tracking him down by smell. Similarly, this mastermind might also know about Lurk's mastery of the Domain of Honesty. So, is it possible that from the very beginning of the insect infestation plan, this mastermind had already considered the Domain of Honesty, and made corresponding arrangements? For example, using a white lie from the start to get Thomas to do something, and Thomas believing it? Within the Domain of Honesty, the recipient cannot intentionally lie. This is the spell's effect, but also its limitation. The Domain of Honesty can only restrict the recipient's subjective act of lying. What if the recipient is also deceived, believing they are telling the truth? Even if it was a lie in reality, as long as he genuinely believed it to be true, he could still pass the judgment of the realm of honesty. 5 days ago, when you were inspecting the golden wheat field on behalf of Elder Grant, did you do anything beyond your duties, good or bad? God stared into Thomas's eyes, carefully choosing his words to ensure there were no loopholes before asking. Lurk, standing nearby, was initially taken aback. Then his expression changed to one of sudden understanding. He glanced at God with slight surprise. He had already guessed God's thoughts from his question and was astonished that God had come up with this so quickly. The moment Thomas heard God's question, his face changed drastically. What constitutes something beyond my duties? Thomas forced himself to remain calm. Answer yes or no, don't change the subject. Elder Grant had also seen the problem, his eyes turning cold. He was a man of sentimentality. It was because of Thomas's years of hard work in the golden wheat field that he had taken him in as a servant after Thomas's injury. The result was that if it weren't for God's intervention, the death of Jinhume would have been a major incident, enough to cause him to fall from his position as elder and ruin his reputation in his later years. The thought of being betrayed like this burned like fire in Elder Grant's heart. Thomas, seeing Elder Grant's cold gaze, instantly shattered his forced composure, tears streaming down his face. Elder, I really didn't do anything. The pest infestation has nothing to do with me. You kindly took me in, and you've been incredibly kind to me all these years. Even if I were heartless, I would never betray you, Elder. You believe me, then answer his question directly. Elder Grant remained unmoved, speaking coldly. No matter how much Thomas said, it was useless. His reaction and attitude at this moment already spoke volumes. Hearing Elder Grant's cold tone, Thomas's face turned ashen. He looked at the young Elder, staring intently at his face, and then nodded desperately. Yes, what did you do? Elder Grant continued to ask. Having already confessed, Thomas decided to go all in and stop hiding anything. I was asked to bring a magical pet into the volcanic field 5 days ago. That's all I did. I really know nothing about the subsequent insect infestation. What magical pet? Elder Grant, uninterested in Thomas's pale explanation, continued. Who asked you to? A toad magical pet, Thomas replied. I don't know who's behind it all. They've been using my family to coerce me, and they only contact me through letters. I can never see them in person. Sure enough, even in this part, the mastermind hadn't left many clues. Goddard thought to himself. Using your family to coerce you? How long has this been going on? Elder Grant asked again. Nearly 10 years. And what about that toad magical pet? Elder Grant's face grew increasingly grim. Anyone would be upset to know they were being targeted like this, with a spy planted in their side for almost 10 years. That person only told me to bring the toad pet into the volcanic field, and I didn't have to do anything else. After I came out, the toad pet left on its own. I have no idea what happened in between, and what was that person's intention in asking me to do this. The matter of Catherine's arrest is related to the other of the two guests Elder Grant received the day before yesterday. Is it related to you? Here, God had already skipped over the insect infestation and jumped directly to the matter of Catherine, which he was more concerned about. Thomas's struggling explanation came to an abrupt halt, as if he had gotten stuck. Seeing his reaction, Lorch's face immediately lit up with joy. Clearly, Thomas, if not a participant, obviously knew some inside information. Finally, a useful clue had been found. I can't say, if I say it, my wife and children will be finished, Thomas suddenly cried out in despair. The next moment, black blood and white foam suddenly began to emerge from his mouth, and then his head tilted to the side, and he collapsed. Chapter 262 Lifting the Imprisonment. Thomas was dead. Elder Grant frowned, knelt down to examine the body, and finally stood up, saying, the poison was hidden inside his teeth. Such a terrifyingly potent poison. From ingestion to the onset of symptoms to complete death, it all happened in just a few breaths. It was my oversight. He gritted his teeth, his face grim, and apologized to Lorch. I didn't consider the possibility of suicide. The only lead has been lost. At this point, Thomas was the only lead and witness, and he had committed suicide right before their eyes. What made it even more embarrassing was that, according to Thomas's last testimony, Catherine's arrest was related to him. Thomas was his servant, and from this perspective, Elder Grant also bore some responsibility for Catherine's current predicament. However, Lurch had no time to delve into these matters. His only thought was to find a way to clear Catherine's name and rescue her from her imprisonment as soon as possible. He silently stepped forward, approaching Thomas's body, slowly closed his eyes, and gently raised his hands, his fingertips trembling slightly. A barely perceptible magical fluctuation instantly filled the air. The next instant, a silver light burst forth from the tip of his nose, then vanished without a trace. This was the power of magic. A second circle transmutation spell, Hound Track. Lorch closed his eyes and concentrated. At this moment, his sense of smell was exceptionally sharp. Every molecule in the air seemed clearly discernible, and various scents flooded his nostrils like a tide. The fragrance of earth, the freshness of golden wheat, and the unique scent of Thomas, the fibrous smell of his clothes. These scents intertwined, forming a complex olfactory portrait. Lorch filtered out the common, useless scents, focusing on finding the one he needed. Finally, a chemical-like, extremely pungent scent rushed into his olfactory senses. His nostrils twitched, as if confirming the discovery. After confirming it was correct, Lurch suddenly opened his eyes, his tone tinged with excitement. If it were anything else, I might not have been able to do anything, but that summoned creature just happened to be a toad. Lurch looked at Thomas's fallen body and said with a self-pitying tone, although scent tracking is a strength and ability of every hunter who practices wilderness arcane arts, in reality, this ability is not as powerful as it seems on the surface, and it has many limitations. For example, if the time interval is too long, the scents are too similar, or the scent conditions are too complex and numerous, scent tracking often fails. It's like a pot of strongly flavored food. You can hardly distinguish all the seasonings, but a pot of light and plain soup can always easily reveal all the seasonings. Scent tracking is the same. The Wilderness Arcane Arts training method can improve a mage's performance in tracking spells, and can also grant mages abilities including enhanced sense of smell. However, it is not omnipotent. The reason why Lorch was able to track God's scent in the snowfield was largely because God was an outsider, And his diet was completely different from that of the Northerners, thus possessing an extremely unique and distinct scent that was easy to track. If God was also from the north, given the generally similar sense of Northerners, tracking him across the vast snowfields would be extremely difficult. But the toad-like summon secretes a special mucus from its skin, and this mucus has a very distinctive and pungent odor, making it easy to identify and readily stain clothing. Toads don't naturally exist in the north, so there's likely only one toad-like summon in all of Phoenix. We don't need to worry about it being confused by the scent of other toads, Lurch explained confidently. Plus, only 5 days have passed. Under these conditions, I have a way to track this toad-like summon down to where it disappeared to buy its scent. Finding that toad-like summon, even if it doesn't lead to the real culprit, will at least give us an inside story, he concluded confidently to God and Elder Grant. Through the scent of the toad-like summon described by Thomas, he could find even more clues. Even the most meticulous mastermind cannot be completely flawless, though the flaw may be minuscule. But even this tiny flaw is enough for Lurch to create a massive hole. With the clues in hand, the next step is to follow them. Lurch's expertise is unquestionable. After casting, hound tracking, combined with the enhanced sense of smell and tracking spell effects from the Wilderness Secrets training method, along with Lurch's own tracking abilities, no trace of even the slightest scent can escape his notice. Go ahead and investigate thoroughly. Don't worry, no matter who it is, I won't let this go. If necessary, I'll report it and ask the War Mother to intervene, Elder Grant said in a deep voice. If they were only targeting your holy maiden, the War Mother might not be willing to intervene. After all, this is a matter for your sect, and she shouldn't interfere. But since this mastermind has set his sights on our tribe's gold and radiance wheat, then this matter is related to this Henbing tribe, and the War Mother certainly won't tolerate this behavior. At this point, Elder Grant's gaze turned fierce. With your words, Elder, I'm relieved, Lurch replied. Anyone could see that the mastermind behind this was incredibly powerful. So he was indeed worried that even if he tracked down the real culprit, he might not be able to capture them. But with his Hanbing tribe's intervention, it would be different. The Hanbing tribe was the largest and strongest tribe in the Northern Territory, the #1 power in the Northern Territory. Even if the entire Snowfield Guardian sect were combined, they would definitely not be able to defeat this Hanbing tribe. Late at night, everything was silent, the cold wind howled. The streets of Phoenix were almost deserted, snowflakes falling intermittently. In the north, nightfall was practically non-existent. But tonight, in an inconspicuous gray stone house in a narrow alley, whispers still rang out. An oil lamp flickered, and the crackling of burning charcoal filled the air. Several figures huddled together, eating yak meat soup that had already boiled over the charcoal fire in the frigid weather. The ice worm problem has been solved, and the plan to remove Grant from his position as elder has fallen through. Didn't you assure me that everything would be foolproof? It was foolproof, but given the ice worm's elusive nature, how could we have discovered them without prior contact, let alone found a solution in such a short time? Your elder's knowledge far surpasses my expectations, the man explained helplessly, his words carried on the cold wind. What's that sound? Just then, one of them suddenly perked up his ears, as if he had discovered something. But in that instant of alertness, several arrows pierced the night like lightning, whistling through the bone door and into the house. The arrows gleamed a pale blue in the moonlight, faintly reflecting a crystalline light. These were no ordinary arrows, but ice arrows. The person inside groaned, clearly caught off guard by the sudden attack. After this volley of ice arrows, the house fell into deathly silence, as if everyone inside had been annihilated by the attack. However, in the next instant, with a deafening roar, the walls of the stone house collapsed. Immediately afterward, several figures rushed out from the collapsed walls, scattering in different directions. However, once they emerged, they were shocked to find that their house was surrounded by nearly 20 high-level iceborn mages. Seeing the fleeing figures charging towards them, the iceborn mages wore mocking and confident smiles. Instantly, dense magical energy rippled from their palms, transforming into icy blue novae that shot towards the frantically fleeing figures. Once released, the rays of light, like tiny shooting stars, traced graceful arcs through the air before striking the fleeing individuals. Each hit was accompanied by the crisp sound of ice shattering. Several novae striking the same person instantly froze them into an ice sculpture. Elder, they've all been captured, an iceborn mage on the outermost edge reported softly to Elder Grant. Elder Grant nodded in satisfaction and said to Lurch beside him, "This time I learned my lesson. From the moment I struck, I gave them no chance, not even suicide. Thank you for your help, Elder, Lurch said gratefully. With Lurch's abilities, he quickly located the toad-like creature Thomas had mentioned by scent. Fortunately, it hadn't left Phoenix. However, this time, after spotting the target, Lurch didn't immediately attack. Instead, he waited for Elder Grant to gather enough men to ensure everything was foolproof before making his move. After all, if this lead were to fail again, it would truly be too late. Elder Grant and Lurch approached the frozen figures. "How did you find us?" one of the figures asked, looking at the approaching pair with resentment and a hint of anger in his voice. Lurch didn't answer their question. Instead, he scanned their faces, shook his head, and turned to Elder Grant, his gaze questioning. Elder Grant shook his head as well, indicating that he didn't recognize these people either. "I'll take them back first. Don't worry, our Zhenbing tribe's interrogation methods are no weaker than your Snowfield Guardians." "Alright, then I'll leave it to you, no problem, just wait at home for good news from my side. If all goes well, you might be able to see your holy maiden tomorrow." Elder Grant smiled. "I hope so." Lurch took a deep breath, his tension not yet fully released. At the lodging provided by Catherine, God was waiting for Lurch's return. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Snowfield Guardian sect at all, and he didn't even want to get involved in the golden wheat seedling incident. God wasn't an evil person, but he wasn't one to meddle in other people's business either. And his original intention in coming to the north was to plant trees from beginning to end. But in this matter, he had no choice but to get involved. Because of his connection with Eric. Given his current situation, there's a high chance he'll be targeted for elimination by the mastermind behind the Snowfield Guardians, a high-ranking official. Once that mastermind takes care of Catherine and Lurch, he'll be the next target. Therefore, even if God doesn't want to get involved, he has to contribute. He's well aware of the crucial importance of Lurch's operation tonight. However, his strength is too low, so he's not suited to participate in tonight's operation and can't contribute at all. He can only wait for Lurch's return. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. There was movement at the door. Then, footsteps accompanied Lurch's voice as he burst in. "I'm back." Lurch pushed open the door, sat down at God's desk, took a sip of water, and said, "Everyone has been captured and taken away by Elder Grant." God breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least with Flora, Elder Grant didn't harbor any ill will towards him. From that perspective, he should be considered a trustworthy person. "Thanks to you this time, whether it was helping to discover and solve the pest problem on the Golden Glory wheat seedlings or finding the crucial clues," Lurch hesitated for a moment before solemnly thanking Gouda. Their relationship was already somewhat strange. In their usual interactions, they seemed like friends, but both knew that their relationship was essentially one of coercion, yet there didn't seem to be much hatred between them. After this incident, their already strange relationship became even stranger. At least with Lurch's level of education, he couldn't think of a suitable description. Perhaps it was closer to becoming friends after a fight? In any case, in Lurch's heart, he could no longer treat Gouda the same way as before, or his conscience would be uneasy. So, he thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and began to grope and explore Gouda's body. As Lurch's hand moved, a cold current, like a snake, coursed through Gouda's skin. Then, Gouda felt as if something inside his body was being drawn out, peeled away layer by layer. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the forbidden ice needles that Lurch had previously inserted into his body. "It's best if you don't leave Phoenix easily during this time, and ideally, you shouldn't leave my side," Lurch said carefully, putting away the 5 forbidden ice needles. "Although we arrested a group of people last night, there's a high chance they still have people in the city. You're only a first-rank mage. If they target you, killing you would be too easy. Staying with me, at least I can keep an eye on you." Gouda stretched his limbs, savoring the feeling of freedom. Although he was already immune to the 5 forbidden ice needles, he still felt much more at ease after they were actually removed from his body. "I understand," he replied, showing no ungratefulness. Chapter 263 Donald. The next day, shortly after sunrise, a knock sounded abruptly at the door. Gouda and Lurch instantly perked up. Aside from Elder Grant, they knew no one else in Phoenix. For him to come at this hour meant he must have some news from Elder Grant. Opening the door, they found Elder Grant there. Beside him stood Catherine, who had been taken away by the Zhenbing tribe for several days. It seemed Elder Grant hadn't disappointed God and Lurch. In less than a day, he had personally brought her back. Holy Maiden, I'll see you off here, Elder Grant said to Catherine with a smile. Elder, just call me by my name. Catherine seemed particularly sensitive to the title Holy Maiden, emphasizing it even in this situation. Before thanking Elder Grant, thank you so much for your help this time. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been burdened with this blame. Her usually cold tone was now incredibly sincere. I truly don't deserve your thanks, Elder Grant said, shrugging. To be honest, I bear some responsibility for your being framed, since it was my servant who led you into the trap. He had already learned the details of Catherine's framing on the way here, and it was indeed related to Thomas. Moreover, Elder Grant paused, looking at God and Loich, and added, the real culprits were those two. I only did what was expected of me. I should even thank you in return. If it weren't for his help, I would have been in serious trouble. Elder Grant pointed at God and said earnestly, these people not only framed you, but they were also after me. Having been in prison for several days and unaware of the specifics, Catherine was completely stunned by Elder Grant's words and couldn't react immediately. Elder Grant solemnly took out a small bottle from his robes and handed it to Gouda. Thanks to your help with the Golden Radiance Weed incident, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please don't refuse. Gouda glanced at the small bottle and immediately recognized that it contained the Northern Territory's hard currency, Ice Marrow. Seeing that God didn't take it immediately, Elder Grant shoved the bottle directly into God's hand without a word, then bid farewell to the three, saying, the people we caught last night are heavily involved. This matter is far from over. I need to go back and continue dealing with it. Only after Elder Grant's figure disappeared from sight did Loich come to his senses, then, as if suddenly realizing something, led Catherine into the house, asking with concern, they haven't done anything to me these past few days, have they? Not bad, just that people have been taking turns interrogating me, but I've denied everything. Out of respect for the Snowfield Guardians, they haven't done anything to me yet, but it's hard to say what will happen later. Luckily, you found the murderer in time and cleared my name. Sitting down at the stone table, Loich, hearing Catherine's gratitude, quickly shook his head. Not me, it was us. He pointed to Gaude and Flora sitting on Gaude's shoulders, taking credit for them, saying, Gaude and Lady Flora deserve the most credit for rescuing you so quickly this time. What exactly happened? Catherine, already intrigued by Elder Grant's behavior at the door, reached even greater curiosity after hearing Loich's words. Loich recounted the events of the past 2 days to Catherine in detail. After hearing the whole story, Catherine couldn't help but glance at God, who had remained silent since. A strange light flickered in her eyes beneath her mask. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Thank you. God returned a slight smile, offering no pleasantries. Since he had indeed helped and put in considerable effort, Catherine owed him, and he wouldn't stand on ceremony with her. If it weren't for this woman, he would already be on his way to plant trees, instead of having traveled a long way to Phoenix and been forced into this predicament. And what about her? God even pointed unceremoniously to Flora on his shoulder. Catherine paused, instinctively glancing at Flora, only to find the little girl staring intently at her. She hesitated for a moment before bowing and saying, thank you too. The little girl snorted, shifting her gaze back to the scenery outside. Catherine, this matter involves far more people and a wider range of people than we anticipated, even involving this Handing tribe, Loich reminded Catherine, recalling Elder Grant's earlier words. Our purpose in coming to Phoenix has most likely been exposed. How so? Catherine frowned slightly, not understanding how internal sect affairs had inexplicably become connected to this Handing tribe. At the same time, she subtly glanced at God, who was still listening, but ultimately remained silent. This was tacit approval. Knowing Catherine's thoughts perfectly, Loich felt comfortable speaking frankly. I initially thought the ice thread worm infestation at Golden Wheatfield was just something the mastermind did to keep Elder Grant preoccupied and prevent him from helping us. Until yesterday, I realized things weren't so simple. Last night, before we apprehended the culprits, I overheard their conversation. One of them said they wanted to use the ice thread worm infestation to remove Grant from his position as elder. So, the main purpose of the ice thread worm infestation was actually to remove Grant from his elder position. Doesn't that mean this Handing tribe was also involved? After all, besides this Handing tribe, what other people would have a conflict of interest with Elder Grant to want to remove him from his position? Catherine and God's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Loich's words were reasonable and well-founded. Is there factional infighting within this Handing tribe? God asked tentatively. Generally speaking, Where there are people, there will be conflicts of interest. This is an immutable truth. But the northern tribes, unable to even guarantee basic survival, would actually become more united under such circumstances. One must first be able to eat their fill before discussing conflicts of interest. Along his journey, Gata had encountered two northern tribes, the Snowflakes and the Daw Borderlands, both remarkably united, with no factional strife. Of course, Lurk, a shrewd man, instantly grasped Gata's meaning from his question. He thought for a moment and then began to explain some of the secrets of the Zhanbing tribe. The Zhanbing tribe almost disintegrated due to factional strife. What exactly happened? Gata asked, intrigued and somewhat incredulous. How could they fight to such an extent when survival was so difficult? It all started with the Zhanbing tribe's current war mother, Sunifa, Lurk explained, organizing his thoughts as he began to recount the story to Gauda. Sunifa's mother, Glen Boreas, was the previous war mother of the True Ice tribe. Therefore, from birth, Sunifa carried Boreas's blood, destined to inherit the position of war mother of the True Ice tribe and become its next leader. However, before Sunifa came of age, Glen Boreas lost her life during a hunting expedition. No one knows what terrifying monster they encountered that could cause the True Ice war mother, one of the most powerful iceborn in this land, to perish, because Glen's entire hunting party died, without a single survivor. According to tradition, with Glen Boreas's demise, Sunifa should have inherited the position of war mother and led the True Ice tribe. However, at that time, Sunifa was only 14 years old, still a minor. And her iceborn bloodline had not even fully awakened. It's like a child whose parents have died and who suddenly inherits a large fortune. There will always be many unscrupulous relatives who jump out, wanting to seize the inheritance that rightfully belongs to the child, under the guise of helping to look after it, Lurk explained, using a vivid analogy. The analogy was so apt that it immediately brought the situation to mind. There's nothing new under the sun, and Sunifa's experience was no exception. Speaking of which, we must mention the structure of the Zhanbing tribe's leadership. The leader of the Zhanbing tribe is undoubtedly the war mother, and below her are numerous elders. One war mother plus an unlimited number of elders together constitute the Zhanbing tribe's leadership, a very crude structure, Gata commented in his mind. After all, in his previous life, power structures had developed to an extremely complex and sophisticated level. However, such a crude power structure also has its unique advantages. The most prominent is that it makes the decision-making process more efficient, avoiding the information distortion and decision-making delays that can result from multi-level management. For the Phoenix, which still resembles a primitive tribe, their social relationships are relatively simple and their daily production activities are very singular. Such a power structure is in line with their national conditions. Among those elders, there was also a Grand Elder, essentially the second in command of the entire tribe, second only to the War Mother. Donald, who is also the current Grand Elder of the Zhanbing tribe, argued after the War Mother Glen's death that Sunifa was too young, immature, and weak to shoulder the responsibility of leading the Zhanbing tribe, and proposed that he temporarily lead the tribe. Once Sunifa came of age and possessed sufficient power and ability, she would then succeed to the leadership. Of course, Lurk shrugged. This was just an official statement. Everyone knew that once Donald took the leadership position, unless he died, he would never return it to Sunifa. Although Sunifa was the rightful heir of the Zhanbing tribe, her age and strength were indeed obstacles to her succession, so the tribe split into two factions. One faction was the Conservatives, who believed that the leader of the Zhanbing tribe could only be someone with the Boreas bloodline. The other faction is the Reformist faction, which supports Donald. They believe that Sunifa is incapable of leading the Zhanbing tribe, and that forcibly adhering to tradition and obeying the orders of such a young girl will only lead to the tribe's decline. Donald has served as the great elder of the Zhanbing tribe for centuries, wielding immense prestige within the tribe. Only Mother Glen could keep him in check, and now Mother Glen's sudden death has left no room for preparation for Sunifa's fate. Therefore, after Glen Boreas's demise, Donald's influence within the Zhanbing tribe far surpasses that of Sunifa, and the Reformist faction's supporters in strength completely overwhelm the Conservatives, seeing the tide turning against them. Yet the Conservatives still refuse to submit to Donald. He has already planned to expel them from Phoenix and strip them of their Zhanbing tribe citizenship. The Zhanbing tribe, with its countless generations of heritage, is on the verge of splitting apart. Young Sunifa stepped forward. She left Phoenix alone, following the guidance of an ancient map, and arrived in the central north, at the site of the Iceborne tribe's ancient sacred ground. The ancient ruins abandoned for countless years, the Frostbite Pass, no one knows exactly what happened there. All that is known is that Sunifa found the ice magic weapon, Blizzard, belonging to the original Boreas at the Frostbite Pass, and fully awakened her iceborn bloodline and ancient pure ice magic. As he said this, admiration shone in Lurch's eyes. For an underage girl to display such responsibility and courage under these circumstances, and to successfully defy fate, was truly legendary. The strong should do the impossible, said Boreas himself, and Sunifa truly did it. Returning to Phoenix with a blizzard, Sunifa gained the support of over 90% of this Handling tribe, overwhelmingly seizing the position of War Mother, becoming the new War Mother of this Handling tribe and the youngest War Mother in its history. She was even a minor at the time. Her fully awakened Iceborn bloodline allowed her to rapidly grow into one of the most powerful Iceborn in the North within 2 years of reaching adulthood. Faced with this situation, Donald had no choice but to submit to Sunifa, but everyone knew that the feud between Sunifa and Donald was irreconcilable. It can only be said that Sunifa, considering Donald's strength and prestige, refrained from harming him to avoid internal strife that would weaken the tribe. Of course, it's also possible that this new War Mother is truly magnanimous and doesn't hold a grudge, but I doubt Donald is naive enough to believe that. As long as he doesn't believe it, it doesn't matter whether Sunifa is prepared to let Donald go. Therefore, the conflict between Sunifa and Donald will always exist, and Elder Grant has always been a conservative. After introducing the internal situation of this Handling tribe, Lurch pointed out the key point incisively. Therefore, this matter is most likely also related to the great elder of this Handling tribe, Donald, God concluded. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Second Order Mandora's Eye. Yes, because if Grant can be removed from his position as elder, it would weaken Sunifa's power, and Donald would naturally be happy to see that happen, Lurch said. After concluding that this matter also involved Donald, the great elder of this Handling tribe, God couldn't help but mutter to himself. Since entering the North, aside from actively attacking Leeline creatures to obtain the origin, he had been very low-key and had never intentionally provoked trouble. But just because he helped the injured Barak deliver a message, he suddenly found himself on the opposite side of the second-in-command of the most powerful tribe in the North and the high-ranking members of the most powerful sect. Who could he complain to? Then our situation is not optimistic either, Lurch added. Phoenix is the city of this Handling tribe, and Donald is the great elder of this Handling tribe. Although he hasn't reached the point of acting recklessly on his territory, Donald always has many ways to deal with him. The situation isn't so bad, because we're not without allies. Catherine was much calmer, as if she hadn't been the one framed. Guadalajara secretly agreed. They were close to Elder Grant, who was a conservative on Sunifa's side. From that perspective, they could be considered conservatives, and Sunifa was their ally. Donald wanted to use the Iceline worm infestation to remove Elder Grant from power and weaken Sunifa's influence. Similarly, Sunifa would certainly use the people they captured to give Donald a blow, or at least a warning. Who in the true Ice tribe is involved in this matter is secondary. The most important thing is, who in the sect is behind this. Catherine's gaze grew cold as she spoke slowly in a solemn tone. This was what she truly cared about. Seeing Catherine's topic shift, Guadalajara hesitated slightly, but ultimately didn't choose to avoid the question. Although this matter involved internal affairs of the Snowfield Guardians, since Catherine was speaking to him directly, she probably didn't mind him listening. Moreover, he had already been forced into this matter, and learning more about the inside story was a matter of responsibility for himself. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. Lurch had some thoughts, but didn't dare say them directly. What do you think? The only people in the entire sect who can reach Phoenix and have the authority to know about my mission are those three, Catherine said calmly. She glanced at Lurch's hesitant expression, knowing what he wanted to say, and immediately continued, At first, I also thought it was impossible. Those three have already reached that position. How could they possibly practice forbidden necromancy? However, after eliminating all the impossibilities, the remaining one, however unbelievable, is a fact. Lurch fell silent, while God, as an outsider, accepted it well. Those three, who are they? Can you tell me about them? He was more concerned about this. Catherine glanced at God and said calmly, There are only 3 actual leaders of the Snowfield Guardians. One is Inquisitor Ryan, who commands the Hunters, one is Chief Quentin, who commands the Guardians, and the other is Archbishop Rune, the nominal leader of the entire Snowfield Guardians. All 3 of them are 4th Circle Mages, and the only 3 4th Circle Mages among the Snowfield Guardians. God was startled. 4 Circle Mages, and 3 at that. In terms of high-end combat power alone, the Snowfield Guardians, as a sect, were already comparable to the Duchy of Shan. This was the foundation of the North. Even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Iceborn had declined, their strength was still not to be underestimated. Of these 3, shouldn't Chief Quentin be the most trustworthy? God, as an outsider, asked tentatively. After all, the Guardians are the most righteous and disciplined members of your sect. The possibility of them practicing forbidden necromancy should be low, especially since Barak is one of his guardians. Barak's fearless and righteous demeanor had left a deep impression on God, giving him a natural affinity for the Guardians. That's true, but who knows? Catherine remained calm, not dismissing her suspicions about Chief Quentin based on this reason alone. If it really is one of the 3, what can we do? Lich finally spoke. Find out who it is, and the rest is up to the other 2. It's none of our business, and we can't interfere. Catherine was self-aware. God thought to himself, his future bleak, realizing he was on a sinking ship. Catherine and Lich, as hunters of the Snowfield Guardians, were facing off against the highest levels of the sect. It seemed absurd, but he had no other choice. It's difficult for us alone, but this person's mistake was joining forces with his Handing tribe. Catherine glanced at God and Lich, seemingly noticing their worries, and comforted them, saying, Elder Grant has Sunifa backing him. Although she's young, with the support of his Handing magic and Blizzard, she's very likely the most powerful Iceborn in the North. To hold the position of War Mother, besides Blizzard, her own abilities are absolutely not to be underestimated. This was indeed true, God agreed inwardly. To become the War Mother of a tribe with over 500,000 members, especially with Elder Donald's powerful influence, required not only personal strength but also considerable ability in managing people. Being a leader isn't easy. Now that we've captured a few people and have some leads, with her abilities, she won't let the leads die out here, nor will she give up the investigation. Let's wait and see what happens next, Catherine concluded. Having been imprisoned for several days and only recently freed, she was also somewhat exhausted. Seeing this, Gada and Lich wisely dispersed and returned to their rooms. Gada quickly took out the small bottle Elder Grant had given him. After carefully counting, he found it contained 15 drops of Tier 2 ice marrow. It was said to be a small token of gratitude, but Elder Grant's sincerity was truly considerable. This much Tier 2 ice marrow was more than enough for his Mandora's eye to advance. Without much thought, Gada immediately took out a drop of Tier 2 ice marrow and dripped it into his left eye. Time passed quietly as the Mandora's eye flickered. 10 minutes later, Gada had completely absorbed the ice elemental power from the drop of ice marrow. His Mandora's eye level had increased from 47/72 to 51.5/72. The ice elemental energy of 1 drop of Tier 3 ice marrow is equivalent to the energy of 22 drops of Tier 1 ice marrow, while the ice elemental energy of 1 drop of Tier 2 ice marrow is equivalent to the energy of 4.5 drops of Tier 1 ice marrow. In other words, with just 6 drops of second tier ice marrow, Gada could upgrade his Mandora's eye to the 2nd tier today. Thinking of this, Gada was full of motivation and immediately took out another drop of 2nd tier ice marrow. Nearly an hour later, a clear, bright light suddenly shone from Gada's left eye. 3 golden lines faintly leaped within the intricately patterned pupil, swirling like 3 golden koi swimming in a pond. The next instant, the 3 golden lines intertwined, transforming into a mysterious symbol in a swirling motion before disappearing into Gada's eye. The light in his eyes faded along with the disappearance of the golden symbol, and his vision returned to normal. Thus, Gada had finally upgraded his Mandora's eye to the 2nd tier. Excited, Gada opened his eyes wide and peered through the crack in the door. Even the tiny patterns on the stones on the roof were clearly visible in his field of vision. After the advancement of his Mandora's eye, his abilities of distant vision and miniaturization had undergone a leap forward. A person with normal vision can clearly see the outline and some basic features of a human being at a distance of 150 meters. Once the distance increases to between 150 and 500 meters, the human eye can only see the general outline, but facial features and details become indistinguishable. However, If Gauda were to activate the Mandora's Eye, he could see the facial details of a person not only at 500 meters but even at 2,500 meters. Even just barely making out the outline and determining the race, such as whether it's a cow or a wolf, Gauda's visual range after activating the Mandora's Eye could reach tens of thousands of meters. A chosen scout indeed. Changes in the body often provide a more direct experience. This is extraordinary power. Even after 2 years in this world, Gauda was still awestruck by the divine power of the advanced Mandora's Eye. Moreover, the enhancement brought by the advancement of the Mandora's Eye went far beyond this. In addition to improving its original farsightedness and microscopic abilities, it also brought about a fundamental improvement, granting a new ability, an extremely mysterious and special ability. Gauda looked down at his hands, and the symbol composed of 3 golden lines in Mandora's demonic eye quietly appeared. The golden symbol slowly rotated, like a running machine. At the same time, the liquid mana within his body began to rapidly deplete. Using this ability, like casting a spell, required mana. As the golden symbol rotated, data began to rise from his hands, then transformed into a stream of information that generated in Gauda's mind. After being generated, this stream of information and data intertwined in his mind like fine threads, gradually forming a human body model in Gauda's mind, outlined by lines, similar to a 3D model, along with a lot of corresponding information data. Human, male, age 15 to 20, height 170 to 180 centimeters, weight 55 kilograms 65 kg, good blood and ki, good physical fitness. This was what Gauda deduced after only observing his own hands. The lines in the model precisely depicted the structure of muscles and skin, and even the fine blood vessels and nerves were clearly visible. But this ability goes beyond that. Besides discerning the physical properties of the target, it can also observe extraordinary attributes. Gauda pondered for a moment, then lightly snapped his fingers, casting Hand of the Mage, to summon a ghostly hand that opened the door. Simultaneously. Because of this action, the human model generated in his mind became richer and more detailed. Blue lines appeared inside the model's body, representing mana. The corresponding data also began to expand. Mage, mage level equal to or greater than a third-rank mage apprentice. Gauda continued to manipulate the hand of the mage, performing miscellaneous tasks while continuing his observation. The blue lines in the human model became more numerous and thicker, meandering and flowing within the model, indicating the path and intensity of mana. Mandora's Eye had already discerned the intensity and subtle movements of his mana, thus deriving the path of mana flow. Target currently possesses abundant mana, strong spell control, mage level equal to or greater than a first-rank mage. A more complete and detailed portrait gradually emerged. This is the new ability evolved by the Mandora's Eye: insight, observation, disassembly, analysis, deduction, comprehensive insight, and then constructing corresponding model data based on the information gained. The more abilities the observed target displays, and the longer the observation time, the more complete and accurate the model can be constructed. Moreover, this insight ability will become more powerful as the Mandora's Eye improves. After all, the insight ability has only just been acquired, with only 3 golden lines, which is considered just the beginning. Gauda thought for a moment, and then took out another drop of second-tier ice marrow from the bottle and dripped it into the Mandora's Eye, which had already advanced to the second tier. This time, the speed at which the Mandora's Eye absorbed the power of ice elements was on a completely different level compared to before. In just about 2 minutes, the power of this drop of second-tier ice marrow was completely absorbed. Gauda closed his eyes slightly and carefully felt it. Mandora's Eye, second tier, 1/72. 1 drop of second-tier ice marrow is just enough to increase the progress of the Mandora's Eye by 1. Having already advanced to the next level, it's normal for the demand for ice elemental energy to increase accordingly. This was entirely within Gauda's expectations. His only concern was that the subsequent 72 would be significantly higher, which is why he quickly conducted the test. Fortunately, his worries didn't materialize. Moreover, as he absorbed the last drop of second-tier ice marrow, Gauda could accurately sense a glimmer of golden light appearing in his Mandora's Eye. This was a signal of a new golden line forming. At 36/72, the 4th golden line should be generated. At that time, the insight ability will receive another boost. Gauda obtained accurate data. He looked at his remaining 8 drops of second-tier ice marrow and didn't continue. After all, 8 drops of second-tier ice marrow wouldn't bring about a major transformation to the Mandora's eye, so it was better to save them for now. Without money, one always feels insecure, and can only stare longingly at good things. As the hard currency of the Northern Territory, the purchasing power of 8 drops of second-tier ice marrow is exceptionally astonishing. Wading into these troubled waters wasn't entirely without gain. Without this incident, without the 2 drops of third-tier ice marrow from Catherine and the 15 drops of second-tier ice marrow from Elder Grant, he would never have been able to advance Mandora's demon eye in such a short time. Thinking this, God's frustrated mood eased considerably. Satisfied, he put away the bottle, then suddenly turned his gaze to Flora beside him, the golden symbol representing insight reappearing in his left eye. "Mage, something's wrong with your eyes," Flora said, frowning wearily. Chapter 265 Ice Jade Wutong. Unknown creature, female, 11 centimeters tall, weighing 1-2 kilograms, with a light and agile physique, possessing wings and capable of flight, with a sharp nervous system, fast reaction speed, and extremely high intelligence. Energy flows within her body, granting her extraordinary strength. A simplified model of Flora had already formed in Gauda's mind. Even without Flora using any special abilities, the Mandora's eyes, insight, ability still detected subtle energy flows on Flora's body, thus deducing that she possessed extraordinary strength. Although crude, the potential of this ability was undeniable. The next instant, the golden symbol in Gauda's left eye disappeared. He had deactivated the Mandora's eye. The insight ability was useful, but it also consumed a considerable amount of energy. Just a short while had already consumed half a drop of his liquid mana. However, Gauda could accept this consumption. After all, this was a second-tier Mandora's eye. While he was only a first-rank mage, it was already considered a leap in rank. "Mage, your eyes are working again." Flora, however, wouldn't let it go, flying to Gauda and staring at his now normal left eye, as if demanding an explanation from him. "Lady Flora's common tongue is getting better and better," God praised. At first, they could only communicate through telepathy. But as time passed, Flora had unknowingly become fluent in common tongue. Even when he was learning Ace tongue, Flora, who was listening in, also picked it up. "Lady Flora's language talent is truly remarkable," he said, half coaxingly, half genuinely. Of course, Flora looked up at God, instantly forgetting the previous topic. The sun shone brightly. Phoenix was located at its core. Here, the dense magic was almost tangible. When God entered Phoenix, he had been slightly surprised by the dense magic. Because in any corner of this city, the magic concentration could reach 10, a level only found in the basic training rooms of Seer's Academy. At the time, he deduced that the core of Phoenix must be a high-level spiritual land, though he couldn't determine its exact level. In fact, Phoenix's spiritual land was an astonishing 5th-tier spiritual land. And within this spiritual land, besides the abundant magic, there was also an omnipresent and powerful ice elemental energy. But that wasn't all. What was truly awe-inspiring was a divine tree, seemingly formed from solidified ice crystals, swaying in the wind at the very center of the spiritual land. The tree wasn't particularly large, only about 3 meters tall, and was entirely transparent, emitting a faint blue light. Its trunk was straight and smooth, as if carved from the purest ice crystals, every inch radiating a crystal-clear texture, even revealing the veins within the tree. On the translucent ice crystal trunk, there were also some fine cracks, from which a faint blue light emanated, as if the tree's life force was flowing. The branches were slender and elegant, each one like a work of art meticulously sculpted by an artist, possessing an indescribable beauty. The leaves, too, took on an icy crystal form, each shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. From afar, they resembled countless diamonds inlaid on the branches, unlike leaves. These icy leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a crisp, ethereal sound. The leaves seemed to breathe, constantly releasing a faint chill. But this chill did not cause discomfort. Instead, it brought a sense of tranquility. Its roots were deeply embedded in the ground, as if merged with the earth. The entire tree exuded a sacred and solemn aura. "War Mother, 2 more cracks have appeared on the ice jade phoenix tree today," a middle-aged man in a long robe made of animal hide reported anxiously to the young woman beside him. The young woman had flowing silver hair, deep, dark blue eyes, and emanated the same chilling aura as the ice jade phoenix tree. Behind her stood a longbow as tall as a man, seemingly formed from solidified ice crystals, gleaming in the sunlight with the radiance of an ice jade phoenix tree, exuding an awe-inspiring power. Seeing this ice bow, the young woman's identity became clear: SYNOPSIS, the controller of the blizzard. This situation has never occurred in previous records, SYNOPSIS said, her brow furrowing slightly. The ice jade phoenix is the guardian tree of Phoenix. Any anomaly it may bring unexpected changes to Phoenix. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded, his expression becoming even more tense. War Mother, I've carefully examined it. The environment within the spiritual land hasn't changed at all. There are no signs of external attack on the ice jade phoenix, and no other creatures are present. These cracks seem to have formed on their own. SYNOPSIS' gaze lingered on the ice jade phoenix for a moment, then she extended her fair hand and gently stroked the two newly appeared cracks on the tree trunk. She closed her eyes slightly, as if sensing something. A moment later, SYNOPSIS opened her eyes, a faint light flashing in her deep blue pupils. The ice elemental power on the ice jade phoenix tree is weakening. The middle-aged man's heart tightened. Although the appearance of cracks was not a good omen in itself, the weakening of the ice elemental power truly indicated that the ice jade phoenix tree was undergoing some unfortunate change. SYNOPSIS took a deep breath, her own heart filled with worry. The changes in the ice jade phoenix tree were no small matter. Summon all the elders of the clan for an emergency meeting. Let's brainstorm and see if we can find the cause and a solution. If we allow the situation of the ice jade phoenix tree to continue to deteriorate like this, the consequences will be unimaginable, she said. Yes, Mother of War, I will arrange it immediately. The middle-aged man nodded immediately. The emergency meeting was held in the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall was a huge circular gray stone building, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, its exterior walls constructed of neatly arranged stone blocks. Armored hunters patrolled the area around the Elder Hall, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, creating a solemn and unified atmosphere. As the notice for an emergency meeting was issued, all the elders of this Handing tribe immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to the Elder Hall. Among them was Elder Grant, who was busy with interrogations and revenge. Grant, I heard you arrested several people in the city last night. You, a farmer of golden radiance wheat, are actually concerned with such matters. You're truly dedicated. Just don't overstep your bounds. After all, some things aren't your responsibility, and it's never good to insist on getting involved. Elder Grant, who had just arrived outside the Elder Hall, was met by an old man wearing a silver robe embroidered with the wolf totems. It was none other than Donald, the great elder of this Handing tribe. Donald was extremely tall, and despite his advanced age, he maintained a robust physique. His hair and beard were already white, but neatly combed. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were deep-set, seemingly able to see into people's hearts, and his gaze exuded an undeniable authority and coldness. His forehead was broad, deep wrinkles etched between his brows, and his slightly downturned mouth exuded an imposing aura. Grant's face stiffened as he looked at the other man's seemingly expressionless face, cursing inwardly. Consider yourself lucky, he already knew the reason for the emergency meeting when he arrived. The ice jade phoenix tree was in trouble. For this Handing tribe, the ice jade phoenix tree was the absolute top priority. Compared to it, everything else was trivial and had to be temporarily set aside, including the interrogation. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more problems could arise. If the ice jade phoenix tree issue wasn't resolved promptly, and it dragged on, given Donald's methods, he would surely find a way to suppress the ice threadworm's attempt to frame him. The thought of this made Grant feel extremely uneasy. However, on the surface, Grant maintained a calm demeanor and replied serenely, Elder, this matter was instructed by the War Mother to be done by me. It cannot be considered overstepping my duty. Moreover, those people are suspected of poisoning our tribe's golden radiance wheat. The golden radiance wheat is my responsibility, so this matter is naturally closely related to me. Donald seemed to regard this matter as unrelated to him, nodding slightly in agreement. I see, indeed. As they spoke, the two entered the Elder Hall together, turning a corner to arrive at a council chamber. Inside the spacious room was an extremely long stone table. On both sides of the table were dozens of chairs. At this moment, those chairs were almost all occupied by people, all elders of this Handing tribe. They were all whispering and talking to the people next to them. At the very front of the long table were two main seats. Those were the seats of the War Mother and the Elder. As Donald entered, many elders in the room stood up and greeted him as Elder. Donald smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down, indicating there was no need to be polite. He then walked to the left side of the two main seats and sat down. In the culture of this Handing tribe, the right is considered superior. The elders who stood up to greet Donald were the reformers, the faction of the Grand Elder, making up 4/5 of the group. The remaining elders who did not stand up were the conservatives. In fact, a few years ago, the ratio of conservatives to reformers was even more skewed. It was only after Sunifa returned with a blizzard that many who held on to their ancestors' beliefs switched to the conservatives. Grant also found his seat. His chair was located in the lower middle of the long table. This position was also a symbol of their status in the tribe. Elder Grant, while not the least powerful among all the elders, was only in the lower middle. After all, while golden radiance wheat was important, it was still considered a skilled job, a physically demanding one. As Donald took his seat, the conversation in the council chamber gradually subsided. Almost everyone was present, except for Sunifa, the War Mother. It wasn't long before a young woman dressed in a dark blue battlesuit adorned with silver patterns entered. Upon entering, she removed the cloak covering her head, revealing smooth, silver-white hair. Sunifa was very young, with delicate and defined features. Her appearance alone made her seem more like a noblewoman than a war mother. However, her deep, icy eyes still gave her a powerful aura unlike that of a noblewoman. She walked straight to the empty main seat and sat down without any formalities, getting straight to the point. "I've already told you why I called you all here." The ice jade phoenix tree began to mysteriously develop cracks half a month ago. At first, only one crack would appear every day or two, but now, 2 or 3 new cracks are forming every day. I just checked on the ice jade phoenix tree today. Not only are the cracks increasing, but the ice elemental power within it is also weakening. Sunifa's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an invisible pressure that made everyone present involuntarily straighten their posture. The ice jade phoenix tree is not only our clan's guardian tree, but also the core of Phoenix. If something happens to it, it will have a huge impact on our clan. We must do everything in our power to find the root of the problem. The atmosphere in the council chamber gradually became heavy. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to speak first. Could it be a problem with the spirit land? Finally, Donald broke the silence. "I've checked, and there's nothing wrong with the spiritual ground. Neither the magic concentration nor the ice elemental power is different from before," Sunifa said. "Could it be some kind of disease or pest infestation?" Grant, who had just experienced the ice line pest infestation, was very alert and raised another possibility. "Pests are unlikely. Given the condition of the ice jade phoenix tree, no insect could survive in such extreme cold," another elder sitting opposite Grant said, dismissing the idea before Sunifa could reply. Grant thought for a moment and didn't insist further, because the ice jade phoenix tree's temperature was below -100 degrees Celsius. Few creatures can withstand such extreme cold, and even in the entire Handing tribe, very few dared to touch it directly. As for disease, that's somewhat possible, but the ice jade phoenix tree is a unique divine tree in the world. Even a high-level magic plant master from another region would have a hard time finding a problem with it, let alone us roughnecks, the elder added. The Northerners are a nomadic people. Although their Handing tribe no longer needs to live a nomadic life due to Phoenix's excellent geographical location, their agricultural knowledge is still very limited. Volcanic land is their only cultivation area. I've considered the possibilities you mentioned, and after inspection, they seem unrelated. The cause of these cracks doesn't seem to be external factors, but rather something within the ice jade phoenix itself, Sunifa said in a cold voice. Everyone present fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Sunifa wasn't surprised by the situation. If the ice jade phoenix problem were so easy to solve, she wouldn't have needed to convene this emergency meeting. Elder Grant has been in charge of golden radiance wheat cultivation for so many years. He's very experienced and should be the most knowledgeable about agriculture among us. Practically the tribe's top expert. Why don't we let Elder Grant try and see if he can find the problem? Donald suddenly spoke up in the dead silence. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Grant, who was also deep in thought. Upon seeing this, Grant's expression immediately tightened. Didn't he know his own limitations? He might be slightly better than others, but that's just a difference of 50 paces. Laughing at 100 paces, he's hardly an expert. Donald's seemingly casual remark was actually putting him on the hot seat. Elder Grant, what do you think? Donald added fuel to the fire. Grant was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at Sunifa. He naturally wanted to refuse. But in this situation, refusing wouldn't just mean losing face for himself, but also for Sunifa. After all, he was on Sunifa's side. But what was the point of agreeing besides wasting time? It might even cause delays. For a moment, Grant felt trapped, secretly cursing Donald's cunning and lack of strategic thinking. The Ice Jade Phoenix tree concerned the entire Shenbing tribe. In this situation, this old man still had the nerve to use it as an excuse, truly shameless. Just as Grant was cursing Donald in his heart, a figure flashed through his mind in a split second, startling him. I may not be an expert, but I do know a real expert. Chapter 266 Sunifa. Since Elder Donald has said so, then I shall give it a try, Grant thought for a moment, finally making up his mind. He raised his head, looked directly at Donald sitting in the main seat, and said calmly, "Huh?" Grant's response clearly exceeded Donald's expectations, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Wait, I dared to flatter you because I had ulterior motives. Why did you agree?" A hint of suspicion and insecurity flashed in his eyes. Sunifa also lowered her gaze, giving Grant a deep look. Of course, she fully supported Grant, who was one of our own. Since Elder Grant has the idea and confidence, then Elder Grant should try it first. If it doesn't solve the problem, we'll think of another way. Sunifa established a plan. Then let's disperse. After speaking, Sunifa was the first to stand up and leave the council chamber without looking back. Grant followed closely behind, getting up and leaving with Sunifa. "Elder Grant, when do you plan to go see the Ice Jade Phoenix tree?" Having left the Elder Hall and seeing no one else following, Sunifa stopped and turned to Grant, who was behind her, asking, "War Mother, I need to find a helper first." Elder Grant didn't mince words with Sunifa, speaking frankly. "With my limited experience cultivating golden radiance wheat, I dare not say I can find the problem with the Ice Jade Phoenix tree. However, I know an expert in this field, who should be the most likely person to solve the problem right now." Grant hesitated for a moment, but decided to refer to Flora as a person. Yes, the expert Elder Grant was thinking of was Flora, who had solved his golden radiance wheat pest problem. Elder Grant actually knows someone like that. Sunifa raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Such a person was probably even rarer than true ice in the north. "He's a stranger," Grant explained. God, Loich, and Catherine were still waiting at their lodging for Elder Grant's good news. Finally, Elder Grant did arrive, but it wasn't good news. "You're here to see God?" Loiki asked, surprised after learning Elder Grant's purpose. Elder Grant nodded. "Something urgent has happened in the tribe, and we need his help. I'll call him. Please wait a moment." Although curious about what it was, Loiki was mindful of boundaries and didn't ask further, immediately getting up to find God. Watching Loiki's departing figure, Elder Grant secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he had been kind enough to God earlier. Putting aside everything else, the 15 drops of second-tier ice marrow as a token of gratitude alone should have left a good impression, right? Soon after, Loiki returned with God. "Elder, did you need something?" Not only was Loiki curious, but God was equally bewildered, asking immediately upon sitting down. "Yes, and it's urgent. After much thought, I realized only you can help me," Elder Grant said sincerely. "What exactly is the matter?" "Our clan's Ice Jade Phoenix tree has been malfunctioning lately, but we can't find the specific cause, let alone know what to do." At this point, Elder Grant glanced at Flora, who had been sitting on God's shoulder as they entered. Flora was also listening intently to Elder Grant's words. Their eyes met, and Flora tilted her head. She felt his gaze was perhaps too intense. "I know Lady Flora is skilled in planting. Although the Ice Jade Phoenix tree is our clan's guardian tree, holding a very high status, it is ultimately just a high-level magical plant, a type of plant. This aligns perfectly with Lady Flora's expertise. Could you please lend a hand and take a look?" Elder Grant shifted his gaze back to God, earnestly requesting his assistance. God waved his hand, saying, "Since we're asking Lady Flora for help, of course we should ask her." He had helped him resolve the golden radiance wheat's problem. There was no distinction between them, so there was no need for formalities. But helping Elder Grant find the Ice Jade Phoenix tree was not really his concern, so naturally he should ask Flora's opinion. After speaking, God looked down at Flora on his shoulder. The little girl was already sitting upright, chest out and head held high. "Lady Flora, would you be willing to help?" God asked softly. "Is there money to be made?" Flora's eyes widened, staring intently at Elder Grant. Money? Elder Grant didn't understand. Flora, however, pretended not to understand and explained earnestly, money is for buying food, renting a house, buying new clothes, it's a good thing. Hearing Flora's explanation, Elder Grant finally understood, then spread his hands with a wry smile, saying, Lady Flora, there's no such thing as currency in the north. No, Flora drawled. She was asking why. However, if Lady Flora can help solve the problem of the ice jade phoenix tree, I can offer ice marrow. Seemingly afraid Flora wouldn't understand, Elder Grant added, in the Northern Territory, ice marrow can also be used to buy food and rent houses. Ice marrow is money, pretty much. Flora beamed. God lowered his gaze, a smile playing on his lips, and couldn't help but praise, Lady Flora has a wise heart. The little figure became even happier. Then let's leave it to Lady Flora. Flora readily agreed. God was also quite impressed. He hadn't expected Flora's abilities to be so useful twice in such a short time in the most desolate Northern Territory. When can Lady Flora depart? Is there anything she needs to prepare? With the deal settled, Elder Grant quickly asked. Now is fine. Lady Flora doesn't need to prepare anything. Then I'll leave it to Lady Flora. Elder Grant solemnly cupped his hands to the little figure, who was smaller than his finger. HMPH, then I'll be going. Elder Grant immediately stood up, clearly quite anxious. God also stood up. I want to go with her, of course, Elder Grant replied politely. God smiled broadly, praising Flora through telepathic communication. For an elder to be so polite to me, I'm truly benefiting from Lady Flora's kindness. And with the ice marrow, this family is now being supported by Lady Flora. Mage, I'll take care of you. Lady Flora was overjoyed and even more proud. Okay, God was momentarily dazed, then quickly and happily replied. Following Elder Grant, God was able to directly enter the innermost part of Phoenix. Along the way, crossing several ice walls, the magical concentration gradually increased. And later, armored hunters began patrolling. Clearly, this was a forbidden zone. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. After crossing another ice wall formed by ice pillars, he finally entered the very heart of Phoenix. He could already see faint magical energy flowing and swirling before him, making him feel as if he were in a sacred place. Is this the core spiritual land of Phoenix? God felt the increasingly dense magical energy in the surrounding air and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The next instant, an unprecedentedly rich magical energy filled his mouth and nose. In that brief moment, God even felt his cultivation method improve. This is a fifth-tier spiritual land, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yes, Elder Grant nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. This is the heart of Phoenix, see that? That's the ice jade phoenix tree. He pointed to the deepest part of the spiritual land, its very center. There, a strange tree composed of ice crystals shimmered under the sunlight. From afar, the strange tree appeared radiant and crystal clear, emanating a soft glow. It didn't seem like a tree, but rather like a goddess. God's gaze was completely drawn to the ice jade phoenix tree. The ice jade phoenix tree has always been the guardian tree of our clan. Of course, the one before you is not the one from ancient times, Elder Grant explained to Gauda and Lady Flora. This was actually a secret, but since they had been invited here, there was no need to hide anything further. After the Iceborne bloodline began to decline, the original ice jade phoenix tree also encountered problems. Its power inexplicably began to dissipate rapidly. In the end, it only managed to sprout one sapling before turning into ice crystals and completely disappearing. At this point, Elder Grant couldn't help but sigh deeply. The ice jade phoenix tree naturally possesses the ability to gather ice elements. Its saplings, taking root in this spiritual land, gather ice elements, and simultaneously gather magical power, because the source of this spiritual land is actually the ice jade phoenix tree mother tree. After the ice jade phoenix tree mother tree disappeared, the magical power in the spiritual land began to dissipate rapidly. If it weren't for the saplings gathering magical power, this spiritual land would have long since ceased to exist, let alone maintained its current fifth-tier status. As they spoke, they arrived beneath the ice jade phoenix tree. Only when they were so close did Gauda notice a figure beneath the tree. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman, tall and slender, wearing a dark blue-black battle robe and a wide cloak that fluttered slightly in the wind. The cloak was adorned with golden tassels, making her appear exceptionally noble and magnificent. The lower half of her battle robe was a long, ankle-length skirt, its wide hem also fluttering in the wind, appearing light and elegant. But what truly drew attention was the enormous ice bow, as tall as a man, that the woman carried on her back. The moment Goddess saw the bow, he guessed her identity. Just then, the woman turned around, her deep blue eyes calmly meeting his. She was extremely tall, her eyes were at the same level as Goddess, looking straight at him. Their gazes met, and Goddess felt a chill run down his spine. Those deep blue eyes felt like he had struck a frozen lake. Only now did he see her clearly, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had heard she was young, but he hadn't expected her to be this young, and so stunningly beautiful. Her features were so exquisitely beautiful that she didn't seem like someone from the north. Her skin was incredibly fair, flawless, as if sculpted from the purest ice crystals. Her figure was also tall, not the typical northern stature. Between the woman's fair brows, there was a faintly mysterious and ancient totem, adding to her noble and enigmatic aura, and giving off an indescribable sense of majesty and power. War Mother, Elder Grant bowed respectfully to the woman, his tone tinged with awe. Sunifa glanced at God, then turned her gaze to Elder Grant, speaking calmly. Elder Grant, is he the helper you sought? Elder Grant, his expression respectful, quickly replied, War Mother, the helper I sought is actually her. He pointed to Flora on God's shoulder. This is his pet, Flora, extremely skilled in cultivation. The woman looked at Flora with interest, then greeted her earnestly. Hello, I am Sunifa, I am Lady Flora, and this is my mage. Flora, unfazed, flapped her wings and took flight, introducing herself in Airseer. I understand. Our clan's ice jade phoenix tree has encountered some problems this time, and none of us can handle it. We need your help to take a look. If you can find the problem and solve it, our clan will be eternally grateful. Sunifa nodded slightly. Gada nodded in response, then glanced at Flora. Flora immediately understood and flew to the ice jade phoenix tree, examining it from top to bottom as before. Although Gada wasn't as gifted as Flora, he had studied plant cultivation, so he subconsciously observed the condition of the ice jade phoenix tree before him. The problem was actually quite obvious. On the ice jade phoenix tree's not-so-thick trunk, which seemed to be carved from the purest ice crystals, nearly 20 fine but distinct cracks could be seen. A faint blue light emanated from the cracks. It was like spiderweb cracks appearing on a delicate porcelain piece. Although it didn't seem very serious, it could very well shatter completely at any moment. No wonder Elder Grant was so anxious. What could be the reason? Gauda racked his brains, but with his knowledge, he clearly couldn't find an answer. The ice jade phoenix tree, being the only magical plant in the world, was fundamentally different from ordinary magical plants, and if its ailment were a common one, Elder Grant wouldn't have needed to call for outside help. Therefore, he could only rely on Flora. Gauda wasn't worried, as Flora's abilities were more than enough to reassure him. In fact, Flora already had the answer. The reason she was still busy was entirely because of the story of the young locksmith. Finally, after acting for 10 minutes, Flora felt she had had enough, flew back, and landed on Gauda's shoulder. Lady Flora, how is it? Elder Grant asked anxiously and worriedly. He was anxious because he wanted to know the answer, and worried because he feared something serious had happened to the ice jade phoenix tree. Flora shook her little head. No problem found. Upon hearing Flora's words, Elder Grant was immediately distraught, unable to conceal the disappointment on his face. He subconsciously murmured, even you can't, because it doesn't have a problem at all. Flora continued, tilting her head and looking at Grant with a puzzled expression, then at Sunifa, saying in a soft voice, why do you all think there's a problem with it? Sunifa's eyes, which had been as calm as an ice lake, rippled slightly. She parted her lips slightly. Then why has the ice elemental power within the ice jade phoenix tree weakened so much, and why did the cracks appear on its surface? She didn't question Flora's judgment but instead inquired about the specific reason. Because it's about to advance, but its ice elemental power is insufficient. Chapter 267 Coveting. It's about to advance. The first excited and high-pitched voice came from Elder Grant. The second, much calmer voice, though slightly trembling, came from Sunifa. Both of their gazes were now focused on little Flora. Flora nodded her head firmly and affirmatively. Yes, it's about to advance. After receiving confirmation, Elder Grant first glanced at Sunifa and said in an excited and admiring tone, the guardian tree will advance from the 5th to the 6th tier under the War Mother's rule. This proves that the War Mother is the chosen one, a War Mother unlike any other in this Henbing tribe in 1,000 years, bringing good fortune to the tribe. Goodness, looking at you with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect you to be so good at flattery. Gata was so embarrassed by the flattery that he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sunifa's face did not change much, remaining calm and composed, but a hint of barely perceptible joy flashed in her eyes. The Ice Jade Phoenix tree has been stuck at the 5th rank for so many years, it could indeed advance at any time. She nodded slightly, then humbly asked, "The Ice Jade Phoenix tree is the guardian tree of this Henbing tribe. We will do everything we can to help it advance." "What can we do now?" Flora shook her head, speaking earnestly in her clear voice. "It's because it lacks ice elemental power that cracks appeared in its trunk. You just need to replenish its ice elemental power in time, but this advancement is a slow process. You can't replenish it with too much ice elemental power at once. It has to be moderate, otherwise, Flora thought carefully and finally came up with a suitable explanation, otherwise, it will be overloaded, which will be bad for its advancement. "How much is moderate?" Sunifa asked cautiously. This question stumped Flora, because she could easily sense when the Ice Jade Phoenix tree was full and could no longer consume more, but the others did not have this ability. If asked to give a specific amount, she couldn't actually say. "You're responsible for replenishing its ice element. Lady Flora will keep an eye on it. I'll let you know when it's full." Flora thought for a moment and decided to change her approach. This suited Sunifa perfectly. She turned to look at Grant, who immediately understood, took a step forward, and came to the Ice Jade sycamore tree. He then closed his eyes slightly, stretched out his hands, and held his palms out to the tree. Soon, a vast expanse of icy blue spiritual light burst forth from Grant's palms, formed from the magic power within his body. As a pure Iceborn bloodline, Elder Grant practiced a cultivation method associated with the Iceborn bloodline, the secret transmission of pure ice. This was the purest ice attribute cultivation method, and the magic power cultivated contained extremely pure ice element. Casting ice spells with this magic power would receive a great boost. Similarly, at this moment, it could also serve as ice element power to replenish the Ice Jade sycamore tree with the ice element energy needed for its advancement. The bursting, icy blue spiritual light continuously surged towards the Ice Jade Phoenix tree. Sensing the ice element contained within the surging magical power, the Ice Jade Phoenix tree instinctively began to greedily absorb it. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the trunk of the Ice Jade Phoenix tree. Time passed slowly, until Elder Grant's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. His magical power was almost depleted. Elder Grant looked at Flora with pleading eyes and asked, "Lady Flora, is the divine tree full?" "Not even close. This little bit is just an appetizer for it," Flora replied, drawing out the last syllable. "With this amount, it can eat 14 more servings today." She glanced at the Ice Jade Phoenix tree again, finally arriving at a precise number, and told Sunifa and Elder Grant. 14 portions, Sunifa knew in her heart, and said to Grant, whose face was already showing signs of strain, "Elder Grant, that's enough for today. Then, summon 14 more elders from the 3rd ring of your clan." Elder Grant breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He didn't want to exhaust himself in front of the 3 of them, that would be too embarrassing. He quickly stopped feeding the Ice Jade Phoenix tree and replied, "I'll go right away, no need to specifically choose people." According to Flora, the advancement is a slow process, requiring a long time to feed the divine tree. "All the elders will definitely have to take turns at least once," Sunifa added. "I understand, War Mother." After saying that, Grant left hurriedly. Only Sunifa, God, and Flora remained on the field. "Flora, you said the advancement of the Ice Jade Phoenix tree is a slow process. How long exactly will this slowness take?" Sunifa asked Flora softly, her attitude quite friendly. Unexpectedly, Flora, who is usually very easy to talk to, seemed not to hear Sunifa's words at all, and didn't respond. Sunifa was stunned for a moment, clearly having never experienced this situation before. "You should call her Lady Flora," Goddard said earnestly, understanding what the little one was thinking. "Lady Flora," Sunifa was taken aback and called out tentatively. "About 3 of these." This time, Flora finally paid attention to Sunifa, extending her small right hand to show. Goddard smiled as he watched this scene. Children are like that. 3 right hands. That's 15 days, half a month. Sunifa was also clever. In such a short time, she had already grasped Flora's thinking and instantly understood her meaning. "That's right, half a month," Flora nodded in satisfaction. Sunifa's deep eyes flickered slightly, as if she were pondering something. After a moment, she spoke up. "The advancement of the Ice Jade Phoenix tree is of great significance to our tribe. It would be best if there were no mistakes. Could Lady Flora help supervise the work for the next 2 weeks? Supervise, it's about supervising others' work. In the human world, those called adults do this, which suits Lady Flora's status perfectly, Goddess said with a smile. Supervise? Flora's tone was drawn out, ending in a cheerful syllable. However, after the cheerfulness subsided, she seemed to remember something and looked at Sunifa with unusual seriousness, her eyes shining brightly. What does Lady Flora want to say? Perhaps it was a case of one thing subduing another. Even Sunifa, who remained calm even when facing Donald, felt a little overwhelmed by the little girl's intense gaze and took the initiative to soften her stance. Add money, Lady Flora said earnestly. Where did she learn that? She's self-taught. Gouda never expected Flora to say such a thing. Perhaps Flora truly possessed a discerning mind. He couldn't help but think to himself. Add, of course, extra pay for work, Sunifa nodded. Supervisor, Flora added. This time, she completely agreed. It would take another half-month. However, God was willing. First, this matter didn't require too much effort, but doing it well would allow him to cultivate good relations with the most powerful tribe in the north, and he wouldn't pretend to be aloof and miss such an opportunity. Second, after this matter was completed, he would receive Ice Marrow as payment, and for him, who possessed the Mandora's Eye, Ice Marrow was never enough. Third, and most importantly, Flora liked it. In this matter, the little man seemed to have found the value of Flora's life. After only a quarter of an hour, Elder Grant arrived with more than a dozen elders from this Henbing tribe. There were more than 14 people. However, without needing to ask, God understood that this was to be prepared for any eventuality, so as not to have to call for more people when there wasn't enough. Elder Grant must have already explained the reason for calling them on the way here. So, upon arriving, the elders bowed to Sunifa and then examined the Ice Jade Phoenix tree with surprise and disbelief. Is the guardian tree about to advance? One elder murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. While examining the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, 14 of them had already consciously stepped forward and formed a circle beneath the tree. Everyone, in a moment, will all channel our magic power into the guardian tree, and then follow Lady Flora's instructions. When she tells you to stop, you stop, Elder Grant instructed. Although the 14 elders had their own thoughts, Sunifa stood silently to the side, and none of them dared to voice their opinions. After everyone was ready, Elder Granger gave a command, an icy blue magical light began to flow from the palms of the 14 Henbing tribe elders. This magical light merged into a river of light, flowing into the trunk of the Ice Jade Phoenix tree. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Ice Jade Phoenix tree began greedily absorbing the ice elemental power infused in the magical energy. The cracks on the surface of the trunk began to slowly heal, and the ice crystals on the branches and leaves of the entire Ice Jade Phoenix tree were visibly becoming brighter and brighter. I'm full, Flora, who had been watching intently, exclaimed after a moment. Stop. Upon hearing Flora's words, Elder Grant quickly stopped everyone. Lady Flora, has the guardian tree reached its limit in terms of the amount of ice elemental power it can absorb today? After everyone stopped, Elder Grant asked Flora for further confirmation. Flora nodded solemnly. Elder Grant naturally had no doubts. The cracks that originally existed on the Ice Jade Phoenix tree trunk had visibly healed considerably, and after a few more times, they would probably be completely healed. With the facts before his eyes, how could he doubt Flora's abilities? However, he still looked at Sunifa, seeking her opinion. Sunifa nodded slightly. That's enough for today, Elder Grant said, but we'll continue tomorrow. The elders nodded in agreement, each putting away the icy blue magical light in their hands. At God's lodging in Phoenix, Lurch and Catherine sat facing each other, waiting for God's return. Do you think his summoned creatures are really that powerful? Even now, Catherine was still somewhat skeptical. After all, she hadn't personally witnessed Flora's godhood, absolutely divine, Lurch affirmed. But this matter is clearly more complicated than Jinhume's, Catherine added, sounding somewhat worried. Knock knock. Before Lurch could speak, there was a knock at the door. Lurch quickly went to open it. Standing outside were God and Elder Grant. The latter was all smiles, clearly in a very good mood. You're back. Seeing Elder Grant's expression, Lurch knew things were mostly settled, and invited, come in and talk. Elder Grant waved his hand, smiling as he declined. I'm busy with the interrogation. I was already delayed because of the Ice Jade Phoenix tree. Now that the problem is solved, I need to hurry. This was exactly what Lurch cared about most. so he didn't insist. After seeing Elder Grant off, Lurch looked at God with shining eyes. Lady Flora is truly amazing. The little girl sitting on God's shoulder, hearing the praise, fluttered her little wings as if she didn't care. She was already used to it. Under the ice jade phoenix tree, Lady Flora had already received a round of amazement and praise. However, hearing Lurch's praise again, she still felt a little proud. Praise is never tiring. Some were happy, some were sad. At almost the same time, in Donald's residence, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. The air itself felt oppressive. The ice jade phoenix isn't having a problem, it's about to advance. Grant asked the outsider Catherine brought for help, and that outsider's magical pet discovered the problem with the ice jade phoenix. Donald's hoarse voice echoed in the room. Yes, and for the next 2 weeks, SYNOPSIS will need us to continuously supply the ice jade phoenix with mana to replenish the ice elemental power it needs for its advancement. This entire process will be entirely directed by that outsider's magical pet. In the room, a reformist elder standing on Donald's side slowly said, "A magical pet? Is a magical pet really that powerful? What kind of magical pet is it?" After a long silence, Donald's voice rang out again. "It's the type of magical pet I've never seen before. It looks very much like a human, and it can even speak human language, but it's very small, no bigger than a finger. As for being powerful, it is indeed very powerful." The reformist elder in the room was one of the elders who had been called to supply mana today, and he had a deep impression of Flora. Speaking human language is clearly not within the scope of the summoning a familiar spell effect. Donald suddenly sneered upon hearing this. "You've all been fooled by him. This is definitely not his familiar. It should be his beast pet or something else. This outsider is clever. He probably fears others will covet his beast pet, so he claims it's a familiar. After all, familiars cannot be transferred." The reformist elder was unsure of the situation and dared not speak rashly. "Such a good thing, since it's in Phoenix, should stay in Phoenix." Donald snorted, then suddenly asked, "What do you think?" The Grand Elder is right. In Phoenix, of course, the interests of our Sandbing tribe are paramount. What does the Grand Elder mean? Do as I say, Donald said expressionlessly. Chapter 268 Cooperation. The sounds in the room continued for a while before finally ceasing. "Did you understand?" Donald's voice was devoid of emotion. "Elder, won't this anger the War Mother? After all, she values this outsider highly now." But the elder in the room didn't answer immediately, instead asking with some concern. "Let's make this a fact first, then deal with SYNOPSIS. No matter what, he's just an outsider." An outsider? Would SYNOPSIS really fall out with me completely over someone like that? Even after our falling out, she still tolerated me after she returned. What could she possibly do to me now because of an outsider? Donald was completely confident. Besides, doing as I say won't delay the Ice Jade Wutong's matter. After all, the beast pet is still there, just with a new owner. The elder thought for a moment, finding Donald's words reasonable, and immediately nodded. "I understand." Then, the elder withdrew. The room fell into dead silence. After a long while, the sound of the door opening rang out again. A hoarse voice came from inside the room. "Elder, how did things go with Grant?" Donald, still in the room, turned without turning around upon hearing the hoarse voice and asked with displeasure. "You all swore to me that as long as I helped you take down your people, you could help me bring down Grant." Donald's voice was now tinged with anger. "How come in the end, Grant is unharmed, while I'm the one who suffers?" "Elder, we didn't want this either, but accidents are beyond our control and prediction. If it weren't for that outsider, our plan would have been flawless." The hoarse voice wasn't embarrassed and spoke slowly and deliberately. "Besides, although we didn't manage to bring down Grant, at least we took that Dragonblood Frost Lizard. Your tribe's War Mother is already very powerful. If you get this Dragonblood Frost Lizard, perhaps you can use the Frost Dragon blood to break through to the fifth ring in the future. Now that hope belongs to you, Elder." The voice was slightly louder, as if trying to sway Donald. Donald's reaction was quite indifferent. To use the Frost Dragon blood, we'll have to wait until that Frost Lizard hatchling reaches adulthood, which is a long way off. SYNOPSIS is young and can afford to wait, but I can't. Besides, even if we do wait, it's uncertain whether the Frost Dragon blood will be effective. Regardless, we did help you, Elder. Snatch the Frost Lizard with a dragon blood from SYNOPSIS. We weren't a complete failure, the other party boasted. Donald snorted coldly, not denying it. "To cooperate with you, I took such a huge risk to have you bring the body back to Phoenix. Framed an outsider, even if exposed, it won't affect me much, I can easily find an excuse. But to condone an outsider killing one of my own is a heinous crime. If Donald's words were to spread, they would cause a major upheaval in Phoenix. Loich had always thought it impossible to smuggle the 7 corpses of the Hunter Squad into Phoenix unnoticed. But it wasn't entirely impossible. It just required someone powerful and influential in Phoenix to act as an inside accomplice. That was all. We provided the men who killed that Hunter Squad, and you provided the men who brought the bodies into the city. These two sides don't communicate with each other, so how could outsiders possibly contact you, Elder? The other man said with a sinister laugh. Donald didn't deny what the other party said. He wouldn't have acted so boldly without guarantees. Enough of this nonsense. You have to handle Grant's matter for me. If Grant continues interrogating me, he'll definitely find out something. Don't worry, the other party assured Donald with unusual confidence. No matter what they ask, it won't implicate you. We never leave too many loopholes in our actions. We consider the possibility of exposure before we act. That's for the best, Donald said coldly. You guys be careful in your actions, don't implicate me. After all, we're just partners. It wasn't that he trusted the other party enough, but he knew that if what the other party was doing was exposed, they would be doomed far more than he was. If he hadn't been so suppressed by Sunifa and needed more power, he wouldn't have risked agreeing to their cooperation request. Under these circumstances, it was clear that the other party was far more worried than him about what Grant would find out. Since the other party was so confident, they must have something to rely on. I need you to do one more thing for me, Donald said after a moment's thought. Oh? What is it? That outsider? Donald's voice turned somber, a cold glint in his eyes. Both the previous matter and this matter of the Ice Jade Phoenix tree could have dealt a major blow to Sunifa. He paused, then continued, if the previous matter had succeeded, Grant would have stepped down, and I could have easily put my people in power, and the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, as the guardian tree of our tribe, has remained untouched for so many years, yet it encountered problems during Sunifa's tenure as War Mother, which would inevitably have a significant negative impact on her prestige, but both of these matters were ruined because of the beast pet brought by that outsider. Now, the Ice Jade Phoenix tree not only hasn't encountered any problems, but it's even about to advance. It hasn't made any progress for so many years, yet it's advancing right when Sunifa is War Mother. Doesn't that further prove that this little girl's title of savior of this Hending tribe is truly well deserved? By this point, Donald was filled with resentment. Back then, everything seemed to be going smoothly, yet who could have imagined that Sunifa could turn the tide in such a desperate situation? Thinking about it, Donald regretted his past mercy, regretting not having dealt Sunifa a fatal blow. Who could have imagined that Sunifa, who had left alone, would actually reach Ancient Frost Pass and obtain the long-lost Blizzard? Regardless, having learned his lesson, Donald had completely extinguished any remaining conscience and mercy after this defeat. Only ruthlessness could bring success. Hearing Donald's request, the other party thought for a moment but didn't immediately agree. Instead, they asked, we're in the eye of the storm right now. If we intervene, can you handle the aftermath? Don't worry, since I've asked you to take action, I'll definitely have a way to clean up the mess. Donald sneered. Phoenix is my territory, alright, leave this to us. Chapter 269. You're talking nonsense. Knock, knock, knock. Just past midnight, the familiar knocking sounded precisely on time. Gauda opened the door with practiced ease. Elder Grant was waiting at the door, and upon seeing Gauda, he smiled warmly. We'll have to trouble you and Lady Flora again. This was already Flora's 5th day of overseeing the work. Gauda's daily task was to escort Flora to the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, and after she finished, to bring her back. Yesterday, the dozen or so cracks that had previously appeared on the Ice Jade Phoenix tree's trunk had completely disappeared, restoring it to its optimal condition. 3 consecutive days of overseeing the work had made Flora known to most of the elders of this Hending tribe. Everyone was greatly amazed by Flora's abilities and intelligence, and upon returning home, they couldn't help but talk about her with other acquaintances. Thus, through word of mouth, little Lady Flora had already become quite famous in Phoenix. Gauda nodded slightly to Elder Grant, then turned and called out to someone inside. A moment later, Catherine emerged. Let's go, she said calmly. God was responsible for picking up and dropping off Flora at get-off work, while Catherine was responsible for escorting God. This was Catherine's own suggestion. In her eyes, Phoenix was at least not safe. Street killings were possible, Although Grant was also a third circle mage, he was, after all, an elder responsible for cultivating golden wheat, and not particularly skilled in combat, certainly not as capable as Catherine, who spent most of her time on the snowfields. If a madman attacked God in the street, Grant might not be able to protect him, so she offered to personally escort him. God naturally had no objection to this suggestion. He was quite self-aware. Even Catherine had fallen into the trap set by the mastermind with a single misstep. He didn't think he had a higher risk tolerance than Catherine, nor did he believe the mastermind would let him go. But there wasn't much he could do except be extremely cautious. For example, aside from picking Flora up and dropping her off at get-off work every day, he now stays at home all the time and never goes out. And the commute isn't without its risks. With Catherine accompanying him, it's naturally safer. With everyone present, they set off. From their lodgings to the core spiritual land where the ice jade phoenix tree was located, there was still quite a distance, requiring them to pass through several checkpoints and encounter several hunters guarding it in fine armor. Upon arriving at the core spiritual land, the 15 elders and 2 reserves for today were already waiting under the ice jade phoenix tree. However, War Mother Sunifa wasn't there. She had inspected the situation on site for the first 2 days and, after confirming that the ice jade phoenix tree was fine, she hadn't returned. As soon as the 4 arrived, everyone's gaze followed them, but without exception, it all eventually settled on Flora on God's shoulder. Flora was already used to it. Because of her natural beauty, high intelligence, and skill in planting trees, almost every elder who saw her recently had been amazed. This actually made her feel a little proud. Now that Flora was present, the feeding of the trees began naturally. The 15 elders who were due had come to the ice jade phoenix tree, extended their palms towards the tree, and began to release their magic power. The icy blue magical light instantly swirled and merged, surging towards the ice jade phoenix tree, swaying slightly in the cold wind. Just as the process of assisting the ice jade phoenix tree's advancement was in progress, a hunter guard in fine armor walked over with powerful strides. "Elder Grant, the War Mother requests your presence. She wants to discuss the details of the ice jade phoenix tree's advancement with you again." He bowed to Elder Grant and spoke in a steady voice. "Oh, when I reported the situation of the ice jade phoenix tree to the War Mother yesterday, she also mentioned this matter," Elder Grant interjected. "Then let's go see the War Mother first, and come back later." Moreover, Elder Grant lowered his voice and whispered to the 2, "My interrogation has yielded some results. I reported the specific situation to the War Mother yesterday, and she's calling us over now, probably to discuss this matter." Upon hearing this, God's heart stirred. He exchanged a glance with Catherine, both of them showing a hint of joy in their eyes. Finally, there was progress. "All right, let's go then," Catherine nodded. "I have to leave for a while. I'll come back to pick up Lady Flora later," Goddess said to Flora without suspicion. Yes, Mage Flora was focused on her work. Under the ice jade phoenix tree. Today's supervision was completed. However, Goddess hadn't returned yet, so Flora didn't leave, waiting for her mage to come and pick her up. At this moment, some noises suddenly came from the entrance of the spiritual land. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards him, and then they all spoke up. Elder. Flora also turned her head to look. A tall, deep-set-eyed old man was slowly approaching. After he reached her, he first nodded slightly to the other dozen or so elders present, then his gaze fell on Flora, his eyes immediately lighting up as he exclaimed, "Truly beautiful and intelligent." This was a compliment. However, Flora, who always loved praise, was not pleased. Instead, she stared wide-eyed at the man. This old man was none other than Donald, the elder of this Handing tribe. However, the matter of supplying the ice jade Wutong was clearly not something that needed to alarm him, so this was the first time Flora had seen him. But for Flora, who was naturally able to sense malice, the number of times she saw him was irrelevant. Because she had already sensed Donald's malice. Donald's eyes gleamed, and he reached out, seemingly wanting to touch Flora. Flora nimbly flew backward, causing Donald's hand to miss its target. Flora didn't fly very far, so Donald reached out again. Flora flew back once more, dodging Donald's hand again. Having missed twice in a row, Flora's meaning was quite clear, but Donald wasn't annoyed, displaying a kind smile. "An interesting little gadget, yes, Lady Flora," Flora retorted, looking at Donald warily. Donald continued to smile, watching Flora, who flew in mid-air, her eyes showing wariness, seemingly no different from a human, and the more he looked, the more amazed and fond he became. Of the 15 elders present today, 3 or 4 were elders of the conservative faction. Seeing this, they vaguely sensed Donald's thoughts, frowned, and glanced at Donald, who was still smiling. Finally, one of them stepped forward and said, "Elder, Lady Flora is invited by the War Mother to supervise and help the Guardian Tree advance." "Of course I know. Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Donald glanced at the other person with a smile, but his words were not polite at all. After reprimanding the elder who had spoken, he turned to Flora. "Little thing, since you can speak and understand human nature, I'll be frank with you. I know you're incredibly intelligent, possess extraordinary bearing, and have the ability to understand plants. I really like you, so I discussed it with your master and offered a high price to buy you." At this point, Donald revealed a sly smile. "Your master agreed after receiving my high offer, so from now on, you are my pet. I am the great elder of this Handing tribe, second only to the War Mother in Phoenix's status. Following me is definitely better than following your outsider master. I'll let you enjoy wealth and luxury." Whoosh! Flora had already flown several meters backward, landing directly on a branch of the ice jade Wutong tree. She looked down at the smiling Donald, her eyes filled with maximum vigilance. "You're talking nonsense." Her voice remained soft, but the tone was extremely high, revealing her anger. This was the first time Flora had spoken loudly. Chapter 270, Fusing into Stone. The hunters led the way, followed closely by God, Grant, and Catherine. Those we captured were just following orders. They know very little about the inside story, so the interrogations these past few days haven't yielded much progress, Grant explained to the other two. "The main problem is we haven't been able to get their origins out of them. We can only confirm they're not from our Handing tribe. Fortunately, Elder Landwin, who has been hunting extensively and has broad knowledge, knows the origin of the ice wire worms. I used this clue as a breakthrough and eventually discovered something useful. The region where the ice wire worms originate is no longer a popular campsite due to the even lower temperatures, but after some investigation, I discovered that 2 years ago, your Snowfield Guardians hunted a 4th-tier frost giant there. The leader was your Holy Inquisitor, Ryan." Grant paused, seemingly waiting for Catherine's reaction. However, Catherine's face was hidden behind a mask, making it impossible to discern her emotions. Seeing this, Grant didn't take it seriously and continued, "Of course, this doesn't prove anything. It's most likely just a coincidence, especially since it happened several years ago. However, didn't you recently commission me to investigate which members of your sect have been in the area near the Snowver clan, and whether there have been any unusual occurrences in that area? Coincidentally, my intelligence-gathering men have made some progress." He smiled mysteriously, quietly observing Catherine. Catherine could no longer remain calm. Her appetite was piqued, and she eagerly asked, "What did you discover?" 800 miles from the Snowver clan camp, there used to be a 4th-tier frost troll, but it's gone now. Frost trolls are territorial creatures that dislike migrating, Catherine murmured. "That's right, so the possibility of it migrating elsewhere is very low. My men searched the area thoroughly and indeed found some signs of battle, as well as human bone fragments. It's highly likely that this frost troll has already been killed. Frost trolls are extremely powerful among 4th-tier Leeline creatures. Ordinary 4th-tier mages are no match for them. There aren't many who possess the strength to kill a frost troll. They are all important figures from several large tribes. They generally don't leave their tribes easily and value their lives highly. Why would they travel thousands of miles to that place to kill a frost troll? It seems only the Snowfield Guardians could do such a thing. But even among the Snowfield Guardians, the one capable of killing a 4th-tier frost troll seems to be the skilled warrior, Judge Ryan. These two coincidences in succession should make us suspicious of him. Therefore, I reported this matter to the War Mother. After all, this matter has reached this level, and it's beyond my ability to investigate further. The War Mother summoned us for a meeting today. She must have made new discoveries," Elder Grant asserted. Catherine fell into deep thought. God, however, felt a tightening in his chest. Although he lacked concrete evidence, his intuition told him that the Inquisitor Ryan was highly likely the mastermind. Catherine had already deduced that the mastermind was probably one of the three, Inquisitor Ryan, Chief Quentin, or Archbishop Rune. Now, two more things pointed to Inquisitor Ryan. More importantly, Catherine and Loich were both hunters. And Inquisitor Ryan was the leader of the hunters, and in this incident, the mastermind had shown an exceptional understanding of Loich's methods. From this perspective, It was like adding another piece of evidence, making God even more suspicious of Inquisitor Ryan. While pondering this, God's eyes darted around as if lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched, as if he had noticed something, and he snapped out of his reverie. Then, in an instant unnoticed by anyone, a mysterious golden symbol silently appeared deep within the pupil of God's left eye. The place Sunafa wanted to meet them was at Sunafa's own residence. Throughout Phoenix, magic was naturally prioritized for the Ice Jade Tree, and secondarily for the War Mother. Therefore, as the War Mother of this Handing tribe, Sunafa's residence was actually located in the heart of Phoenix, not far from the Ice Jade Tree. They first passed through 3 checkpoints, then circled a short street to reach their destination. On both sides of the short street were several large houses, the residences of the high-ringed ice-blooded mages of this Handing tribe. The exterior walls were made of dark gray stone, and the roofs were covered with thick white snow, appearing solemn and dignified. Just as they passed one of the gray stone houses, on a seemingly ordinary wall unnoticed by anyone, a chilling ice blade silently emerged from the wall. A thin layer of frost covered the surface of the ice blade, emanating a chilling aura that seemed poised to freeze everything around it at any moment. Its power was undeniable. In the blink of an eye, just as the ice blade was aimed at Gander and about to break free of the wall, Catherine, who had been talking to Grant, had already cast a spell. A bolt of lightning, without warning, erupted from her fingertips. The lightning traced a dazzling path through the air, striking the wall with overwhelming force. With a deafening boom, the wall constructed of gray stone crumbled instantly under the intense electric shock, scattering debris and filling the air with smoke. Fragments of the wall fell like raindrops, striking the ground with a crisp sound. And in the instant the gray stone wall collapsed, a figure tumbled out. He seemed to have grown out of the wall, only now revealing his true form as the gray stone crumbled. After tumbling from the gray stone, the figure coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, severely injured and struggling to get up. His face was contorted with pain and shock, clearly unprepared for the situation. Merge into stone. Seeing this, Gata didn't connect it to Sun Wukong, as this was a spell he had learned in his general spell recognition course. A third circle transmutation spell, Merge into Stone. After casting Merge into Stone, the mage can enter a stone object or surface large enough to completely contain their body, merging themselves and all their equipment with the stone for the duration of the spell. Once inside the stone, the mage's presence is undetectable by any non-magical senses. Minor damage to the stone will not harm the caster. However, if the stone is partially damaged or its shape altered, to the point where it is no longer suitable to contain the caster will be expelled from the stone and suffer extremely high blunt force trauma. When the stone is completely destroyed, or its material changes, it will also expel the caster from the stone and cause blunt force trauma. Upon being expelled, the caster will be thrown to the nearest unoccupied space from where they first entered the stone and fall to the ground. This explains why the opponent was already half dead upon revealing themselves. The gray stone where they were hiding was completely destroyed by Catherine, and the backlash from the spell instantly caused them extremely severe blunt force trauma. All of this happened in an instant. Even Grant didn't have time to react. 1 second Catherine was talking to him, the next second she suddenly cast a spell to smash the house, and then the next second a person appeared? Catherine had already reached a figure. Clearly, it was another completely unfamiliar face. The person was still vomiting blood, their body convulsing violently. They looked at Catherine's icy gaze, then down at their severely injured body, knowing they were doomed this time, with no chance of recovery. "How did you find out?" He moved his lips, wanting to know how he had been discovered. Melt into Stone, as a third ring stealth spell, once cast, completely merges the caster with the stone, leaving no trace. Only magical means could detect it. Low-ring spells don't exist for detecting creatures, and high-ring spells consume enormous amounts of energy. Who would cast a high-ring spell to look around? Therefore, under normal circumstances, Melt into Stone's stealth ability should be near perfect, impossible to detect. Yet, he had been discovered, which he couldn't understand at all. Unfortunately, Catherine wasn't going to explain. But at that moment, black blood and white foam suddenly began to ooze from the man's mouth. Then his head lolled to the side, his body went limp, and he was completely still. Catherine frowned, taking a closer look. It was the same way Thomas had died. Another poison hidden in his teeth. The moment it was exposed, he bit it off. Grant approached, his voice low, his eyes flashing with anger. Someone in Phoenix was actually planning to commit murder right in front of him in the street. How could he not be furious? Compared to Grant's anger, Catherine was unusually calm. "Please take his body back, Elder. I have a great use for him," she said. God's heart skipped a beat. He realized Catherine was about to cast her strange spell that briefly revived the corpse. "All right," Grant nodded, then instructed the hunter guard ahead, "Go and call a few people to clean up the scene." God glanced at this but said nothing. This attack had occurred on the way to see the War Mother, and the attacker's target was him, but God didn't suspect the hunter guard leading the way. The reason was simple. Earlier in the core spiritual land of Phoenix, Flora hadn't sensed any malice from the attacker. Grant only calmed down after the hunter guard returned with his men and cleaned up the assassin's corpse. "Let's go see the War Mother first," he decided. God and Catherine nodded. The three set off again. "How did you find him?" At that moment, Catherine's voice echoed in God's mind. This was the same question the assassin had asked Catherine earlier. Catherine hadn't answered earlier, firstly because there was no need, and secondly because the one who actually found him wasn't her, but God himself. Just like the assassin's incomprehension, Catherine still couldn't understand how God, a mere first-circle mage, had found him. Even she hadn't noticed. "My eyesight is better," God smiled slightly, giving a vague but truthful answer. He had long understood that Catherine, seemingly powerful, had fallen into the trap. In this situation, if he relied too much on Catherine's abilities, he would eventually be doomed. Catherine was a protective shield, indeed shielding him from some storms. But if he relied too heavily on this shield and lost his vigilance, trouble would inevitably follow. Even protective shields have weaknesses. Therefore, whenever he left home, God would constantly use Detection Magic Plus to be aware of his surroundings. It was this action that allowed him to spot the fleeting, almost invisible, magical light on the gray stone wall. How could magical light appear on a stone wall? This was an extremely illogical discovery. But when God looked again, he could no longer see any magical light. Most people would probably just let it go, assuming they were seeing things, even if they didn't think they were seeing things. With the stealth ability of merge into stone, it would indeed be difficult for most people to notice anything amiss. But God was an exception. Because in addition to possessing Detection Magic Plus, enhanced by Fengling Gai Wang, he also possessed the second-tier Mandora's Eye. Sensing something amiss, God immediately opened his Mandora's Eye and used Insight on the gray stone wall where the magical light had been detected. Under the powerful influence of the Mandora's Eye, Insight detected the flowing energy traces, and combined with God's own knowledge, he instantly concluded that someone had used Metamorphosis to hide within. He immediately relayed this discovery to Catherine via communication, leading to what followed. Under the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, Donald's hands began to pulsate with magical energy. He was preparing to cast a spell to forcibly subdue Flora. Elder, the elders of the conservative faction, seeing this, instinctively spoke up, trying to stop Donald's actions. Their voices were filled with obvious worry and tension. Even Flora could see Donald's ill intentions. How could they not see his intentions? He was clearly trying to forcibly take Flora. Donald himself made no attempt to conceal his purpose. Because when strength or status is roughly equal, meticulous planning and various schemes, both overt and covert, are necessary to achieve victory. But Gouda is merely a weak outsider. What need is there for planning with such a disparate power? Directly seizing him, while seemingly barbaric, is actually the most cunning strategy, as it's the most efficient. Donald ignored the elder's attempts to stop him. A ruthless glint appeared in his eyes, and magical energy gathered in his palm, forming a transparent ripple. With a flick of his wrist, the ripple shot towards Flora, who was hiding on the Ice Jade Phoenix branch. However, something unexpected happened. Just as the ripple was about to reach Flora, the leaves of the Ice Jade Phoenix suddenly trembled violently, emitting a dazzling crystalline light. This light quickly coalesced into an ice wall, blocking Flora's path. The surface of the ice wall shimmered with a cold light, like an indestructible barrier, completely neutralizing the ripple. Donald's mouth gaped open, momentarily stunned. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. He clearly hadn't anticipated this. The Ice Jade Phoenix tree was called the Guardian Tree for two reasons: its mystique and its undeniable protective power. Donald never imagined that the Ice Jade Phoenix tree, the guardian tree of this Hanbing tribe, would one day help outsiders against him, the great elder of this Hanbing tribe. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Drawing the Sword. In the heart of Phoenix stands a building constructed entirely of white marble. Compared to other gray stone structures, this building is unique in both its color scheme and style. It is one of a kind. This is Sunifa's residence. Having just survived an attack, but having narrowly escaped unharmed, Gold followed Grant and Catherine into the white marble building. Sunifa had been waiting inside for some time. At home, she no longer wore her battle armor, but instead changed into a long robe woven from deep purple ice silk. The robe's color was as deep as the night sky, yet it shimmered with a faint blue light, perfectly complementing her long silver hair. The upper part of the robe was tailored to fit snugly, outlining Sunifa's slender and elegant figure without hindering her movement. The robe was also embroidered with intricate gold patterns, which were not only beautiful but also likely held some special meaning. The cuffs and collar were trimmed with silver lace, giving the overall appearance a rare and luxurious feel uncommon in the north. A leather belt cinched her waist, binding her long robe, which was draped in a white long skirt. The skirt's edges were also adorned with gold embroidery, further enhancing Sunifa's noble bearing. "Greetings, Mother of War," the three bowed respectfully upon seeing Sunifa. Although Sunifa was the youngest of the four present, excluding Geode, she held the highest status and strength, and thus deserved respect. "Please sit," Sunifa said, seated at the white stone table. There were 4 chairs around the table, filling it completely. The three hesitated slightly before sitting down around the table. On the table were 3 cups of an unknown spring, emitting a chilling aura, each containing a leaf carved from ice crystals. With a thought from Sunifa, the 3 cups moved and stopped in front of each of them, 1 cup for each person. Gauda lowered his eyelids, glanced at the leaves in the cup a few times, and found them somewhat familiar. After looking at them a few more times, he finally confirmed it. "These are leaves from the ice jade phoenix tree." Sunifa smiled slightly. "Yes, this is a good thing." Seeing that Gauda and Catherine didn't seem to realize the extraordinary nature of the spring water in front of them, Grant immediately began to explain to them. Besides being the guardian tree of its own kind, the ice jade phoenix tree is essentially a 5th-tier magical plant. Spring water infused with ice jade phoenix tree leaves is essentially equivalent to a high-level magical potion. Drinking it can refresh the mind and even heal some mental injuries. However, what's most noteworthy is that it can permanently enhance a mage's mental strength. Unfortunately, this effect of enhancing mental strength only exists on the first drink. He smacked his lips and said regretfully, "I've already drunk it once, so now for me, drinking ice jade phoenix tree water is just refreshing the mind, a bit of a luxury. Enhance mental strength." Upon hearing this, Gauda's eyes lit up immediately, and he instantly became alert. The reason is simple: this effect is far too rare and powerful. From the first level onwards, a mage's improvement in mental strength primarily comes from the soul sublimation brought about by breakthroughs in mage level. Aside from that, at most, certain special feats or the side effects of cultivation methods can provide a small boost to mental strength. The channels for improving mental strength are so limited, yet its impact is extremely significant. It affects a mage's spellcasting skills and the stability of continuous spellcasting, the speed of learning spells, the rate of cultivation, and even resistance to certain mental spells. Most enchanting or illusion spells require strong mental strength to be immune to. Now, simply drinking a cup of spring water can improve mental strength. Isn't this like a windfall? How could Gauda not be excited? Gauda gently picked up the cup, brought it to his lips, and even before it touched his mouth, a cool, refreshing scent filled his nostrils. In an instant, he felt his spirit invigorated, as if he had just woken up and become full of energy. Without hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp. The next instant, a cool breeze flowed into his stomach along with the spring water, then surged into his brain. Soon, Gauda felt as if his soul was being cleansed and nourished by this cool breeze, then began to erupt violently. The feeling was like a plant that had been parched and then received a sudden influx of nutrients, beginning to grow wildly. His mental power surged violently like a volcanic eruption. A dozen breaths later, the cool breeze completely dissipated, and his mind returned to calm, but his heart could not immediately find peace. Gauda focused his mind, using the precise perception ability he possessed after becoming a formal mage, to sense his current total mental power. After advancing one ring, his mental power had reached 100. Now, just from drinking a cup of spring water, his mental power had increased to 132. According to the standards for a first-ring mage, reaching 40 drops of liquid mana and 133 mental power signifies the mid-stage of the first ring. Now, although God's magical power was still only 20 drops when he first entered the first ring, his mental strength was already infinitely close to the mid-stage of the first ring. On the other side, Catherine and Grant had also finished tasting the Ice Jade Phoenix water. Although Catherine's mage level was high, the increase in mental strength from the Ice Jade Phoenix water was not significant compared to her total mental strength. But no one would not be happy about such an improvement that didn't require any effort. Grant, on the other hand, carefully savored the excellent taste of the Ice Jade Phoenix water. Apart from its own effects, the spring water infused with Ice Jade Phoenix leaves was refreshing and pleasant without being irritating, making it a top-quality beverage. I heard that you were ambushed by assassins on your way here, Sunifa said slowly. The attack happened not far away, and as the War Mother, she had received the news immediately, but knowing that they had dealt with it themselves, she did not intervene. Grant nodded, the anger that had just subsided surging up again. War Mother, both the Golden Glow Wheat incident and this attack are definitely related to Donald. As the great elder of this Handing tribe, Donald shows no sense of responsibility for the tribe, acting so lawlessly and even harming the tribe's interests for his own selfish desires. War Mother, we cannot tolerate him any longer. This time, he must be taught a lesson. Grant trembled with rage. Golden Glow Wheat was a vital crop for this Handing tribe, directly supplying the tribe's iceborn mages, and gourd was crucial for the advancement of the Guardian Tree. Any problem with either of these would be a major blow to this Handing tribe. If it were discovered that Donald was behind these events, even as Great Elder, he would have to step down, and the reformist elders on his side would be unable to utter a single word against him. Sunifa naturally understood Grant's anger. She nodded slightly, reassuringly saying, Elder Grant, rest assured, Donald will not escape this time. After Grant calmed down a bit, Sunifa tapped the white stone table lightly with her index finger, turned her gaze to Catherine, and slowly said, After Elder Grant reported on the frost trolls yesterday, I investigated the movements of your 3 Snowfield Guardians recently. Archbishop Rune has been in headquarters and hasn't gone out. Chief Quentin recently went to Viking Wolf Harbor at the invitation of the Vikings. Only your Inquisitor Ryan is missing, but considering all this, only Inquisitor Ryan would have had the time and the possibility to kill the frost trolls lurking in the Snowfur clan's camp. The human bones found in the frost troll territory were brought back by the people Elder Grant sent to investigate. I examined them, and although the magical power on them has almost dissipated, it is indeed present. They should have been left by skeletons resurrected through the forbidden necromancy spell, manipulating the dead. After Sunifa finished speaking, Catherine fell silent. With so much information before her, it was safe to say that, while not 100% certain, Inquisitor Ryan was the mastermind behind everything, it was at least 80–90%. But even with the facts laid bare, she still found it hard to accept. Among the Snowfield Guardians, Inquisitor Ryan was one of the 3 most powerful. For an ancient sect whose doctrine was to protect the Snowfield, its leader to practice forbidden necromancy and commit massacres on the Snowfield was absurd and ironic. It even made Catherine feel ashamed. These are all indirect evidence. They can't directly accuse Inquisitor Ryan. He'll always find an excuse to exonerate himself. Catherine finally spoke after a moment of silence. What she said was true. Because all the conclusions were deduced from these facts, they still lacked substantial evidence. This isn't difficult to solve. Just apprehend Donald and interrogate him until he confesses to the mastermind, Grant said, rising again. War Mother, that hunter squad that disappeared after the attack, and whose bodies were later found in Phoenix, must also be related to Donald. His tone was resolute. He may not have killed the people, but he definitely transported the bodies into Phoenix. These are 7 bodies. How could they have been transported into Phoenix so quietly without Donald's involvement? After identifying Donald, many previously incomprehensible points became plausible explanations. A thoughtful look flashed in Sunifa's eyes. As the great elder of this Handing tribe, not only did he not avenge the murderer of his tribesmen, but he also colluded with a murderer. This is tantamount to betrayal of the entire tribe. Grant clenched his fists, like an angry young man. Sunifa was silent for a moment, then spoke. Elder Grant, what you say makes a lot of sense. But we need solid evidence to rightfully take down Donald. Gauda, who had been listening in silence, suddenly looked up. Can I ask a question? Go ahead, Sunifa nodded. Gauda asked a question unrelated to the current topic. How does the Grand Elder's strength compare to yours? War Mother, he is no match for me, Sunifa stated calmly. There were no qualifiers like should or under normal circumstances, just an absolute statement. If that's the case, why bother dealing with Donald like this? Putting those things aside, it's certain he wanted to seize the throne, and he deserved punishment. Why did you allow him to continue as Grand Elder, War Mother? Gauda was utterly puzzled. Whether in historical records or fictional movies and novels, those who fail in seizing the throne never have a good ending. Donald has served as the Grand Elder for over a century. His power and influence within the Shandong tribe are deeply entrenched, and he has a large following. Moreover, he is the strongest person in the tribe besides the War Mother. Survival on the snowfields is not easy for us Northerners. We must cherish every bit of strength within the tribe. If we were to attack Donald, the Shandong tribe would suffer a severe blow, and it might even exacerbate the conflicts among the elders, leaving behind hidden dangers. The War Mother does not want to see this happen, so she can only restrain herself. To attack Donald, we must have a sufficiently justifiable reason, one that even the reformist elders cannot refute. Grant spread his hands, saying helplessly, only in this way can we avoid causing major turmoil within the tribe, but actually, losing the combat power of a fourth Circle Iceborn Mage is also very serious for this Shandong tribe. Although he was very dissatisfied with Donald, Grant still acknowledged his importance. Moreover, Elder Donald is very experienced, the oldest and most experienced person in the tribe, having accumulated rich knowledge and wisdom. He has provided guidance and imparted knowledge to many young Iceborn mages in the tribe, helping them grow. That's why he has so many supporters. It's like having an elder in the family. Besides being the Grand Elder, Donald is roughly equivalent to a wise man in the Shandong tribe. Gauda nodded. In such a harsh environment, any decision indeed requires careful consideration. And with so many backings on Donald, anyone wanting to take action against him would naturally have to think twice. No wonder Sunifa was so hesitant. He could understand Sunifa's concerns, but that didn't mean he supported Sunifa's decision. In fact, if it were him, he would have killed Donald immediately, and anyone who was dissatisfied would have been killed as well. Even if the Shandong tribe was severely weakened, they could just endure it and start over, which would be much better than being schemed against like this, like having a huge bomb planted next to them. But this was Sunifa's business, and he had no right or should offer too much opinion, so after asking, he nodded and said no more. Just as Sunifa was about to say something more, a hunter guard strode in, whispered something in Sunifa's ear, and then quickly retreated. Upon hearing the hunter guard's report, Sunifa's face turned cold, and she abruptly stood up. This was the first time Sunifa had displayed such a clear change in emotion. What happened? Grant asked hurriedly. Donald is at the ice jade tree, trying to forcibly take Flora, Sunifa said coldly, already enraged. As soon as Sunifa finished speaking, God stood up abruptly, his face instantly darkening. He hadn't been too angry during the earlier attack, but upon hearing this news, his anger was instantly uncontrollable. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Flora, Sunifa reassured God. I'll go first and stop Donald. The next instant, Sunifa's figure flashed and disappeared. Let's go too, Grant said, standing up. Catherine gave God a quick photo of himself running, and the three of them hurried through the streets. In no time, they returned to the core spiritual land of Phoenix. From afar, they could see the mystical ice jade phoenix tree inexplicably radiating brilliant spiritual light, as if it had come alive. A crowd surrounded the tree, obscuring the details. I am the magical pet of Mage God, invited by your War Mother to oversee the construction. I am a guest. Your attempt to capture me is disrespectful, and your War Mother will certainly not forgive you. From within the crowd, atop the ice jade phoenix tree, came Flora's clear yet angry voice, sharp and logically sound. She even knew to invoke her patron's name. Truly, Lady Flora possessed great wisdom. Chapter 272 Drawing the Sword. Make way, Grant, leading God and Catherine, pushed through the crowd and entered. Only then did God see the situation clearly. Before the radiant ice jade phoenix tree, Sunifa stared coldly at a tall, deep-set old man. This must be Donald, the great elder of this Shandong tribe. Donald was still a short distance from the ice jade phoenix tree, and despite Sunifa's icy gaze, he wore a smile, as if nothing had happened. Perched on a branch of the ice jade phoenix tree stood little Flora, looking down with wary eyes. She resembled a stray cat chased onto a roof beam. Mage, Flora saw God squeeze in from the outside and immediately called out in a rising tone, like a bullied little girl seeing her father finally arrive. Flora, perched on the ice jade phoenix tree, watched God, her wariness now replaced by delight. Although the ice jade phoenix tree protected Flora, and although SYNOPSIS had arrived first, none of this had made her lower her guard. Only with God's arrival did she finally relax. But the truth was, the ice jade phoenix tree could protect her, SYNOPSIS could subdue Donald, but God was powerless. Before Donald, before this Henbing tribe, he was too weak. God frowned, looking around at the various expressions on faces. Some were watching the show, some were observing coldly, some were worried, and some were equally angry. Each had their own thoughts. The elders present were mostly reformers, but there were also a few conservative elders. It was these conservative elders who, the moment Donald appeared, realized something was wrong and sent someone to inform SYNOPSIS. However, it was too late. If it weren't for the miraculous power of the ice jade Wutong, Flora would already be in Donald's hands. Finally, God's gaze fell on Donald and SYNOPSIS. War Mother, he took a deep breath, studying his emotions, and repeated Flora's earlier words. Flora is invited by you to supervise the construction. She is a guest. The noble elder's attempt to capture her is disrespectful, and you should certainly not let him off. SYNOPSIS nodded to God, her face apologetic. Elder, attacking my invited guest is indeed disrespectful, she said coldly, her tone filled with anger. This was tantamount to a slap in the face. Please forgive me, Mother of War. Donald's face showed no sign of panic. He bowed to SYNOPSIS, then chuckled, seemingly unconcerned about her displeasure. He calmly explained, I heard that you invited outsiders to diagnose the ice jade phoenix tree, concluding that it was about to advance and needed their help. The ice jade phoenix tree is our clan's guardian tree, of great importance. If it truly advances successfully, I will naturally be happy, but they are, after all, outsiders. If they harbor ill intentions and cause harm to the ice jade phoenix tree, that would be a grave sin. As the great elder of this Henbing tribe, I cannot do nothing, so I came to check on the situation. As for attacking your guest, that was a misunderstanding. I simply wanted to talk to her and see if she truly possessed such abilities, but she seemed to reject me, constantly avoiding me. In my haste, I acted a bit too roughly, which made it seem like I was about to attack her. That wasn't my intention at all. Donald quickly glorified his actions as being for the benefit of the tribe, even though everyone knew it was just an excuse. But so what? As long as he had a way out, that was enough. My actions were indeed too barbaric and rude. Disrespectful to your majesty, and I admit it. I am willing to accept punishment. Donald's voice was low and sincere, adopting a repentant posture, as if he were genuinely reflecting on his mistakes, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Donald narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over Flora still atop the ice jade phoenix tree. His tone suddenly turned stern and angry. But my fears have indeed come true. He abruptly pointed at the ice jade phoenix tree, his voice filled with indignation. Since its birth, the ice jade phoenix tree has grown in the core spiritual land of our tribe, cared for and worshipped by generations of our people. It is our tribe's guardian tree. Yet just now, the guardian tree actually helped outsiders to deal with me. I am the great elder of this Henbing tribe, and even I am treated this way. What about others? Donald's voice echoed, drawing everyone's attention. His expression grew even more serious. War Mother, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. The guardian tree is so important, how can we allow outsiders to easily access it? Now, the guardian tree has been bewitched by this little devil and no longer protects our tribe. The situation has reached a point where there is no time to lose. Compared to punishing my disrespectful behavior, what is more important now is to capture these two outsiders. Otherwise, if things continue like this, even if the ice jade phoenix tree successfully advances, it will be meaningless. What use is a higher rank if it no longer protects the guardian tree of this Henbing tribe? His tone became more urgent. After these words, everyone present changed their expressions slightly. Even the conservative elder, who had initially looked angry, fell into thought. Because what Donald said was indeed reasonable. The ice jade phoenix tree had been the guardian tree of this Henbing tribe since ancient times. What Donald had just done was indeed wrong, but that shouldn't be a reason for the guardian tree to help outsiders against the grand elder. If it helps outsiders just because Donald did something wrong, what kind of guardian tree is that? In any case, the guardian tree should favor this Hending tribe. It's like a mother not disliking her child's appearance. Even if a mother complains about her child, she will definitely side with her child in a critical moment. Otherwise, there would be a big problem. No matter how much they believed in Flora, no matter how much they liked Flora, it couldn't change the fact that God and Flora were outsiders. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Donald knew his words had resonated with him. Even Gouda had to admire Donald's quick thinking. In this situation, he had reversed the tide with just a few words. War Mother, while the Grand Elder's behavior was somewhat rude, he was ultimately acting impulsively because he cared about the interests of hundreds of thousands of tribespeople. We shouldn't pursue the Grand Elder's mistakes now, but rather heed his words. At this moment, a reformist elder stepped forward, first bowing to War Mother, and then expressing his opinion. The other reformist elders present nodded in agreement. Sunifa, carrying the ice bow, glanced expressionlessly at Donald. Flora diagnosed the problem with the guardian tree and helped it advance. Although she's not one of our kind, to the ice jade tree, Flora is one of us. When Flora was in danger, the ice jade tree instinctively stepped in to protect her, which is perfectly reasonable, not because it was affected by some evil spell, as the elder claims. Besides, trees know how to repay kindness. How can the elder, a human, be less than a tree? Sunifa's eyes flashed coldly. In a few words, she had turned the tide. If the guardian tree successfully advances, I will certainly be very grateful to them. I'm just worried about these outsiders. Donald quickly tried to smooth things over after Sunifa's retort. I don't care what your motives are. Since you attacked my invited guest behind my back, it's disrespectful and deserves punishment. Sunifa didn't let Donald off the hook. I was in the wrong first, and I'm willing to punish myself by being confined to Ice Prism Cliff for 6 months. At this point, Donald stopped trying to excuse himself and immediately bowed his head in apology. Not enough, Sunifa said coldly in front of everyone. War Mother, the Grand Elder was indeed in the wrong, but he's already willing to confine himself for 6 months. Giving him such a severe punishment for an unknown outsider is a bit too harsh. A reformist elder stood up to speak for Donald. Mother's on, the Grand Elder is wrong, but he doesn't deserve this. Mother's on, the Grand Elder is an elder of the tribe, and he has made countless contributions to the tribe over the years. If you treat him like this for an outsider, how many people in the tribe will feel disheartened? Yes, the Grand Elder's self-imposed confinement for 6 months is enough. At most, we can give them some compensation. Otherwise, it might cause dissent among other elders in the tribe and affect the tribe's unity. Given the Grand Elder's status, even if he needs to be punished, it should be a decision made by everyone together. In an instant, the crowd was indignant, and elders one after another stood up to speak for the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder himself did not express his opinion, but calmly watched the scene. In fact, his not stopping these people from speaking was expressing his attitude. Gotta quietly watch this scene. In fact, the scene before him was a microcosm of the conflict between Sunifa and Donald over the years. The people's respect for Sunifa was genuine, but many still sided with Donald. Take the Grand Elder to Ice Prism Cliff first, then I will convene an Elders' Council to discuss and decide on today's events. Facing the overwhelming criticism, Sunifa spoke slowly. Don't worry, this won't end like this. I will give Donald sufficient punishment and give you an explanation. At the same time, Sunifa's cold voice echoed in Gaod's mind. This was a guarantee given to him privately using the communication spell. Gaod didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. On her territory, he was just a lowly first-rank mage. For someone of Sunifa's status to be willing to defy public opinion and give him such a promise was already incredibly loyal. Other leaders wouldn't even care about his feelings. He was grateful that Sunifa was willing to stand up for him. But one thing at a time, he wasn't satisfied with the solution Sunifa offered. Lady Flora, come down. Gaod arrived under the ice jade Paulonia tree, looked up at the little girl, and patted his left shoulder. Upon hearing this, Flora flapped her little wings without hesitation, leaping down from the ice jade sycamore branch and landing lightly on God's shoulder. Mage, let's go home. Okay. God glanced at the elders present, said nothing, and silently led Flora away. Catherine followed silently. Grant looked left and right, finally slapping his thigh and sighing, then chased after God, who had already walked some distance. Lady Flora has been wronged, not wronged. Someone bullied Lady Flora. The tree protects Lady Flora. Flora's tone was natural, as if she had just encountered great danger and wasn't the one who had been wronged. If it weren't for the ice jade sycamore, Flora would already be in Donald's clutches. God looked at Flora, his eyes filled with apology. How could she not be wronged? That old man is clumsy. He tried to fool Lady Flora, but she saw through him immediately. How so? He said you sold Lady Flora to him? That's impossible. Yes, that's impossible. So he couldn't fool Lady Flora. Lady Flora is wise, of course. God looked down at Flora on his shoulder. The little girl proudly raised her head. The former's eyes were complex, the latter's were clear. What if there wasn't a tree protecting Lady Flora? He asked. Luckily there is a tree. What if there wasn't? But there's if there weren't a tree, Lady Flora would have been captured by that old man. God himself gave the answer. What would happen if she were captured? Flora tilted her head, asking curiously. I can dispel the spell and bring Lady Flora back, but she'll have to stay in the dark room for a while. It's alright, the mage did this to save Lady Flora. She won't hold a grudge, but what if he hurt Lady Flora before I knew she was captured? God asked again. Right, what then? God thought for a long time before giving his final answer. There's nothing I can do. He was too weak, and lacked sufficient status. Even if Flora was hurt, there was nothing he could do. This answer silenced God. Being bullied because of his weakness was one thing, he accepted it, and would fight back when he was stronger. But being bullied because of his weakness was unbearable. In the silence, God suddenly felt a tightness around his neck. Looking down, he saw Flora tugging at his collar. Ugh, it's okay, Flora said, her eyes widening as she saw God looking at her. Gold, don't blame the War Mother. She's had a tough time too. Just then, Grant finally caught up. He didn't know that Sunnifa had sent a private message to Gold, making a promise, so he was afraid Gold would be disappointed and dissatisfied. He specially caught up to speak for Sunnifa, and also to soothe Gold's emotions. I know, to avoid division in the tribe and to avoid affecting unity, the War Mother can't make decisions alone, especially when it comes to the Great Elder, Grant was still explaining. I know, Gold nodded, interrupting Elder Grant, and pointed to Flora, but she works for you and shouldn't be bullied. That's right. Elder Grant was speechless for a moment. At this moment, they had arrived at the magnificent square with dozens of ice crystal pillars. I need justice. Gold looked up at the sword of true ice on the platform and finally made a decision. If you won't give it to me, I'll find a way to get it myself. Chapter 273, North Wind. Grant and Catherine were stunned. Justice? How? Catherine's strength far surpassed God's. She was even the saintess of the Snowfield Guardians, the oldest sect in the north. Framed and imprisoned, she couldn't seek justice and could only swallow her bitter pill. Sunnifa, as the War Mother, wanted to punish Donald, but was constrained by the situation within her tribe. How could God, an outsider, possibly seek justice? They couldn't imagine it. God didn't need their imagination, he had already given the answer. If I could pull out that sword of true ice, what would happen? He looked at the sword of true ice on the platform and asked, pull out the sword of true ice? If you can pull out the sword of true ice, as promised by our tribe, you will become the most honored guest of the True Ice tribe, honored enough to receive the War Mother's respect. Grant hadn't even recovered yet, answering as if by muscle memory. Wait, you don't mean, only then did Elder Grant realize the reason behind God's question. At least after I pull it out, I'll be qualified to sit at the table and participate in the council, right? He muttered to himself. As long as he could pull out the ice sword from the platform, he would become a guest of honor in the ice tribe. This status should be higher than that of a so-called one of their own, right? More than just sitting at the table and participating in the council, he would be the new king of the ice tribe. Elder Grant, who knew the whole story, subconsciously refuted God's mutterings in his mind. Of course, he didn't voice his thoughts. The ice sword challenge has been going on for 4 months. Many have tried, but none have even managed to budge it in the slightest. Not to mention challengers, even within our tribe, only the War Mother can wield this sword, Grant said seriously. Even Donald couldn't wield the ice sword. He didn't question God in a single word, but every word told him it was impossible. Ice weapons have always been exclusive to the Iceborn. This pure ice sword is an heirloom of the Pure Ice tribe, passed down for countless years. Formed from pure ice, its inherent extreme cold has reached a terrifying level. Even in the history of the Pure Ice tribe, only the War Mothers of each generation have been able to wield this sword, solely because they possess the blood of Boreas. Catherine's expression also became strange. She hadn't expected God to have such an idea. Most importantly, the pure ice sword had stood there for so long, and God had been in Phoenix for some time without making a move. Now, with the Donald affair, his sudden expression of wanting to challenge the ice sword seemed absurd and impulsive, leaving no room for expectation. Therefore, both of them shook their heads inwardly. Donald's inability doesn't prove anything. Having made his decision, God didn't hesitate any longer. He was always a decisive person. In the plaza, a dozen or so ice crystal pillars stood tall, forming a circle. Each pillar reflected a faint crystalline light in the sunlight. At the very center stood a high platform where the pure ice sword stood. God strode towards the platform. Strange patterns and numerous designs were carved into the pillars. The patterns were likely ancient symbols of the pure ice tribe, possessing special meaning and a strange power. The designs, on the other hand, recorded the history of the pure ice tribe. From its initial birth to its continuous migrations and prosperity, culminating in the establishment of Phoenix. Each design carried the wisdom and courage of their ancestors. However, now, Gauda's eyes were fixed only on the pure ice sword, crafted from the purest pure ice, transparent yet subtly shimmering with a deep blue light. His steps were swift and decisive, without a moment's pause. In the blink of an eye, Gauda had arrived before the platform. Beside the platform stood two Zhenbing tribe guards clad in fine iron armor. "What is it?" The two Zhenbing guards, seeing Gauda approach, straightened their expressions and asked in standard ace language. Participating in the ice sword challenge, Gauda said calmly. "Go ahead." Hearing Gauda's words, the two guards casually stepped aside to let him pass. Although the popularity of the ice sword challenge had declined considerably, there were always people who hadn't tried it before. They were used to it. Gauda ascended the platform. On the platform sat a rectangular crystalline rock, entirely black. The crystal-clear Zhenbing sword was inserted diagonally within it, gleaming brightly. Tiny ice crystals floated around the sword. This was due to the constant freezing of moisture in the air caused by the Zhenbing swords emanating cold air. Looking at this ice sword imbued with so much meaning, Gauda took a deep breath. There was no turning back once the arrow was released. Some things, once done, had unavoidable consequences. But he truly didn't want to think about it anymore. From the moment he started delivering the message for Barak, he had been forced into a massive vortex, powerless and without any room for resistance or struggle. "Let's start changing things from here," God said to himself. So, he stretched out his hands, approached the blade of true ice, slowly closed them, and gripped the hilt tightly. The instant his palms made direct contact with the blade of true ice, an extreme, indescribable cold, like a tidal wave bursting from the hilt, suddenly erupted. The chill traveled from God's palms, along his blood, and surged throughout his body at an astonishing speed. This cold was unlike ordinary cold. It was an extreme cold that penetrated to the bone marrow and struck the soul, seemingly capable of freezing consciousness, solidifying the air, and forcing all who faced it to submit. God could clearly feel every inch of his skin, every cell, becoming dull and numb under the onslaught of this overwhelming blade of true ice's extreme cold. Even his breathing became much slower as a result. In an instant, a thin layer of white frost had formed on his skin. His eyebrows and eyelashes were also covered in ice crystals, making him appear as if he were encased in an extremely thin layer of ice. It looked terrifying, but in terms of physical sensation, it wasn't to the point where Gauda couldn't bear it at all. This was because before arriving in Phoenix, he had already evolved into the intermediate ice protection body, using the forbidden ice needles. Although the extreme cold released by the true ice sword was far beyond what the 5 forbidden ice needles could compare to, the forbidden ice needles penetrated deep into his body, while he was merely holding the true ice sword, thus reducing the level of contact. The adaptive ability, which had stalled after evolving into the intermediate ice body, began to pulsate again under the stimulation of the true ice sword. Enduring the chill of true ice, your cold resistance increases by 200.2% minus 200.3%. Enduring the pain of extreme cold, your pain tolerance increases by 94.7% minus 94.8%. Currently suffering from extreme cold injuries, your physical injury recovery ability increases by 57.4% minus 57.6%. The two true ice tribe guards beside the platform, seeing Gauda covered in frost, both revealed a knowing look in their eyes. They had been standing guard by the platform for a long time, witnessing numerous challengers return defeated. To say return defeated was an understatement. because all the challengers were the same. First, they were full of fighting spirit, then after grasping the sword, the extreme cold of the true ice sword would quickly teach them a lesson, almost freezing them into ice sculptures. As expected, the next scene should have been the outsider's pained expression, followed by him shaking off the object as if it were a hot potato. But the next moment, the as expected look in the eyes of the two guards vanished abruptly, their pupils dilating as if they had witnessed something horrifying. Catherine and Grant stood in front of the plaza, watching as God walked step by step towards the platform, watching him reach out and grasp the hilt of the true ice sword. Then, an incredulous expression appeared on their faces. Huh? Is it snowing again? The plaza was usually bustling with stalls. Just then, pure white snowflakes began to fall gently, landing on the shoulders and hair of passers-by. In the north, snow was a perfectly normal occurrence, so most people didn't pay much attention. Until a small group of people, wandering among the stalls, their gazes naturally sweeping over the platform in the center, and then they discovered the scene on it. Just one glance, and these people fell silent, speechless. Their unusual behavior attracted the attention of others, who instinctively followed their gaze to the platform, then also fell into a state of stunned silence. Like a plague, it spread rapidly. In just a moment, the previously noisy square fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the platform. On the platform, under the watchful eyes of two ice guardians, God did not let go of the hot ice sword, but instead gripped the hilt tightly as if he had lost all feeling. His fingers trembled slightly, both from the extreme cold and from using all his strength. The ice sword was firmly fixed in the black crystal rock. Pulling it out required considerable effort. The harder one gripped, the tighter the grip became, and the more the chill penetrated to the bone. Yet God did not loosen his grip, and even his breathing gradually became steady. Finally, the blazing ice sword, embedded diagonally in the black crystal rock, suddenly moved. And this was merely a prelude, not a coincidence. The two hands gripping the hilt remained firmly in place. With God's exertion, the blazing ice sword was slowly rising from the black crystal rock. The extreme cold remained, but it was no longer an insurmountable obstacle. It moved, the two blazing ice guardians murmured, almost disbelieving their eyes. It did move. The blazing ice sword was being pulled out. The black crystal rock served both as the base holding the blazing ice sword in place and as a barrier against some of its chill. As the blazing ice sword detached from the black crystal rock, a cold wind instantly swept across the plaza, and snowflakes began to fall. Watching the blazing ice sword slowly break free from the black crystal rock's restraints, the surrounding plaza fell into complete silence. Little by little, inch by inch, the blazing ice sword rose steadily, about to break free from the crystal rock's constraints and reveal its full form. With each inch the blade rose, a subtle yet distinct cracking sound of black crystal shattered accompanied it. Everyone was witnessing this miracle. "Saintus, am I seeing things?" Grant stammered, his lips trembling slightly. "Your challenge for the Sword of Ice will finally end in the hands of a stranger." Caitlin, unaware of the immense significance behind the Sword of Ice, was somewhat calmer, but still deeply shocked. Her gaze was fixed on God, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Not only them, but everyone in the square was equally stunned, their eyes glued to the blade. God, under the intense gaze of everyone, was completely oblivious to his surroundings. His eyes were fixed only on the Sword of Ice in his hand. Enduring the chill of the absolute ice, your cold resistance increases by 210.1% minus 210.3%. Enduring the pain of extreme cold, your pain tolerance increases by 97.7% minus 97.8%. Currently suffering from the injury of extreme cold, your physical injury recovery ability increases by 67.4% minus 67.6%. The adaptive information continued to fluctuate, and the damage caused by the pain of extreme cold continued. But Gata was already used to this pain. The extreme cold aura grew stronger as the sword rose, and the air in the square seemed to freeze. All sounds were also frozen at this moment, appearing unusually silent, to the point that Gata's breathing became clearly audible. Sword, rise. Finally, Gata pulled hard, and the absolute ice sword, with an unstoppable momentum, completely detached from the black crystal rock and was completely pulled out. At that very moment, with a bang, the black crystal rock shattered completely, like a delicate jade artifact. Gauda released his left hand, holding the sword high in his right, the blade tracing a graceful arc in the air, radiating a dazzling azure light. Simultaneously, A brief message flowed from the Blade of Perfect Ice into Gauda's mind. Northwind Blade of Perfect Ice. Additional effects: Level 7 Fortitude, Level 4 Freezing Damage, Level 5 Cold. Driving this sword unleashes Blade of Perfect Ice sword energy. Its power and attack range vary with mana consumption. This sword is extremely powerful, requiring a massive amount of mana to wield. The power of this Blade of Perfect Ice is inextricably linked to Perfect Ice. It can maintain its immortality and power by absorbing the power of Perfect Ice. It can also melt Perfect Ice into its blade, continuously enhancing its power. Northwind. This is the true name of the Blade of Perfect Ice. A very simple name. It is not only a tool for the Ice Sword Challenge, but also an extremely powerful extraordinary item, the Blade of Perfect Ice. Gauda finally snapped out of his daze, shifting his gaze from Northwind to the stunned faces in the seemingly frozen square. No one could speak, everyone stared blankly at Northwind, held high by Gauda, repeatedly asking themselves, is this real? Grant was also speechless. He wanted to say something, but his throat was dry, rendering him speechless. An unnatural flush had risen to his face, and the veins in his neck bulged, beating in unison with his rapidly pounding heart. Huff. Grant was breathing heavily, as if he were running out of oxygen. At that moment, Gauda's gaze swept over Grant's face. Then, a chill ran down his spine. The look Grant was giving him was so intense it sent shivers down Gauda's spine. Chapter 274 Welcoming our clan's new king. That person, sheltered by ice and snow, will be able to withstand the chill of the true ice. That person, favored by nature, is accompanied by the spirits of nature. That person, enlightened by the world, possesses the most primal power in the world. Believe in him, welcome him, follow him. These words echoed in Grant's mind. These were the instructions Sunifa received through magic during an ancient Iceborn ritual at Frostbite. 3 sentences in total, all pointing to the same person, someone incredibly important to the true Ice tribe and to the Iceborn. Someone is coming from the mountain peaks. He will awaken the slumbering earth. He will bring spring, bringing life to the permafrost tundra. He will ensure the Iceborn children no longer suffer from hunger. With his help, the true ice will surely be gloriously restored. The North will be unified once more. What the spirits of nature should be like, no one knows. What the most primal power in the world is, also no one knows. Only the first sentence, will be able to withstand the chill of the true ice, is the easiest to understand and the easiest to verify. So, at the elders' meeting after the Iceborn ritual spells concluded, everyone discussed and decided on the so-called Sword in the Ice challenge, and made great efforts to spread the news of this challenge throughout the entire snowfield. The aim was to create enough momentum to find the person who would bring spring to the north. Now, that person has appeared. He appeared suddenly, without Grant being prepared at all. As an outsider without Iceborn blood, he could wield the Northwind, a weapon that even in the true Ice tribe, only the War Mother Sunifa could wield. Such a person was undoubtedly protected by ice and snow. And after identifying God, Grant belatedly discovered a point that he, or rather, everyone else had overlooked. The little girl Flora, who could easily solve the Golden Wee problem and even help the Ice Jade Phoenix advance, wasn't she the spirit of nature from the prophecy? The spirit of nature by your side, this was the second line of the prophecy. Because no one knew what the spirits of nature were or what they looked like, everyone automatically ignored this point, focusing only on being able to withstand the chill of the true ice. As a result, the new king had already appeared, but they were completely unaware and almost missed him. Now, 2 of the 3 guiding phrases have matched. The king has descended. Grant, his throat dry, finally uttered these 4 words in a state of barely suppressed excitement, as if in a dream. Then, he fully came to his senses. Hurry and report to the War Mother, Grant shouted, his voice trembling, looking at the 2 true Ice tribe guards still in a daze beside the platform. The 2 guards, still staring in horror at the Northwind, in God's hand, reacted swiftly. Elder Grant's shout enacted at top speed. In the core spiritual land, Sunifa and the dozen or so elders had not yet left. The reformist elders were still speaking up for Donald, subtly implying that God and Flora were outsiders and therefore untrustworthy. Sunifa remained silent, watching the elders each sticking to their own version of events. Then, a flurry of footsteps sounded. With a thud, 2 Zhending tribe guards in fine iron armor rushed in, knelt on one knee, and loudly reporting to the War Mother, Northwind has been pulled out. All the words, each carrying different thoughts and purposes, fell silent at the guards' words. The previously noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone was stunned. Apart from the incessant howling of the cold wind, only the words, "North Wind," has been pulled out echoed in everyone's minds. After a few breaths, Sunifa's eyes flickered, and her red lips parted slightly. "Where's she?" "She's in the plaza." The guard's voice was loud, a result of his inner excitement. "Immediately seal off the plaza, then summon all elders and Iceborn to gather there and prepare to welcome the new king," Sunifa said firmly and decisively. In the next instant, her figure vanished, leaving the elders standing there with complex expressions. Seeing the two Iceborn guards' swift departure and Elder Grant's unusually strong reaction, God felt a pang of resignation. He had known from the beginning that this Sword in the Ice challenge was far more than just a challenge. Now it was proven true. But having made this choice, he wouldn't regret it. Just minutes later, a team of Iceborn hunters in armor arrived. Not only them, but Iceborn mages and elders from all over Phoenix were rushing towards the plaza, though they arrived the fastest. "Please leave this place for now," the Iceborn hunters said. Their first action upon entering the plaza was to disperse the vendors and pedestrians around it. Their voices were solemn, and powerful frost magic was released, spreading in all directions. The surrounding people's expressions changed. In Phoenix, no one dared to defy the will of this Handing tribe, so these passers-by quickly retreated. "Holy Maiden, please leave as well," Elder Grant said, witnessing the scene without surprise, turning to Catherine beside him. "Excuse me." Catherine hesitated for a moment, then obediently left. In an instant, only the ice-blooded mages of this Handing tribe and Elder Grant remained in the vast plaza. Goddess silently watched this scene. This outcome indicated that the matter was not only as he had thought, but far more complex than a simple challenge on the surface, even more significant than he had guessed. What was this Handing tribe's purpose in going to such lengths and offering such tempting rewards? Goddess was equally curious. However, he remained still, simply waiting quietly. He would soon find out what was going on. Not long after, Sunifa appeared in the plaza. War Mother, Elder Grant, his face flushed, greeted Sunifa respectfully, his excitement overwhelming. "It's him." Sunifa, who rarely showed emotion, looked at the sword-wielding figure on the platform, her lips slightly parted. "It's him, there's no mistake, War Mother. Isn't Flora a spirit of nature?" Elder Grant couldn't help but remind her. Sunifa paused, then a flash of realization crossed her deep blue eyes. Footsteps continued. More and more people arrived at the plaza, filling it to the brim. A quarter of an hour later, no one else arrived. It seemed everyone had come. Even though Gauda was somewhat prepared, he still felt a little suffocated, even shocked. There were simply too many people. Looking around, it was a sea of people. A rough estimate suggested nearly 10,000, filling the vast plaza. Not only were the numbers terrifying, but the quality was equally astounding. The front row of Handing tribe members were all powerful Iceborn, clad in armor that reflected a faint shimmer in the sunlight. All the elders of this Handing tribe he had seen in the past few days, except for the Grand Elder Donald, were present. Directly in front of them stood the War Mother Sunifa, carrying an ice bow. So many people, densely packed before him, all staring at him with a burning gaze that Gauda couldn't yet comprehend. It felt to Gauda like he was being roasted on a fire. After the area was cleared, besides the elders and Iceborn of this Handing tribe, Gauda was the only outsider left in the entire plaza. A very young and handsome man stood on the high platform. North Wind was held in his right hand, gleaming with a deep blue light. The scene before him already revealed his identity. All eyes were on him. Although the plaza was crowded, the atmosphere was exceptionally solemn and dignified, as if a silencing spell had been cast. A long, resounding cry shattered the tranquility. Sunifa's magical falcon, obtained from the ancient frost, descended from the sky, landing on her right shoulder. The silver-white falcon's sharp eyes fixed on Flora, who was also perched on God's right shoulder on the platform. The bird and the little woman seemed to be communicating. Then, Sunifa took a step forward. Just as God thought Sunifa was finally about to say something, she bowed slightly to him, her right hand pressed against her chest, and solemnly declared in a clear, cold voice, "The Handing tribe welcomes its new king." Boom, boom, boom. Like thunderclaps from a clear sky. With Sunifa's soft cry, the next moment, everyone else in the plaza, including the elders, knelt on one knee, right hand on their chest, heads bowed. A sea of black. With Sunifa bowing slightly, only Gaod remained standing in the entire square. The Zhenbing tribe welcomes our new king. The unified and resounding voice, like a bombshell, stunned Gaod. He had considered 1,000 possibilities, but this was the one he had never imagined. Even with his sharp mind, Gaod could never have foreseen this outcome. For a moment, his brain froze. Believe in him, welcome him, follow him, this was the guidance of the ancient ritual spell. Now, the Zhenbing tribe was doing exactly what was prophesied, welcoming him. Several breaths later, Gaod regained his senses, looking at Sunifa with cautious and wary eyes. War Mother, what does this mean? What does our new king mean, and what does it have to do with me? He wasn't blinded by the scene before him. Although the sight of so many people kneeling in unison, shouting welcome our new king, had indeed stirred his emotions, he quickly regained his composure. Always ask why. Gauda knew that the current changes must be related to his pulling out of the north wind. But he simply wouldn't believe that pulling out the north wind would make the Zhenbing tribe recognize him as their king. It was like walking peacefully down the street and suddenly someone jumped out and shouted, "Long live the emperor." You would only think the other person was crazy or some kind of scammer. It was utterly absurd. It means exactly what it says. You are the new king of this Zhenbing tribe, Sunifa said in a deep voice. When did I become the king of this Zhenbing tribe? From the moment you stepped into the northern territory, you were destined to become the new king of this Zhenbing tribe. But please forgive us, we could only recognize you after you pulled out the north wind. Hearing this, Gauda couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't even dared to imagine it, yet Sunifa was actually using it as a reason and trying to convince him. Pulling out the north wind will make you the new king of this Zhenbing tribe? The #1 tribe in the northern territory, isn't that a bit too casual? Gauda's words carried a hint of sarcasm. It's not that simply pulling out the north wind makes one the new king of this Zhenbing tribe. Only the new king of this Zhenbing tribe can pull out the north wind. Sunifa, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Gaod's words, explained earnestly. The new king of this Zhenbing tribe? What can I do with that title? Gaod still didn't believe it. All the people of this Zhenbing tribe will unconditionally believe in you, welcome you, and follow you. In this Zhenbing tribe, your words will have the same effect as mine, Sunifa said in a deep voice, and even if your will conflicts with mine, I am willing to give priority to your will. Seeing Sunifa's serious expression and tone, Gaod's heart trembled slightly, his brows furrowed involuntarily, and he fell silent, deep in thought. You mean, my words will have the power of the War Mother's words? Yes, then can I control the resources of this Zhenbing tribe? As long as you wish, can I command the ice descendants of this Zhenbing tribe to do anything I want, as long as you want, even to their deaths? To die for the king is the glory of this Zhenbing people. Then bring Donald here, bring him before me. God shook his head, making a request that he believed Sunifa would never and could not agree to. But the expected opposition, or even delay, did not appear. Sunifa simply gave God a strange look, then turned to Grant beside him and said, Elder Grant, please take some men and bring the Grand Elder here. At this moment, no matter how absurd or unbelievable it seemed, God finally began to take the words our tribe's new king seriously. Because Sunifa did not hesitate for even a moment regarding his request. More importantly, the reformist elders who had previously voiced numerous objections to Sunifa's decision to punish Donald, while showing slight changes in expression upon hearing his own request, ultimately refrained from voicing any dissent. Would my words carry more weight than the War Mothers in the Zhenbing tribe? Looking at this Zhenbing tribe's people still kneeling on one knee, Gauda felt a flicker of hesitation for the first time. Could the so-called welcoming our tribe's new king be genuine? Could a windfall really be falling from the sky? Chapter 275 Sharing Your Worries. As the old saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So, there shouldn't be such a bargain in the world. The problem is, Gauda believes his request was so unreasonable that if it were a scam, the other party wouldn't be able to accept it. But Sunifa agreed without hesitation. More importantly, a scam is definitely for profit. But what benefit would it bring to this Zhenbing tribe and Sunifa to be tricked into accepting the title of king? Gauda thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a clear answer. What exactly is going on? Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply asked directly. How did you enter the Northern Territory? By sea. Sunifa didn't answer Gauda directly but asked him a question instead. Gauda hesitated for a moment, feeling there was no need to hide it, and told the truth. No, I entered the Northern Territory via the Irwinrail Mountains, just as I thought. Sunifa nodded slightly, showing an expression of surprise. My king comes from the summit of the high mountain. After confirming the guidance's accuracy once more, Sunifa finally answered God's question, clarifying things for him. It all originated in ancient times, from the instructions of the then War Mother Orisha. At that time, the Iceborne bloodline began to decline, with no cause or solution in sight. So, War Mother Orisha held a grand ritual magic in the Boreas Sanctuary at the Frostbite Pass, attempting to resolve the Iceborne bloodline's decline. In that ritual magic, Orisha foresaw the Iceborne tribe's long-term decline and the hope for its revival. Subsequently, just as War Mother Orisha prophesied, the Iceborne tribe began to decline, the Iceborne bloodline's power continuously degenerating, seemingly without end, and even the Frostbite Pass gradually faded into history. But the hope for revival she spoke of, we have yet to see, until I found the Frostbite Pass, obtained, Blizzard, awakened true ice magic, and inherited the knowledge of the Iceborne ritual magic performed by War Mother Orisha. So I reopened the Sanctuary of Boreas and, like the War Mother Orisha, held a grand Iceborne ritual magic there. My power is far inferior to the War Mother Orisha's, and my Iceborne bloodline is not as strong as it once was. So in this ritual magic, I could not foresee too many things far in the future, but the hope of revival has arrived, and I have received some guidance. Someone is coming from the mountain peaks. The north will be unified once more, Sunifa murmured. At the same time, I also received 3 instructions. That person, protected by ice and snow, will be able to withstand the chill of the true ice. That person, favored by nature, will be accompanied by the spirits of nature. That person, enlightened by the world, will possess the most primal power in the world. The one who can pull out the north wind is the one mentioned in the instructions, the one who can withstand the chill of the true ice, and is protected by ice and snow. At this point, Sunifa glanced at Flora, who was sitting on God's shoulder listening intently. Before continuing, Lady Flora should be the spirit of nature mentioned in the instructions. Upon hearing this, God subconsciously looked down at Flora. A spirit of nature? Just then, Flora also looked up at God, and the two stared at each other. After a couple of stares, Flora turned her gaze to Sunifa and said seriously, "Not a spirit of nature." "But Lady Flora," God chuckled. Distracted by Flora, his somewhat chaotic mind, stirred by Sunifa's words, calmed down. He had to admit, the position of new king had tempted God. Phoenix, while not a major city, was still the only city on the permafrost of the north. The true ice tribe wasn't wealthy, yet its top-tier fighting force surpassed even that of the Duchy of Sienne. The problem was, God didn't believe the true ice tribe would truly accept him as their king. Perhaps the ritual spell was real, and the so-called guidance was real. But to say he was the one foretold, leading true ice to glorious revival and unifying the north, still seemed too far-fetched to God. More importantly, he didn't genuinely believe that a large tribe like the True Ice tribe, with over 500,000 inhabitants and the most powerful tribe in the north, would accept a foreign mage of unknown origin and barely above the first level of power as their new king because of a ritual spell and a prophecy. God stood atop the high platform, leaning on his sword, his eyes sweeping over each of the kneeling Hanbin people below. He pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, "You may all rise." Hearing God's command, all these Hanbin people below assumed that God had accepted their identity after hearing the War Mother's explanation, and their faces lit up with joy and excitement. They rose in unison, continuing to gaze with fervent eyes at the one prophesied to lead Hanbin to glorious revival. Seeing the undisguised joy and excitement on their faces, God's thoughts shifted. With so many people behaving this way, it couldn't possibly be a hoax. Leaving aside the difficulty of convincing so many people to stage such a flawless performance, there was no need for a mere first-ring mage like him to expend so much effort to create such a shocking hoax. Could something really be this absurd? Even those of Gouda who had begun to accept it still felt somewhat unreal. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Gouda's mind. Even with his computing power, he was now completely overwhelmed, unable to analyze any results. Common sense told him it was impossible. But the facts showed that it was true. The conflict between the two was too great. In the end, all his thoughts settled in Gouda's mind. His purpose in drawing his sword was to seek justice. Although the subsequent changes far exceeded his expectations, at least for now, it was developing in a favorable direction. Since that was the case, why dwell too much on the truth or falsehood? He should first use this to achieve his initial goal. Once his thinking was clear, Gouda quickly stopped worrying and began to wait in place. He was waiting for Elder Grant to bring over the Grand Elder Donald, who had been punished and sent to the Ice Prism Cliff for confinement. God didn't have to wait long. Soon, the tall, deep-set-eyed, and ever-smiling Donald, like a smiling tiger, was escorted over by Grant. It was called escorting, but that wasn't really the case, because there was no way to restrain Donald at all. He simply followed Grant, one in front of the other, only half a body length apart. Compared to not long ago, Donald's expression was now rather unpleasant, the semi-permanent smile on his face long gone. Clearly, he had learned on the way here that a new king had appeared and that the new king was none other than God. A stranger he thought he could easily bully had become the new king of this Handing tribe, and he had completely offended God. This was a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Therefore, even with his deepest thoughts, he couldn't maintain a fake smile. For most people, maintaining emotional stability requires confidence. Donald followed Grant into the plaza, passing through this Handing tribe's iceborne, and arrived below the platform, beside Sunifa. Sunifa simply stood quietly, not even glancing at Donald. This was God's business, and naturally, God would decide the next steps. She had no intention of interfering. God stood on the platform, silently watching Donald being escorted to him by Grant. The elders and iceborne of this Handing tribe kept shifting their gazes between Donald and God. War Mother, Your Majesty, Donald has been brought here, Grant bowed respectfully and reported. Before God could speak, Donald, to everyone's surprise, knelt directly on one knee before God, placed his hand on his chest in a gesture of respect, and loudly proclaimed, Donald welcomes our new king and pays his respects to our new king. Before anyone could react, in the next instant, Donald had changed from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both knees, and from placing his hand on his chest in a gesture of respect to kowtowing. Previously, I offended your majesty because of my eagerness for the benefits of Handing. I beg your majesty to forgive my rudeness. Everyone was shocked and speechless, including God. He never expected that Donald would kneel down so decisively, sincerely admit his mistake, and beg for forgiveness. Not to mention the reformist elders who had originally sided with Donald, even Grant, who had always disliked Donald and harbored much resentment and hatred, showed a slight improvement in his expression upon seeing Donald's humble posture. A wise man submits to circumstances. In this respect alone, Donald was undoubtedly a first-rate wise man. With the arrival of our king, Handing will surely be gloriously restored. I know that the mistakes I made before are irreversible, and I am willing to bear the consequences. However, what has not yet happened can still be remedied, Donald said, pressing his forehead to the ground. Now is the time for this Handing tribe to be restored, and also a time when people are needed. Although I am old, I still have the strength. Having served as the great elder of this Handing tribe for many years, I am familiar with everything in the tribe and know the strengths of the elders. Please allow me, Your Majesty, to atone for my sins by uniting all forces that can be united and dedicating my strength to the glorious restoration of Handing. Donald appeared extremely sincere and emotional. God took a deep breath. Donald's compromise and understanding far exceeded his expectations. Only now did he truly understand the weight of the prophecy for the people of this Handing tribe, and only now did he truly believe that this Handing tribe would truly recognize him as their new king because of a prophecy. Under the current circumstances, going down this path and temporarily forgiving Donald's rudeness was undoubtedly the best choice. This would not only win over the hearts of the people and establish a magnanimous leader image in the hearts of this Handing tribe, but also, given Donald's status and abilities, winning him over would be far more helpful than punishing him. Forgiving Donald's rudeness would secure his support. Within this Handing tribe, with the support of the War Mother and the Great Elder, everything would be easy. Moreover, in terms of the art of managing people, the confrontation and checks and balances between Sunifa and Donald were actually more in line with a scientific governance structure. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, reconciling and achieving a harmonious relationship between ruler and subject, becoming a celebrated story, should be the ideal solution. Everyone thought so. Including Donald, Grant, and even Sunifa. Everyone was waiting for God's response. Although he had remained expressionless since Donald spoke, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking, God's voice rang out at that moment. You apologized to the wrong person, he said, looking at Donald, whose head was still deeply kowtowed to the ground. You should apologize to Lady Flora. Before Donald could even react, before he could even lift his head, God's next words were already out, accompanied by the sound of a sword being drawn. And your sins are not just rudeness, whoosh. As God spoke, he swung the north wind in his hand, slashing at Donald's exposed, defenseless neck. head and body separated. Blood gushed out, not frozen because of his iceborn bloodline, but spraying freely. The platform and the area below were covered in Donald's bright red blood. Glug. Donald's head fell from his neck, hitting the ground with a thud, before rolling all the way to Sunifa's feet. Sunifa instinctively looked down at Donald's head. Eyes wide open in death. Donald's eyes were wide open, but the light within them had died down, leaving only endless shock and disbelief. Even in his last moments, he couldn't believe it. No one could have predicted God's reaction. Donald hadn't expected it either. Even if God wouldn't forgive him easily, shouldn't he have simply swung his sword? So he hadn't been on guard. So he died so easily by God's sword. The scene unfolded too quickly for anyone to react. After a moment, a gasp escaped. The great elder of this Hanbing tribe had been beheaded in Phoenix, in front of all the high-ranking Iceborn of this Hanbing tribe. This unimaginable and horrifying event had just happened. Sunifa, who rarely showed her emotions, gaped even wider this time. Even she couldn't suppress the complex emotions within her. Guan stared at the faces filled with shock, disbelief, and confusion. He calmly sheathed his sword, then spoke calmly, "Before, under the ice jade Wutong tree, I heard many principles from the elders. The main point was simple: what this Hanbing tribe needs most right now is unity. You fear internal strife, worry about division, and fear that conflict will affect the tribe's unity. The Hanbing tribe's hidden dangers have existed for many years. A tribe that cannot unite as one cannot rise and revive. Since you are willing to acknowledge me as your king, then, my friends, let me, the new king, eliminate these hidden dangers and share your burdens. These problems are deeply entrenched and require great effort." Gauda raised, North Wind, pointing the tip diagonally at Donald's head at Sunifa's feet, and finally said, "This is what I thought unity meant." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.